he is a superstar.
Oh, no. Is this Jamar and Westland's cousin
no,
or something?
Yeah, I don't know who it was. I can't remember their name. But, yeah, they thought Gilbadou was a superstar and couldn't understand why they were in AAA. I'm curious as to what they're going to do with Parker Meadows, because I think Parker Meadows could be a part. If they're going to try and take a stab at somebody that we haven't talked about or that could be a little bit higher on somebody's list, Parker Meadows could be a part of that equation.
Look, I don't think he should be bolted down. He's played, a hot 60 games last season, and that's about it?
Yeah, and since he's been up, it's either that or send him down so he can get some confidence and then come back up and hopefully rekindle some of what he had at the end of the season last year.
And you've been big on that point. Try to reset him. Tex says, all things aside, we're 8 games up the division. Massive shot. Do damage. Go for it.
Yeah, do some damage. See what you can put together.
We got Carson Anderson standing by.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey guys.
Anderson, how are you?
I'm fine, Jansen. I'm fine, Costa. Yes. How are you guys?
We're doing great.
Enjoying yourself out there in the sun?
We're in the shade, but there's no airflow, so it's almost worse.
Yeah, right.
I hijacked a fan.
He did.
It only took us about 3.5 hours.
And he mean-mugged the security guy while he did it. He said, "I dare you to stop me."
Yeah. That's why you have John working with you, because get stuff done, and because no one's going to question it.
And Gator, I think you could probably appreciate this, being another big fellow like myself. It is this is not the conditions where we excel.
No, this is not a thriving situation.
No. It is warm. It's muggy. There's a lot of sweat everywhere.
Yep.
And so it's going to be an interesting trip home.
Yeah, and it's only going to get warmer as the day goes on. So you guys get out. You get lucky. You get out early. Get to escape the heat.
Now, you guys are going to be out here later in the month of August.
Yes. I think next week or the week after, we're going to be out there for a couple 3 days, I think, actually.
Cool.
So we'll get to see we're there for, I think, some joint practices.
Oh, those are spicy.
Yeah, I think those are spicy, actually.
No, I didn't mean that sarcastically.
I like the joint practices more so than the preseason games, because you actually get to see one-on-ones, ones versus ones.
Yeah,
a lot of fun with that.
Thursday.
Yeah,
or really the entire preseason. You're right about that.
Yeah.
So we plugged your poll question. We gave our thoughts on it. What else you got planned today?
Champ and Chump, obviously. Gator's back, so we're going to recap of what happened when he was away in Sin City, and lots of catching up to do. Looking forward to it.
All right,
sounds
Anderson.
good.
They're next, 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Lions are back in the practice field here in Allen Park. Before things began, offensive coordinator John Morton commented on how the meshing of his offense is going. Bye. Morton also noted that he would call plays from the booth this year instead of the sideline. A few minutes ago, we saw a nice TD completion from Goff to St. Brown in the middle of the end zone. Running back Sione Vaki returned to practice today. Amik Robertson was a new addition to the did not practice list. Kirby Joseph remained out today as well. According to ESPN, Cowboys center Rob Jones is expected to miss 2 to 3 months with a broken neck bone. It happened yesterday in practice. Jones is coming off a 1-year deal with Dallas this offseason. He previously started 30 games with Miami. The Tigers are right back on the field tonight against the Diamondbacks. Tony Paul reported yesterday that Arizona scouts were in attendance all week in Erie. Eugenio Suarez is one name they still hold that could be traded, whose name has come up quite a bit with the Tigers, of course. It's worth noting that the Yankees were also pursuing Suarez, which is the affiliate that the Seawolves were playing. Gleyber Torres was a huge part of the Tigers' 10-4 victory yesterday. He may be lobbying for Riley Green to keep that stash. Audio thanks to FanDuel Sports Network. First pitch tonight at 6:40. You can hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. One name not going anywhere at the deadline Thursday is Royals ace Seth Lugo. He signed a new 2-year deal with Kansas City yesterday. At the Corwell House Sports Desk from Allen Park, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hello. Hello, you, stranger.
Hey, you.
It's been a couple weeks.
It has been a while.
Yeah. Good to have you back.
It's good to be back. Good to have you back, Doug.
Yes, I am back. I came back last week from my vacation.
Doug
Gator.
is back.
We got Doug back. We got Gator back as well. I did the trip out west as a recap last week with the wife, the missus. You went to Vegas.
Me.
How was Vegas?
Vegas was great.
Yeah.
It wasn't. Last year we went and it was 115 degrees.
Yeah.
This year we went and it was down to like 101, 100, and 98 were the 3 days. So it was. Yes, it's hot. Of course, it's hot. But it's the dry heat and it makes a world of difference. All you have to do is ask yourself, how comfortable were you this weekend here in Detroit when it was 88 and muggy? It's a world of difference.
I went to the range yesterday. Before I went to golf, because our baseball season ended Saturday, and so it's golf season now for me until football starts, which is Thursday. So I have 4 days to play golf. And so I went to the range, and then we had a tee time 40 minutes later. After the range, I went home and showered, and then went and played golf.
I totally understand. Yeah,
you'd
have to.
It was very, very humid, but hey, I was glad to be out there. I had some fun. Had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Looking forward to playing more.
I played when I came back. I played on Friday with a good friend of mine, with Grava, and
the reason he says it like that, people, is because that's how he
our coach used to call. Yeah.
And he had his voice.
Hard drinking, hard driving, hard loving man.
Is that what he called a high school kid?
Yeah.
So you're in high school football practice, and he refers to Brad Grava as a hard drinking, hard loving.
No, hard drinking, hard driving, hard loving man.
It's so wildly inappropriate.
Yeah, there were a couple other inappropriate things he said about him after that. But no, it was great. I haven't seen Grava in over a year or so.
Is he still hard drinking, hard driving,
he's
hard
great.
loving?
He's Grava. He's awesome. He's a joy. He puts a smile on your face hanging out with him.
Didn't he actually play in college?
Yeah, he played at Bowling Green.
Okay.
I played a little bit of BG. So he said about halfway through the round, he said, I think BG's going to be pretty good this year.
Did he?
Do you? I know nothing about Bowling Green football, and he mentions that I think Eddie George is the new coach there. And I said, does Eddie have any coaching experience? I think he came from Tennessee State or something. So, he's tied in. He is actually kind of tied in. So cool. It was cool. But no, great to hang out with him. And it's just an old friend to see. That was cool. The Vegas trip was amazing. The best, this is what happens when you get older in life. You enjoy different things about, like Vegas when you're in your 20s is all about Vegas, baby, Vegas.
Yeah.
You can't. It's the gambling. It's the women folk.
Stories,
It's all that, right?
Yep.
Vegas at my age now is different. It's about I got to relax at the pool, and did some a lot of walking. Good God, it was a lot of walking in 3 days. But that's fine. It helps you walk off everything that you eat because the food in Vegas is the number one thing. It's amazing.
Sure.
And it's my buddy's job to find the restaurants for us to go to. And he is out of the 9. I've done this trip now three times. The 9 restaurants, he's like 8.5 out of 9. One was good, not great.
One was mid.
Yeah, and that was like in year 1. The 3 restaurants we went to this year were fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
Any recs?
Yeah, I would absolutely highly recommend. There's a place called Milos, Milos. It's a Mediterranean restaurant, a Greek restaurant, kind of like fish forward, unbelievable.
Yeah.
And we ordered a Greek salad. I'm like, okay, here we go with the typical Greek. It's not your typical Greek salad.
No.
Not that you get here. It's an actual Greek salad that has like quartered tomatoes and a bunch of red pepper and yellow peppers that are cut in rather large pieces, and red onion, and there's no lettuce. It's dressed with the Greek olive oil and big chunks of or triangles of feta and the olives, and it's just fantastic. Everything was great. We went to a steakhouse the last night at Caesar's Palace. It was called Joe's, I think, Stone Crab and something. It's a chain, but that was unbelievable. That was so good.
Yeah.
We had a great time. Great time. Did some gambling. Did not win at all.
No.
But that's okay. Still had a great time.
Yeah.
And was ready to come. Vegas, it's a 3-day thing, man. You're ready to
right,
come back.
No, I hear you. Any celeb sightings? Many people have celeb sightings in Vegas.
I think. So we're at one of the it's a hotel it's a casino that's adjacent to Paris, which is I think the Horseshoe.
Okay.
And we're getting ready to grab something to eat. And there's 3 of us that are there. My buddy Mike goes and he uses the restroom. I'm over here. And he walks in, and right behind him goes someone who looks really familiar. I'm like, is that? No. I think it's, My friend's asking, she's like, who is that? I think it was Trent Klatt. She goes,
Trent Klatt? Joel Klatt.
Sorry, Joel Klatt. She goes, Joel Klatt. I think it was Joel Klatt. I'm like, and she goes, who's Joel Klatt? And I pull up my phone. I said, well, that's Joel Klatt. And she goes, I think that's Joel Klatt. I was like, I might be. But then I started thinking, well, why would he? And then I realized, the Big Ten meetings were in Vegas. They were at Mandalay Bay. This is across the street and further down the road from Mandalay Bay. But hey, I can understand somebody wanted, and he came from the Paris area coming towards us, the casino in the Horseshoe. So I'm like, it might be, but I'm not sure. But I need to get a better look. And now I'm trying to formulate my mind. Okay, if it's Joel Klatt, I want to say something to him. I figured maybe Joel Klatt.
We've talked a bunch.
Yeah,
he's a cool dude.
That was going to be my in. Like, hey, Scott Anderson, I work at 97 won the ticket. I work with Doug Karsh, the play-by-play voice of Michigan football, and would have been, kind of an in like that. But we kept waiting and waiting. And my buddy had already come out, and after
everybody does it.
Yeah, after a few minutes,
and so does Joel Klatt.
We can go. It may or may not have been. So I don't know if it was or wasn't. And when he finally did come out, and I saw, I didn't want to approach him because he was I wasn't 100% sure, but I was pretty damn sure. And then I just kind of chickened out of the approach. Another one was totally surprise. Was we're having lunch in Paris, and this guy's walking around, and I'm like, he looks really familiar. Who is that? And I'm like, I know it's an ESPN guy. It's a guy. It's the guy who does all those great reports on College Game Day. Tom Rinaldi. And I swear to God, it was Tom Rinaldi. But he had already well passed me, and I had nothing for Tom Rinaldi. But although I would have said some nice things about his work, but that would have been about it. But I didn't.
Rinaldi's the pull on your heartstrings.
Yeah.
Although, is he with Fox now? He might be with Fox.
He might be.
Yeah.
But which would be a great move by Fox to get him, because he's great at what he does. But those were the only 2 celebrity sightings I think that we had. Didn't see any NBA players. Think that the summer league had just finished up, I think, the day before.
Yeah.
So last year when we went, we saw some NBA people, but not this year.
Yeah.
But great time. Awesome time. I did notice something strange.
About Vegas?
Yeah.
Something new, or?
It's becoming a trend, and it's a travel trend, and also, it's a travel trend, but it's something I've seen in Vegas because that's where I've traveled. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I have very mixed feelings about this.
All right, is it something you want to introduce now, or is it a topic later in the show?
I think maybe it's something we could bring up.
Okay. All right. We'll shelve it for now.
Shelve it.
Yep. We will get to that coming up. Hey, it's a Monday on Karsh Anderson. Obviously, we have a Tiger team that crisis over, huh? Lot to talk about with this Tiger team. We will get to that coming up. Champ and Chump will have our nominations at 10:35. We want yours. It is Karsh Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, so there it was yesterday.
Did you see how the flags changed after that? It was the collective exhale from all of the state of Michigan.
Yeah.
After they finally did something, jumped out to a 3-run lead based on a home run.
This
guy was in an 0-for-16 slump.
This is a historic bad trend. OptaStats put out something. OptaStats. Yep.
Okay.
Credit King. King's like, did you see what OptaStats reported? I'm like,
did I?
No, I didn't. But according to OptaStats, the Tigers are the only MLB team in the modern era, which is defined, I guess, from 1900 on. Tigers are the only MLB team in the modern era to have a 13-game span where they were outscored by 50 runs or more, out-hit by 50 hits or more, had fewer than 25 extra base hits, and struck out 125 times or more. They came into the stretch with the best record in Major League Baseball. Now, in baseball, you can kind of pick and choose weird stats. I don't know that there's any sport that has as many statistical, like I still see stuff getting introduced and I have no idea what it means. And this is sort of a random collection of things. But in many ways, this was historically one of the worst stretches in the history of the game. You think about bad teams, the way bad teams play. Bad teams mess around and score 6 runs in a game. Bad teams accidentally win, a few games a week, a couple games a week. The Tigers in this 13-game stretch, in many ways, it was one of the worst stretches teams have had, and they went into that stretch as had the best record in Major League Baseball. So I kept calling it late last week, the eroding of confidence. I mean, you talk about a team that was quickly eroding an immense amount of goodwill. Scott, they had a totally drama-free first half of the season, relatively speaking.
I mean, aside from injuries.
Yeah, but they kept winning.
No, I'm saying aside from the injuries, it started off with plenty of drama and then got eased quite quickly because of the winning and such.
The fact that they had 3-game losing streaks in the first half of the season is remarkable. There was no like clubhouse infighting.
No.
There was very little.
And there still isn't.
There was very little drama. And I think we had a show maybe Thursday or Friday. I said to Kang on the air, I think we've taken more Tiger calls today than we took the entire first half of the season, which is, it speaks to how panic had set in because they were eroding away like 8 months of, I guess, closer to 10, 11 months of really goodwill.
Yeah, you go prior to the losing skid, the team was still playing. They weren't playing as well as they had been, but they were still playing above 500 baseball. I think it was still close to 600 baseball at the time. But then the stretch hits was right before the All-Star break. The series against Seattle was rough. And then everything after it's been like, I'm sorry, what just happened? Did that happen again? That happened again? That happened again. It kept, they just kept losing. It was incredible. I was wearing Detroit stuff out in Vegas, and people were asking me, so you a big Tiger fans? I'm like, yeah, love Tigers. What's going on, man? I'm like, I don't know. I mean, it is a stretch that, to calm myself, I can tell myself this, and I'm guessing you probably did a lot of this last week. Every team goes through this.
Yep.
Every good team in baseball goes through a stretch where they're playing awful. The Dodgers have gone through their stretch. Everybody looks at the Dodgers and says, that's the team to beat, right?
Yep.
Well, the Dodgers have gone through those stretches. That's why the Tigers were better than the Dodgers during the season, right? The Tigers kept having his best record in baseball. Why? Because the Dodgers went through their stuff. The Tigers, I don't know if the Tigers are through it or not, but I mean, the win yesterday helped. It didn't help that they gave up 4 runs in the 9th inning.
No.
After giving up 10-0.
Their new piece in the bullpen.
Right.
I'm not giving up on, by the way. I think there's some merit to that signing, but, we'll see.
But it
was an auspicious start.
Yes. But this was what they lost 12 out of 13 out of 14. I forget what the number was.
Yeah.
It's too many. And it starts to definitely, I mean, who knows what it does to the guys in the clubhouse, right? But they've got AJ Hinch around them to try to keep things positive. They can spin it however they're going to, and to get out of it because they have to. They're the ones playing it. But we as fans, how we deal with this, we're going through all the stages of grief here.
Yeah,
it was awful, and hopefully it's in the past. I don't know if it is or isn't. They got 3 games against Arizona, and Arizona is looking like it's a beatable team right now. So let's hope that starts to turn and they play better baseball here. But with just 4 days before the trade deadline, I didn't expect to have myself feeling differently than I did 2 weeks ago. Right?
Yeah. No,
2
I
weeks
saw
ago,
on your show sheet.
I mean, we're talking about this.
He's rattled people.
Yeah. I mean, 2 weeks ago, we've been talking about the trade deadline forever. But I mean, a couple of weeks ago, before all the vacations started, it was prioritizing what the needs are for the team. And I said, well, priority 1, bullpen arm. Priority 2, bullpen arm. Priority 3, maybe a starter. Priority 4, a bat. It's down the list. I don't have to address it, but if a good opportunity comes around, sure, I'll improve the team. Fast forward. Priority 1 is still bullpen arm. Priority 2 for me is probably still bullpen arm.
Right.
But priority 3 and not far behind might be a bat.
Yep.
And seeing that the Yankees got out of the Suarez sweepstakes is great.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's like the Tigers and Cubs, perhaps. I know the Cubs apparently are really hot and heavy after him. And there would be interest for him to go there. Okay. So if it comes down to the Tigers and the Cubs, do the Tigers have better prospects to offer up? I'm sure they do, but do they want to? How badly do they want to get Suarez? And, my whole holdup about going after the bat was that, okay, first of all, do they need it? Because the team is way above average in hitting. Well, then 2 weeks happen. You just spit out all the stats from Optistat or whatever it was that let you know that things have been historically awful for the last couple of weeks. So moving somebody else in and bumping somebody out, I don't have anywhere near the problem that I did 2 weeks ago with that.
Right.
Because in the back of my mind, it was always like, is water going to find its level for these guys? Are we going to see a big regression after the All-Star break because some of these guys were putting up stats and numbers that you just did not expect them to do? And I think the answer is a healthy yes. It's time to start looking at adding offense to this team.
So that story that was put out where a couple beat writers last week spoke about how what the Tigers' plan entailed. They haven't closed the door on Eugenio Suarez, but it seems rather unlikely. Their most likely move is bullpen arms. I didn't love it. I don't love it, but it doesn't sound like they're poised to go big. And you wrote in your show sheet, your exact wording was, you're a bit spooked by what's happened the last couple of weeks. And I don't know if the Tigers are or aren't or should or shouldn't be, but there's no question fans are. And what we've heard a lot of lately is this team has eroded confidence so much, some people don't want them to give up the prospects because what's the point? They're not as good as we thought they were. You're throwing good money at bad, and investing in this group is investing in false hope. And I don't like, this is just something that, I'm gleaned in talking to people and listening to texts. It's not like I'm forwarding this is how I feel. I want to see them go big. I want to see them get a bat, a bullpen arm, and maybe a starter. And one team can provide all of that, and that's the Diamondbacks. Like the Diamondbacks, right. The truth, so can the Pirates. Those seem like the two teams that the Tigers should be doing business with. And, it's not unusual that you get 2 pieces back. The Diamondbacks can provide 2 pieces. Would it be costly? Yeah, but the story said none of the top 5 are available. Now, there's a couple things happening at the minor leagues, like that the Tigers won't crack the top 5 prospects that they have. But Hao-Yu Lee is hitting the cover off the baseball. Baseball America did a story about how his exit velos have put him amongst the best in any organization. You've got the Max Anderson kid that has come out of nowhere. You've got wild cards. He was
a really good college player,
right?
But he wasn't heralded.
No, but he's playing so well at the minor league level.
Killing it.
There's this wild card in Chris Rodriguez that a team could fall in love with, but he's 17 years old and he's down in the Dominican where the league, it's like the blue team versus the orange team. And so you don't.
It's Dominican team 2 for the Tigers, by the way.
Right? Yeah. So it's like an adult league down there that he's His OPS is like 1 million. So, like, there's some parts that might intrigue Arizona, but Arizona's going to ask for Max Clark for 2 players.
Well, I think they might get a Max, but it's not going to be Max Clark.
Yeah, going to be Max Anderson.
Yeah, and look, the thing is, if the Tigers trade away Max Anderson, and nobody knows what he's going to be as a pro, right? But he's having this great season. His OPS is over 900 at AA. He's got over 20 doubles down there. He and Kevin McGonigal also has like 25 doubles in the minors this year. Those are like 2 of 9 players or something like that in the minor leagues that have that many doubles. But he's killing it. You always think about, okay, the return I get is the player they need right now, and that's what matters. But in the future, what's Max Anderson going to be? Is he going to be the next Suarez? Is he going to be the next Paredes? Another infielder that they gave up on to get something, but ends up being something somewhere else? I don't care right now because it's not the top 5 guy. And if it's a guy they deem that they can go ahead and part with, then go ahead and part with him. I don't have a problem with that. The articles that came out last week, the problem I have with both of those articles, first of all, Scott Harris doesn't tell anybody what he's thinking. So how can, and we can only guess. And the article, at least the Evan Petzold one from the Free Press, and I like Evan Petzold a lot, great content, but there were no sources cited. And that's something that always, I take a little bit with a grain of salt because it's more, because then it becomes more of an opinion piece than it is a reporting piece. And that's fine, but understand that that's what it is, because if you're not going to cite a source, and knowing that the Tigers are so tight-lipped about anything they do, I can't say for certain that they're not going to go big.
I think he's pretty dialed in.
I think he's very dialed in. But I'm just saying, if you're going to say it and not say sources have told me, then I bristle a little bit. That's all I'm saying.
Champ and Chump Vote's coming your way at 10:35. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Make Builder's First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installation services. You can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert Builder's First Source installation team. Done right with quality products and services, visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com.
And the Tigers have moved back into the 2-seed position in the American League, which I hope is a story that we're following through the months of August and September, is them getting that first round bye, which is really important, which means they got to start playing better because they have played, as we cited earlier, in many ways historically bad. Some of the worst baseball that any team has played over a 13-game stretch.
Getting back to the articles that came out last week from The Athletic and the Free Press.
The implication that they're not going to.
Yeah, because that was, I think, on Thursday.
It's Thursday, or I think it was Friday, actually. Well, they might have. I think it was after Thursday's game, and these guys were right
prior to playing on Friday.
Yep.
So, do you think anything changes at all because of what happens over the weekend? The losing continued on Friday, continued on Saturday, and then Sunday, they exploded late in the game for 7 runs in the 8th inning, but then gave up 4 more late.
So, do I think anything can change between now and Thursday at the trade deadline? And the answer is an overwhelming yes. And the reason is, if anybody was calling, if I'm Arizona, right now I'm the Arizona Diamondbacks, and if my phone rings and somebody says they want Eugenio Suarez, my response to them is, I want Max Clark or I want Kevin McGonigal. And I'm doing that with every team. And then when Thursday rolls around and nobody's traded for Eugenio Suarez, I call back up and I say, because I'm in sell mode and I'm going to lose him and I don't need him. Right. I call the Tigers back up and say, all right, I'll take Hao-Yu Lee and Chris Rodriguez or something like that. Because what's the point of hanging on to them once you've shifted into sell? No. And there's a market for them. And I think it's quite possible that the rental that Eugenio Suarez is, at where he is in his career, they're not going to get Max Clark. And they're not going to get anybody else's Max Clark.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe that there's no way the Tigers are going to give up one of their top 4 or 5 prospects. I don't think that's going to happen. And they're too close to getting to the majors, like within 2 years, that I don't think they want anything to do with that. Except maybe Rayner might be a little bit farther away because of the injury. But that being said, this is, if you're Arizona, you know what Arizona is right now? The Tigers from like 2016 or 15 or whatever it was when they had to do the purge.
Yep. So,
it's the same thing.
So here's where I would bend. I would give up Chris Rodriguez, who is the bright, shiny thing, who's just a baby. I know, but you got to give up something to get something.
I know.
And I would give up Briseño or Lorenzo and somebody else from the system that we've heard of that will hurt to get Suarez and Merrill Kelly, the starting pitcher. Because I think those prices are going to go down as we get closer to the trade deadline. And we're talking about 2 free agents, one who's 36 years old and the other's 37 years old. And, it seems to me that, that's helping your starting pitching. It's helping your everyday lineup. And it's a hefty price to pay. That isn't, but that's dipping into the top 5. But I think if you're getting 2 guys back, one that's going to go into the rotation and another that's going to be a valuable offensive piece, I think it's okay to dip into one of the catcher first basemen and make one of the top 5 available. Arizona can sell that then. We got a top 100 prospect back. We got a rising Hao-Yu Lee, and we got this kid, okay? This kid. And the Tigers did this with the Verlander trade. The kid was the pitcher who always got hurt, but he was so far away and he was so young.
Franklin Perez.
Yes. He was a single A. I think he might have been low A, but he was a dominant low A pitcher who never could stay healthy and never really blossomed, never moved up the food chain. But that's the kind of player that Rodriguez very well can be. And so, he's so far away. I think that Arizona could sell that to their fan base. I think they could say yes to it. And I think the Tigers will get 2 important pieces.
Well, here's what will be done over the next couple of days. Because if the rumors are true that the Cubs want him as well, then you start looking at what do the Cubs have to offer versus what the Tigers have to offer. And comparing how highly rated their prospects are. And, the other thing is Scott Harris worked with the Cubs organization. He kind of has a feel as well. He's going to have a better feel than most. So to see what the bidding is going to be for Suarez is going to be interesting because there's going to be a point where you're like, that's too high of a price. I'm not interested in that. I can offer you this, but I cannot go what you're asking. And then play it out and see what happens. Because if the Cubs blink, if the Cubs are like, yeah, we're not giving up one of our top 3 prospects. We can't afford to do that. And I haven't looked at the Cubs prospect list to see how many they have in the top 100 versus the Tigers. And, I think the Tigers have, 4 or 5 prospects, I think, in the top 100. If the Cubs are similar or not.
The Cubs have 5 in the top 100.
Okay.
So they are similar.
So this is going to be interesting. It's to see which prospects Arizona likes more, or can they get either the team's top 5?
Well,
or are the Cubs saying the same thing? Because the Yankees passed. Yankees went out and got Ryan McMahon.
They might still go after Suarez, but the Tigers have 3 prospects that rank higher than the Cubs' top prospect, which is Owen Casey, outfielder at 36. Tigers have 3. Now, these top 100 lists, they're just a bit of a guide.
Yeah, it's from MLB.com or for Baseball America, whatever. Their people come up with a list. Every team in baseball has their own list, and the scouts evaluate everybody else's. So it is what it is. But I think that the Tigers obviously have a lot of talent in the minors, all throughout the minors, whether it's the Dominican 2 team, which has Chris Rodriguez.
Green team versus yellow team.
Or even just going through Lakeland, Erie, West Michigan, and Toledo. There's talent throughout. And, I mean, you mentioned Hao-Yu Lee. Hao-Yu Lee is the closest to getting to the majors because he's at Toledo. He's also only 21.
Yeah.
21 or 22. I think he may either just turned 22 or he's still 21.
All right, let's get to Champ and Chump, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. Who had the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? My champ of the weekend is Jack Flaherty for his performance yesterday. The last time he gave up 0 earned runs in an outing, 8 starts ago. Wow. Comes along at a good time, a much-needed time. Hopefully Flaherty and Fetter figured something out. Jack Flaherty, my champ of the weekend.
Would have been 7 if it weren't for Bichette. Good God. Mm-hmm. What a bats he had. My champ of the week is going to be Nick Kurtz. The rookie from the Athletics went 6 for 6 with 4 home runs and 8 RBIs in a single game. He also scored 6 times. Not bad for a rookie. Those are like best ever numbers in a single game by any major leaguer at any point in time. Amazing.
My chump of the weekend, this started on social media, saw it, and I'm like, oh, hell no. My chump of the weekend is Siren's Curse, the roller coaster ride at Cedar Point. For the 4th time since it opened, it malfunctioned. And this time, the riders had to climb back down the hill on the roller coaster after they got stuck on the Siren's Curse. Oh, hell no, my chump of the weekend.
Yeah, I would echo that. For me, it's just the Tigers' late inning woes, man. They were having issues giving up runs late in games when they thought that they had maybe a chance to chip away. And then, boom, here comes an explosion of 4 runs or 7 runs or whatever it was. It happened way too often over the last couple of weeks. And it's the late inning woes where the Tigers aren't able to score runs and they're giving up way too many runs.
So there it is, Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump on the weekend. They've been coming in and excited to see who the people are going to start voting for Champ and Chump on the weekend. We will read them. If you've sent a text, there's a chance we're going to read it. So stick with us here on Carson Anderson. Got that Twitter poll out there that's Lions related. We'll touch on that in the 11 o'clock hour. A lot of Tiger talk to open the show as we approach the trade deadline Thursday. The Lions play a football game Thursday. Wow. We're turning the corner, my friend, headed towards football season. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is it hot enough for you? Do you want to smack somebody in the face when they say that to you because you don't have your air conditioning working properly? Well, if that's the case, you better call my great friends over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, they've been keeping homes in Southeast Michigan cool and comfortable for over 20 years. So whether you need a quick repair, a seasonal tune-up, or a brand new system, their expert team is fast, friendly, and local. So don't wait for a meltdown. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or visit birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Kang is running the board. You got Kenny on phones, 248-539-9797. Talking a lot about the Tigers and how the slump is over.
Feel confident, do you?
No, not particularly. But I mean, this is one of those huge weeks in baseball where 1 year ago we were talking about who the Tigers could get from the Orioles organization, what they were going to get for Jack Flaherty, should they trade Skubal, et cetera, et cetera. 1 year later, it's can they go big? I know the story came out last week that it wasn't likely, although I thought it was really important that it also acknowledged that, and the reporters that I saw on this, and if others had it, my apologies, but the two guys I saw on this were Evan Petzold of the Free Press and Cody Stavenhagen of the Athletic. Those guys, both very detailed of what the Tigers' approach would be, which, I'm sure they weren't just connecting dots to have so many of the same conclusions and use the same names. I mean, hell, we're talking about Hao-Yu Lee. Hao-Yu Lee may be called up this year for the Tigers if he doesn't get traded.
This week, who knows?
Yeah. They also, basically said don't expect them to go big. That was one part. But they both wrote that don't slam the door on Eugenio Suarez either. And I'm like, okay, if right now that tells me the asking price is too high, but they're thinking that the price may come down when a push comes to shove, Arizona's probably demanding the sun and the moon and the Clark, and they're not going to get them.
A couple of weeks ago, when you were out and Stoney was doing the show with me, I asked the question. I said, "Who is going to be the key for the Tigers? Who has to be the guy that steps up the most in this second part of the season?" And my thought was Jack Flaherty, because he needs to step up to be that bona fide number 2 guy. This is the guy you spent some money on to bring him back. What a great year he had last year, but that was last year. He's got to step it up this year because he hasn't been consistently good this year. And he stepped it up big time yesterday with 6 shutout innings. That's great. One start doesn't do it, but it's a great step in the right direction. It looked like he had been pitching better lately anyway, although his previous start not so much. Stoney's suggestion was Parker Meadows. And the more I thought about it, the more I thought that was probably the better answer. Because if Parker Meadows gets going, think about how much better that is for everybody else. You now have confidence it's a guy who's playing in the outfield where you should get some good numbers from outfielders offensively. That's going to help out. He's your fastest guy on the team. He's a very good base runner. He's an elite defender. And if he starts to hit, then you don't start asking questions. Why are we parading this guy out there in center field all the time just because he can play defense? Now he can hit. Now it's a very small sample size. But in the 2 games against Toronto, he did go 3 for 6. And if you've watched him play, and I know people tune in a lot to the Tigers, he does hit the ball hard. He's had some bad luck. And in the month of July, he's only hit 220, but that's up 40 points from what he hit in the month of June. He is getting better. I'm hoping that what we saw over the weekend is going to be a step a more consistent step in the direction where he was last year at this time when he started to turn it on. He had his stint in Toledo. He came back, got hurt right away after a couple games, but then ended up hitting over 300 for the Tigers in the second half there. If he could be any semblance of that, it is a remarkable feat for this team because they need somebody like that. They need this guy to be what he was last year and build off of that. And this is a guy that if he stays healthy, he's got all the talent in the world. He's got the frame, the size to get things done, and that left-handed swing is sweet. And he hit some foul balls. I know they're foul balls, right? But it's good contact that he's making. If he can get on track,
your point is you think
catalyst.
there are some signs that he could be.
Yes, there are some signs it could be. The problem is there's only 4 days to the trade deadline. So it's like if you're asking yourself, now I got to say, do I trust in what he is going to do, or do I go out and find another outfielder for this team?
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Here are some of the ticket texts coming in. Champ and chump votes from Jordan and Lansing. My champ is Bubba Wallace for winning the Brickyard 400. My chump is Toronto for not completing the sweep against the worst team in baseball, the Detroit Tigers.
So he's the first black driver to win at any race in Indy, right?
Yeah, that's cool. Way to go, Bubba. And Toronto, hottest team in baseball against the worst team in baseball. Glad the Tigers actually got that win yesterday. Champ Nick Kurtz for going 6 for 6 with 4 home runs. Chump, the Tigers bullpen continuing to implode. That's from Rick and Ferndale. I'm going to give that to yours as well, the late inning woes. The Tigers were playing so bad lately. This is Matt in Kalamazoo. Tigers are playing so bad lately, they had the fan base thinking Kerry Carpenter, who hit 133 on his rehab stint and was really cold for 3 weeks in June, was the end-all. Truth is, he's not even as good as Marcus Thames was for us, but when you're playing as bad as they were, you can't blame the fans for clinging to Carpenter for hope. So, Major League Baseball's average OPS is 716. Marcus Thames' OPS in Detroit was 808. Kerry Carpenter is more likely to hit a bomb than Thames was, and his OPS in Detroit is 832. Do I think that if Kerry Carpenter was Marcus Thames, that would help? Okay, yeah. It would help. The fact of the matter is, what he did in his rehab start, this isn't about his stats. It's about, is he healthy? He was also, right before he went on the disabled list, he was dealing with a hamstring injury that can impact the way you're playing. I think there's still reason to hope that Kerry Carpenter can help this team more than a little. I don't know why we're already drawing conclusions that Carpenter isn't going to help.
Well, if he ends up being Marcus Thames, you know what I am? Fine with that.
Yeah.
Marcus Thames, in his 2 big seasons with the Tigers, hit 26 home runs in 1 year with an 882 OPS. And then 2 years later, hit 25 home runs with the Tigers with an 808 OPS. Both of those were one was 110 games, the other was 103 games. That's huge production in only basically a little over 100 games each year. If Kerry Carpenter is that, we should all be fine with that. I don't know if Kerry Carpenter is ever going to be able to hit left-handed pitching, but if he continues to kill right-handed pitching, step on up and you utilize him the best you can. This is where you trust A.J. Hinch to make things happen. But this is where that whole crunch of what happens if you add Suarez to the lineup, where does everybody else go? Because of the position of third base and Colt Keith getting reps at third, and Colt Keith deserves to play. You know, what happens at DH and outfield and all this.
The nice part about all of that is that the Tigers do have many players have position flexibility. So on a night in, night out basis, you can still get your best 9 in a specific matchup out on the field. More feedback here and more Champ and Chump votes. Champ Teja Pogacar for winning the Tour de France. The Messi of cycling. Chump MLS suspending Messi for not playing in the All-Star game. That's from Andrew in Livonia.
Were you writing that pronunciation for that cyclist dude?
So probably not.
I liked it though. It was there was a lot of confidence there.
Maybe. Well, I don't know. I have no idea. I watched less Tour de France. You know how in the middle of the summer, I would lock on to the Tour for some reason, and I'm not particularly a cycling fan, and I'm not dying to go to France. Yet I watch a lot more Tour de France. I don't know what that's about.
Well, you like riding your bike.
I do like riding my bike,
but this is not
and I think
a
the
course
French
that you would ride.
Yeah, I think the French countryside. Yeah, I ride trails. I don't ride on roads, but for some reason I find it mesmerizing. I had it on Saturday morning when they were dealing with some rain, and it was stage 20.
Rain.
I watched stage. I think I only watched stage 20.
That's the penultimate stage?
Yes, it is. There are 21 stages, and I'm like, why did I decide today I was going to lock into the Tour? But I did.
And that dude's won 4 in a row now, right?
Has he?
I think it's 4.
Oh, there you go.
I watched Woody last night, Woody Woodruff on Fox 2, and Woody really gets into the Tour de France.
Does he?
Each night on their sportscast, they throw it to Woody, and he's on his bike riding a course somewhere, and he's describing what happened during the day's events.
That's cool.
So it's really actually it's great for Woody's done this for years. I love it.
That is coll 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your ticket text. Let's talk about our Twitter poll, which is Lions related, as they play a game this week, and I'm a little surprised at the results. We will get to that today at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. but not so much that you'll become a fan.
I mean, probably not. I mean, I like, well, the thing is, I like Aaron Glenn.
I like Aaron Glenn.
And I don't like the Jets, but now that they've moved on for Aaron Rodgers, maybe I can go ahead and like the Jets because Aaron Glenn is there to turn things around.
Or at least not dislike them.
Yes. But the hat, there's a picture that Pro Football Talk tweeted out with a story about Aaron Glenn where he's at a podium talking.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Is that a great-looking hat?
It is a pretty cool-looking hat. And Aaron Glenn is, to me, kind of a bit of a cult hero here in Detroit. I loved Aaron Glenn. I don't know if there's a coach that I just could sit back and listen to talk football for hours and be entertained as much as Aaron Glenn. I thought Aaron Glenn was awesome to listen to. And I also realize that when that happens, usually I start to conflate that and go, oh, well, he must be a great coach. It doesn't mean he's a great coach. I think what he did on the field, the defense struggled, but they didn't have much to work with. And if you look back in retrospect, what they were able to even get done without who they had was pretty remarkable. And I think he's got head coaching traits as far as like leader of men and getting buy-in. I think he's going to be very successful. Do I like the hat? Yeah. Do I like it even more because it's on a dude that I absolutely have a total man crush on? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's a good look. It's a black Jets hat. Well, I guess we should retweet it now, right? So others can see it.
You got it.
Anyway, hey, let's welcome in Kang, our producer. Kang, how are you?
Hello, guys. Hi, Gator.
Hi, King.
Nice to have you back, man.
Nice to be back, buddy. Thanks.
How was your weekend?
It was good, man. It was good. I had a daddy-daughter day yesterday, which was, by the way.
Was your older daughter, obviously?
No, both. This is
Wow.
the thing. I wanted to break some news for you guys. Actually, we get some text every now and then asking, the little one. The younger one still hates me. I don't think she hates me. But I think we've broke bread. I think she's starting to acknowledge that I am her father.
Way to go.
I know, man. It's big news.
So let's be clear, it's for people who are new to the show and haven't heard the stories. The two real examples of the way your youngest daughter has responded to you is you would look at her and say, I love you. And she would look back at you and say, I love mommy.
Yes.
And the other, which is great, this is my favorite, is you have two couches in your living room. You were sitting on one, and the two girls were sitting with your wife on the other. And your youngest daughter looked at you and started to laugh and said, Daddy, you are sitting alone.
You are all by yourself.
You're all by yourself.
No one likes you. We're over here, away from you. So, yeah, I mean, but no, honestly, I think 4 years it took. But you know what? I am her dad.
So what happened here? What give us some details?
I don't know. I think she's just starting to, like I said, I think I just broke her down, Gator, finally. I think she's starting to be a little bit nicer to me. Now it's not like when I say I love you to her, she says, I love mommy and daddy.
Oh.
She still includes mommy, though, so it's not just directly I love daddy.
There's still
you know
a little
what? Here's
jab
the
there,
thing.
but you're
It's
included.
like you're at least in the others receiving votes
Yes,
category.
exactly.
You aren't
Yeah.
ranked
Yep.
yet, but you are receiving votes.
Yeah, it's not quite honorable mention,
Nope.
No.
but baby steps.
Yeah, so my wife had to go to a wedding shower, so I was with the girls, both of them. I'm like, mommy's leaving. It's just going to be us. And my older one's fine. And the other one, she came along for the ride. We had a good day. So
Well, cool.
took them out of the house.
What'd you guys do?
We went and got some boba tea. We went to the playground for about 30 minutes. It was insanely hot outside, and so that ended quickly.
Do they care that it's that hot at that age?
No, man. Kids are resilient.
Yeah.
They are animals. They are just, they don't, I don't know what it is.
It's like they don't sweat yet.
Or they just don't care either.
Right,
You know what I mean? They
They're
don't
like,
care
hey,
that they're
we're
sweating.
kids, we're outside. Other kids. This
Yeah,
is great.
they see a playground. It's like us seeing football season coming up. You know what I mean? They cannot wait. Get me there.
Yes. Is that a slide?
Yeah.
Let's go. Hoof it.
Right?
That's really funny because that's a great analogy that I think everybody. Wait, football? Wait,
Got a
Mark?
game on Thursday, man.
dude, a game is on Thursday. On Thursday. And we are all in the same category. We are not in any way wishing summer away.
No, not at all.
And yet it feels like one of the things that makes the end of summer so awesome is indeed football. Thank God we have football in our lives. Football, we love you. And we've missed you. And you're about to come back into our lives. And we're very grateful.
Loving baseball, too, though.
It has been fun. It has been really, really fun with this Tiger, although not as much of
I've
late.
been disappointed in the last couple of weeks,
no,
but,
it's been,
get your grades up.
They are trying. They've been testing us. All right, so we put out this Twitter poll, Have you seen it?
I have not.
Kang, have you seen the results of the Twitter poll?
I have not looked recently, no.
Okay. Lions play a game this week. Which of the following concerns you the most? Frank Ragnow retired, so the interior of the offensive line is option A. Option B is Ben Johnson left, the offensive wizard. Option C is Aaron Glenn left, respected defensive coordinator. And option D is the other edge rusher, no major additions. Of those four, Ragnow leaving, Ben Johnson leaving, Aaron Glenn leaving, and the other edge rusher, no major additions. What is your biggest concern of those four? There's an overwhelming response here.
For me, it's Frank Ragnow because there's not a complete unknown because we have seen Glasgow play center, but there's a big unknown because we have not seen Ratledge play guard for the Detroit Lions. And having Mahogany on the other side, who did start a couple games, had some experience last year, but not a ton. But this is a brand new interior of that offensive line, and the offensive line is the whole lifeblood of this team, frankly. Because if you think the defense isn't all that great, but then the offense can overcompensate for that, and score 35 points a game and win games 35-31, great. But if the offensive line isn't working, then you don't get to that point. So I think the number one concern is how is that interior going to look?
Okay. Kang, what do you think the number one answer is of these four concerns?
What do I think or what would I go with?
Well, what would you go with?
I would go with Ragnow.
Would you?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that's what the people would say, too. I think the offensive line, everyone knows that's where it starts with this team. Got to keep Goff upright, and that's the biggest thing. I mean, not only he's one of the five starting offensive linemen, he's just the guy who calls out the protection. The rapport he had and the chemistry he had with Goff, huge.
Okay. So we like Twitter polls where there's really well-balanced responses and you can have some debate. Like a perfect Twitter poll with four options, it would be 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%. This Twitter poll comes well short of that. This Twitter poll is as lopsided as we've had. A distant fourth with 1.9% of the vote is?
The edge rusher?
Aaron Glenn being gone.
Okay.
Third with 11.7% of the vote.
The edge rusher?
Ben Johnson's departure.
Oh, my.
Second with 21% of the vote.
The edge rusher?
Nailed it. 21% of the vote. And 65.3% of respondents have said Frank Ragnow's departure. And, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
the foundation is right there. I thought it'd be a little bit more of the Ben Johnson thing and the edge rusher because those things have gotten a ton of calls and feedback. I thought they'd have a little bit more than this. I'm not stunned that Ragnow being gone is the number one answer. I'm stunned that it's by almost 45% more than the next closest response. But, I mean, look, this town, believes in football principles like building from the trenches out, which this organization has done as well as any incarnation of a Lions team we've ever seen.
I'm not surprised it's number one by that margin. What I am surprised about is that 3 and 4 are the coordinators and that they're that distant.
Yeah.
I mean, it still the fans feel it's the number 2 is the edge rusher. I understand it. And maybe it's also because I also understand that I'm not as concerned about the coordinators because they've been here, not as coordinators, but they've been here. It's been a minute since Johnny Morton was here.
And let me, King, are they calling him? I think you said last week. Are they calling him J-Mo or J-Mort?
Johnny Mo.
Johnny Mo, thank you. So Johnny Mo is in charge of the offense. He spoke today. We'll have some highlights of what he had to say.
Johnny Mo spoke?
Johnny Mo spoke today, the new offensive coordinator. But, he's, the new guys, he has been here before. He's been with 6 different organizations. New Orleans, the Raiders, the Broncos most recently, a couple others. But
been with the Lions before.
He has been with the Lions before.
With Dan Campbell. And
he talked about many of the things that we are talking about right now, like him replacing Ben Johnson and the interior of the offensive line. We will get to some of that coming up today at 11:30. 248-539-9797. Straight ahead, Gator, we want to get your take on a weird week with celebrity deaths, including 2 guys right within your wheelhouse, Hulk Hogan and Ozzy Osbourne. We'll do that today at 11:20. here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. I know we just made it through the weekend, but the party never stops at Twin Peaks. Monday arrived just in time for Bikini Week. Today through Thursday is your chance to see your favorite Twin Peaks girls decked out in their favorite bikinis, serving up awesome drink specials all week long. As if you need another reason to stop by your favorite lodge, you got awesome Detroit baseball action all week. Pair that with the coldest draft beer in the country. Pour it at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for over 6 hours. They also feature an extensive bar with all your favorite high-end bourbons, tequilas, and craft cocktails. Shot specials like $4 Jack Daniel flavors, Screwball, Jose Cuervo, Devil's Reserve, also available every day to jumpstart your evening. And you won't want to drink on an empty stomach. Their cooks, they're in daily at 7 a.m. to prepare tons of scratch-made favorites like their house-smoked brisket ribs and wings and their hand-cut New York strips. It's the ultimate man cave experience. Come get the party started right today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. We may, I just discovered something, Kang. We may later in the show have to add to the list of things that Gator strongly dislikes.
Oh, boy.
Whoa.
Yeah, so I'll talk to him during commercial breaks. But
Developing story.
Yeah. He finished the last thing he said before we flipped the mics on was, they're on the list. And I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, I mean, they are.
Okay. We'll get to that a little bit later on. Gator expanding the list. Tom and Flat Rock writes in, you could call two teams and handle everything. The Diamondbacks, you get Suarez and Gallen, and then you call the Pirates, you get Bednar and Matson. And I mean, yeah, you could. They'd be giving stuff up, and they'd be going against the grain or going against the stated plan late last week. But you're right.
So Baseball America just released their top 100 prospect list.
Updated, right?
Updated after the draft. This is from Tigers Torquemoyle, who tweeted this out. The Tigers have 5 names in the top 75. Checking at number 75 is Josue Briseño, who's at AA right now, catcher first baseman. At 69, also catcher first baseman, Tyron Lorenzo. 26 is Bryce Rayner. Despite the fact that Rayner's season is done because he had a shoulder injury, diving back to first base, he did enough in those first 6 weeks of the season to show everybody why he is so highly rated. He's a stud.
Yep, love it.
Number 9, Max Clark is number 9.
Okay.
And checking in at number 2, his fellow teammate at AA Erie, Kevin McGonigal, is number 2.
Wow. It's exciting stuff. I mean,
and that's the top 5 there. Like, what I'd love to see, like, where's Max Anderson with the year that he's having?
Howie Lee. Quickly
right?
rising. People are talking about him and his exit velo. You know, the thing is, as we talked this out last week, and you start looking at the Tigers, in the next couple of years, they're clearly going to need a shortstop. Next year, they might need a second baseman.
Right. Yeah.
Because Gleyber Torres is in a 1-year contract. Now, not every prospect makes it.
Sorry, is that pineapple?
What's that?
Is that pineapple you're reading?
I did have some pineapple.
Smells delicious.
Does it? Okay,
yeah, just
good.
go ahead.
Yeah, they're in the commercial break. Got some
Sorry,
pineapple.
I'm still on vacation. Where's that tequila?
Anyway,
but yeah, they shortstop, second base, they're right
there's your
there.
middle infield of the future.
If Parker Meadows isn't working out at center field in a year or so, here's Max Clark ready to go.
Yep. Now, that's why, I mean, you look at, I don't know if Colt Keith is going to be a first baseman. I don't think organizations worry about position redundancy. They're just drafting talent. But you know what? The thing is, they can probably, that's why I'm giving up one of the catcher first baseman.
I understand. Because
there's growing and there should be growing faith in Dylan Dingler. At first base, who knows what's going to happen long term there. But anyway, I would make that the prize piece going the other way in a big trade.
I tend to agree with you. I've been thinking of the same thing for the last couple of weeks. Like, okay, if you're going to have to dip in there, where is it? And it becomes between Lorenzo and Briseño, and they're both 69 and 75 respectively in the top 100 for Baseball America and their updated list. Mm-hmm. They're both playing at the same level now because Briseño got promoted along with Clark and McGonigal a few weeks ago. Briseño is doing a nice job of driving in runs. He has yet to really kind of sting the ball at AA, but he's also 21 years old. I think he just turned 21, I think. And Lorenzo is 21, 22 years old. Yeah, it take your pick if you have, but your return, whatever they're targeting, if you're giving up on someone like that, has got to be big, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's got to be the Suarez thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And what's interesting, I don't know if it works for the Tigers or against the Tigers that they're playing Arizona this week. Do they have like a deal accepted, but they're not going to announce it until Wednesday at 3:00? So it doesn't get really weird. If Suarez is not in the lineup on Tuesday night, I mean, speculation is going to go crazy.
Sure is.
I don't know if this helps him or not that he's literally in the clubhouse next door.
I think it's got to help because you can talk to the people face to face that are making the deals. You got their personnel here scouting what both teams have.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that Arizona's thinking to get anybody back from the big league club, but
no,
they'd love to restock their farm system. But okay, Gator, you were gone. Actually, read your posts on Twitch while we were doing the show. I saw you on Twitch. I read your posts on Twitch. The day the Hulkster died, Hulk Hogan. Gator, a big wrestling guy, also a big fan of Ozzy Osbourne, and he passed last week as well, along with Theo Huxtable.
Yeah.
Malcolm Jamal Warner, and then Chuck Mangione.
Right, Chuck Mangione.
Kind of to be a trumpet player that was look, everybody
a little bit of the soundtrack of our youth.
Yeah, and I know that probably isn't a name that resonates with today's youth at all. But anyway, Ozzy Osbourne and Hulk Hogan are the ones that I think people wanted your reaction to.
Yeah, I was. I think it was Tuesday when Ozzy passed, and when I got the news, I'd just gotten back up to my room. We was at the pool. Had some breakfast, hung out at the pool for a couple hours, then went up to my room to change before we headed out to do some walking and go looking at other stuff. And I saw that Ozzy died, and it hit me harder than I thought it would. You know, it's like, I don't know Ozzy, but it made me sad because, you know, this is a guy who obviously he's a rock icon, you know, a legend beyond belief, and the godfather of heavy metal, as far as I'm concerned. I know some people say, well, the genesis of heavy metal starts with the band Deep Purple. Well, Deep Purple was great. Deep Purple to me was a rock band, like Led Zeppelin was a rock band. Black Sabbath was a metal band, the first one, and that was Ozzy's band. And so much greatness came from that band. They were amazing as real trailblazers with their sound and their subject matter, and it was dark and it was sinister in some ways, and just the name of the band sounds sinister, even though they weren't. You know, they were all like Christians, right? They God-fearing people there, but the music was amazing. I mean, they had songs that Iron Man and Paranoid that everybody knows. No matter what music you listen to, if you hear Iron Man, you're like, oh yeah, I know that song. If you hear Paranoid, I know that tune. And the fact that he was kicked out of that band because he was too much for that band to handle, right, and then has another career separate from the Black Sabbath career that is equally as iconic, puts out all these great records to start off with, and has amazing, again, more anthems like Crazy Train and Flying High Again, all these great songs early on, worked with some of the best musicians to ever play guitar or whatever instrument they were playing. Randy Rhoads and Zakk Wylde and Jake E. Lee and all these guys and Tony Iommi, and amazing. But then Ozzy has another career with the advent of reality TV and does the Osbournes show that even my parents were watching the Osbournes, right? They didn't listen to Ozzy or Black Sabbath, but here's this show on MTV that they actually stumbled across and like, oh, this is cute. Oh, this is Ozzy and his family. Yeah. And the rest of America got to see what Ozzy was in a way. I mean, it's reality TV, but he was somebody that was so adored by all walks of life, not just people that were into heavy metal music. So it was sad. And you see I was watching on CNN, and they had Ricky Rackman, who was the host of Headbangers Ball on MTV back in the day, and and he just has a big smile on his face talking about Ozzy. And I think most people that were Ozzy fans would. And this guy's got stories to tell from, being around for, 30, 40 years of talking with Ozzy and getting to know him. And you could see that he was emotional about it. And it was just, it got me a little bit. I was like, wow, that sucks. And at the same time, one of my mechanisms to make myself feel better is to don't dwell on what just happened. It's bad. Remember what was awesome about it. And I started thinking of my favorite Ozzy songs. And over the week, I think I must have heard my favorite Ozzy tune 6 or 7 times, but it wasn't a radio hit. It was the title track off his Diary of a Madman album. And I love that song. It was the first song I taught myself how to play on guitar. And I loved it. And I'm like starting to hear this constantly when I'm driving in my car. I'm like, this is amazing. Awesome. But that one hurt. That was tough. When Hulk passed, I think it was Thursday when I found out, and I was like, all of a sudden I got a text from my buddy in California. He's like, dude, Hulkster just passed. And I saw it on the news, and I'm like, oh my God, this is another one. This is no good. And this is after Theo Huxtable, after Malcolm Jamal Warner had died on Monday. He on Monday, Ozzy on Tuesday, and then Hulk on Thursday. These things come in threes, as they say. And, Hulk was different because there's like the two Hulk Hogans. There's the Hulk Hogan in the ring, and there's the Hulk Hogan outside the ring. And, Hulk's been a bit of a polarizing figure since like the year 2000 or so. And it started with the steroid scandal, moved on to other things, that just, certainly people would question his character as a human being, and it should be. But when somebody dies, I can separate that and remember what it was when I was a kid, when I was 13 years old, and I'm watching wrestling on a Saturday, and I remember the first time I saw Hulk Hogan coming on my TV set where he's helping Bob Backlund out, because Bob Backlund's got a tag team match against the Samoans, or at least the Samoans are out there ready to beat him up. Bob Backlund goes backstage and comes back out with Hulk Hogan. And it went nuts. Everybody did, because they didn't know he was there, because the internet wasn't anything. Nowadays, you can't hide that, but back then you could. And this is the guy that you just saw in the Rocky III movie as Thunder Lips. I'm like, that's Hulk Hogan. This is amazing. And, became champion about a month later. After that, it was, Hulkamania was running wild. It was awesome. And the feeling that I had as a kid, this is the first real superstar that I knew of. And he ended up being the biggest superstar of them all, and brought professional wrestling into the mainstream. And he was an amazing figure in the world of professional wrestling.
Well, I know people want to get your take, and there it is. Scott Anderson on the losses we had last week. Straight ahead, little college football note about the Big Ten, something I've kind of suspected, and now maybe some affirmation. We'll get to that today at 11:32. And something that's leaving our state, and people were sad about it, and I decided to make a little trip to pay homage. We'll get to that at 11:36 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. So, Gator, I've been thinking about this. So I'm starting to shift into football mode. And I've started, preparing for the Michigan season a little bit, putting together charts with, the each position group and getting notes on every player and all that stuff.
Get the bucket list ready.
Yes. Well, the
bucket,
fill
not
the bucket.
the bucket list.
Yeah, it's all the things that you try and have little note and interesting story about just about everybody on the team. So if they ever become the story in a game, you can kind of get into their story. But Scott, I was thinking about the conference. I'm working my way through the conference. Who is the best returning quarterback in the Big Ten?
It's a great question because I think there's only 6 that are returning. So out of that 6, you've got Aiden Childs, Drew Aller. I don't know who else.
There's a couple more.
Well, there's 4 more, but yeah.
I think Ethan Kalikmanis at Rutgers, Luke Altmaier at Illinois. I'm trying not to look at the list because I made notes.
I will tell you my answer. I think it's Drew Aller.
Okay, yeah, I think it's probably for everybody. It's Drew Aller. But there's a lot of unknowns at the quarterback position, and hence I'm not sure that the Big Ten is looking at their 3rd consecutive national championship, although boy did the commissioner pound his chest out there in Vegas during the Big Ten meetings. But there's not a lot outside of Aller. There's some questions, man. He's the guy.
There's tons of questions, and from a local standpoint, there's tons of intrigue.
Oh, sure.
Right? I mean, Michigan State, you got Aiden Childs coming back for a 2nd season. He better take a big step forward, or Michigan State's not going to take a big step forward. It really is a lot on his shoulders. But he's got a ton of talent. Excited to see. We saw last year this kind of dual threat type player. Got a great strong arm. And with Nick Marsh, it's going to be a really nice combination again in year 2 with these guys.
A tight end.
You're right. Michigan with Bryce Underwood likely to start it. I mean, certainly at some point he'll start. Will he start from day one? Don't know. But being a local guy, everybody's intrigued with that. And then you got Dante Moore. Where's he? Is he Oregon?
Oregon, yep.
So he transferred from UCLA to Oregon. And that's a local kid. Remember, it was like 3 or 4 years ago. We're doing a show, and somebody called up into the show, one of his coaches, and said, telling you right now, Dante Moore is going to be a stud.
Yeah.
And he was this very highly recruited player, kind of mixed results a little bit last year, but going to get a chance to work with the big team.
So as I sat here and looked at this kind of putting together thoughts on the league and realizing that when you don't have a lot of proven quarterbacks, it could be a down year for a league. You never really know. There are some guys that transferred in that have played elsewhere that could make a difference. But the Davey O'Brien Awards odds came out today. So this is preseason.
Okay.
Who will win the Quarterback of the Year award, which is what the Davey O'Brien Award is. And it's nationwide.
Arch Manning.
Yeah, right. And the Big Ten.
I'm going to guess the Big Ten is not well represented. It's like Drew Aller, and then I don't know when the next quarterback will come in, and who is the next quarterback that I don't know. I don't even know who's playing for Ohio State. I haven't started my prep work on Big Ten football.
Well, he is the Big Ten in the top 18 of odds. The Big Ten has 3 guys. The Southeastern Conference has 7. Okay, so you start going down the list. The Big Ten has 2 guys that are 10-1, which is tied for 4th. Drew Aller and Ohio State's quarterback, Julian Sayin. Then Dante Moore is 12-1. Those are the 3 Big Ten quarterbacks that are in the top 18. SEC has 7 of the top 18, which, I mean, for people, if you've been following and paying attention, it shouldn't come as a huge surprise. I don't know.
Nussmeier is probably up there.
Well, Arch Manning is the favorite at 4-1. Garrett Nussmeier is 5-1. Then Cabe Klubnik, ACC quarterback out of Clemson, 6-1. Then the 2 Big Ten guys, Aller and Sayin, and Dante Moore is 12-1. DJ Lagway of Florida, 12-1. Lenore Sellers, South Carolina, 12-1. Austin Simmons, Ole Miss, 22-1. Gunnar Stockton, Georgia, 22-1. John Meter, Oklahoma, 22-1. So there's the top of the charts.
Gunnar Stockton, that's a name, right? It's Gunnar Stockton.
Yep, great name.
The Gunner.
Other Big Ten quarterbacks, 33-1, Nico Iamaleava who transferred from Tennessee to UCLA. So he's kind of returning. I mean, he's not returning to UCLA, but he is at 33-1. The transfer.
They loved him at Tennessee until was it Tennessee or Clemson?
It was Tennessee.
Tennessee before they didn't.
Yeah, and I mean, he's that whole story, and it feels like, he was basically put up to the highest bidder, which was a weird deal. And I feel like the kid got wrapped up in something that the family orchestrated. The transfer into Indiana, Fernando Mendoza, is next at 40-1.
Where did he transfer from?
Cal,
that's right.
Cal. Hold on.
Yeah. We talked to Jared Goff about him a couple times, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he was Cal. Next is Dylan Raiola at 45-1.
Nebraska.
Yep.
That's a returning quarterback.
Jaden Mayava at USC is 45-1. Desmond Williams at Washington is 100-1. Mark Gronkowski at Iowa is 100-1. Luke Altmaier, Illinois, is 150-1. And that concludes the Big Ten quarterbacks that get odds.
What's interesting to me when you look at all this with the Big Ten is in rankings, like not even rankings, these are odds-on favorites to win the Davey O'Brien Award. But it's almost like it doesn't matter who's the quarterback of Ohio State or the quarterback of Oregon. Those are two teams that have gifted offenses year in and year out. It just feel like, well, we'll just plug them in because that's the quarterback.
Yep.
Now, Sayan might be great.
He might be.
And
surprised his odds are that high.
Yeah, I was more surprised that Dante Moore's odds are that high.
Okay.
But we'll see. Again, this is going to be a really intriguing year in the Big Ten because there are so many newcomers. You can understand why Penn State is like the odds-on favorite to win the Big Ten because they've got so many guys coming back. They got the running backs coming back. The quarterback is coming back. I think they've got their center coming back. That's a pretty good way to start right up the middle on your offense, center, quarterback, running backs. So I can totally understand why that's the case.
So Wisconsin has a returning Big Ten quarterback, and that's Billy Edwards, who is at Maryland. But I don't remember him really lighting the world on fire. It's just so weird. The Big Ten, this is a weird year for the Big Ten and the quarterback position because there are so many unknowns. But no odds for Aiden Childs or Bryce Underwood, which I was actually a little surprised at both. I was Childs, given that he is a returning quarterback, and if I were Michigan State, they're building a case around improvement at the quarterback spot and a couple of weapons in the passing game. The running back and offensive line situations need to sort themselves out. And then Underwood, just for hype, I'm surprised he didn't get odds. Don't really care whether either of them did or didn't because it has no bearing on reality and what's going to happen.
Look, I don't think either player has a shot in hell of winning the Davey O'Brien Award, but I am excited as a fan and as alumnus of Michigan State to see Childs play a second year with Michigan State. And it's a third year basically in the offense because it's what they were kind of running at Oregon State. Nick Marsh might be the best receiver in the country. So I'm really surprised just based on the odds that pairing wouldn't have vaulted him higher, but it's okay.
Yep.
And just as a fan of college football, you're going to get excited about the hype of a true freshman that has an opportunity. Now, does Michigan have enough weapons around him? I think they got a running game.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they've got the receivers just yet, but he'll have time to grow.
I mean, no, look, they need the McCauley transfer kid from Indiana to be really good, and he has shown promise in his career, and he's a bigger target. Speaking of which, the freshman Browder's a huge target, and then you've got Fred Moore, who made a contested catch for a touchdown in the ReliaQuest Bowl against Alabama. Michigan only had, seriously, such a small number of contested catches last year. But they really like Fredro, and we'll see if he lives up to it. And there's other guys in the mix there, but they do need more from the wide receiver position. I think Michigan was the only team in the country. Michigan and one of the service academies, only team in the country that didn't have a pass play more than 40 yards.
Wow.
Yeah. It was a struggle on offense this past year. All right, got sidetracked. Didn't get to something that was leaving our state that I made a little trek just to kind of pay homage and check it out. Before it's gone, we will get to that today at 11:48. And there's a video I want Gator to watch, and many of you have seen, but he has not seen yet. And I do want you to check it out because it is It is totally symbolic of an organization that can't get anything right. That at 11:50 on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Look, they specialize only in auto and truck accidents. And what does that mean? Well, how about these results? They have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan ever. Do your research and you will see educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law more than any other attorney. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. So last couple months, there was an announcement that Siena Heights University was closing. I believe next academic calendar year is the last year for Siena Heights. And I don't know much about Siena Heights. I drove past it occasionally. But this past weekend, Friday, after the show, drove down to Adrian, coached a baseball game down at Adrian College, which, by the way, if you're have a kid that plays baseball, some of the tournaments, PBR here locally, they do a great job putting, I guess it's PBT now, but they do a great job putting on tournaments. And one of the fields they host on is Adrian College's little stadium there. It is a cool little place for a baseball game. Basically, they have dugouts, and the stands are directly on top of the dugouts. So the fans are right on top of the field, but the kids, they really like the field. I got sidetracked. I was down in Adrian coaching a baseball game. When it was over, I decided I'm going to drive directly through the Siena Heights campus because I've never seen it before. And I'd only driven past the northern side of campus where you could see the football stadium. And I know that a lot of people here, when we discovered when we were mentioned the news story, the breaking news story, a lot of Siena Heights grads in the area were devastated by this news that their school was going away. Others maybe don't care as much, but it's just another option for people, place to go to school, place to maybe play a sport or two, whatever it might be. So I kind of made sure I got to drive around and check out the campus. And first of all, I was surprised at how pretty it was, like the cool buildings. It's some of the smaller, like D3 type schools around the state. Is it D3 or D2? Whatever. Some of them are prettier than others. And I'm like, God, this place is really nice. And it's a shame. It's a real shame. But I just wanted to check it out before it goes away, and it's too bad. So made my way over there, and I always wonder what's going to happen to that property. Like, is a business going to buy it up? I always see like Concordia in Ann Arbor was shutting down, and I'm like, who's going to open up the IMG of the Midwest and buy Siena Heights or buy Concordia's? Did I just give away $1 million idea, or did I just give away an idea?
I'm sorry, Chancellor.
Anyway, what happens to those little campuses after the schools shut down?
Oh, it's a good question. Because it's an enormous property. I mean, my first thought, you could hold camps there. Okay, well, that's great for a few months. Now what?
Yeah.
What do you do with the rest of it?
Yeah, is it worth upkeep year round? Snow removal and keeping the heating and cooling going, plumbing. They're taking care of the grounds for camps all summer.
You got a pool guy?
You might need a pool guy. Anyway, it's too bad. But nice campus. I got to take a little bit more of a look, and I'm like, it's too bad this place couldn't survive.
Yeah, a lot of the smaller campuses are really nice to go through. Throughout our state, we have a bunch of smaller colleges. They're great to look at.
Yeah. Your brother went to Alma?
Alma, yep.
Did he like it?
Yeah.
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 It's another tiny little town.
He and his wife both went there.
Cool.
They didn't know each other there.
They didn't? So wait a second.
The craziest story.
Were they in school at the same time?
Yes.
They were in school at the same time.
Yes.
But they didn't meet in
college.
I
never told you the crazy story?
No.
My brother's roommate ended up marrying my sister-in-law's roommate.
Wait a second. So two roommates ended up marrying two roommates.
Yes. When all is said and done, yeah. But my sister-in-law's name is Peggy. Dave and Peggy didn't know each other in college. But Dave's roommate and Peggy's roommate did. And they were dating. And they ended up after college, they got married. And that's when my brother met his wife, his soon-to-be wife, because they met at the wedding of their roommates at a school that had like 1,200 students. I'm like, how do you not run into each other during that time?
That's pretty funny. I did not know that story.
Been married over 30 years. That's great.
Well, there you go. All right, so Gator missed a story that kind of went viral last week, and I think it's emblematic of an organization that can't get anything right. Gator did not see and has not seen the Browns alternate helmet reveal video. So I opened up two windows on his computer I want you to describe the first window, open up and hit play on the video, and tell the people what you are watching.
All right, looks like a scene at the riverfront.
Yep.
They're unveiling a giant helmet, and here it is. It is, and somebody just fell into the water. Did that just happen? What Watch this again and see what I saw a splash. Like, what? It's a photographer. The photographer is backing up so he get a better picture of this inflatable helmet. It's an inflatable helmet, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Looks kind of pewterish with the orange stripe down the middle, and he just falls right back in.
It falls right back into the water.
There's
right
no
into the
like,
water.
oh. He just takes one step back that he shouldn't have taken and falls back first into the water.
Go to the next video that I opened up on the next window.
That's so great.
It's a different angle, much closer.
Now I'm gonna get to see this. Okay,
Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah. I want to put this one up on the big screen so I can see it.
Okay.
All right, so here we go.
And you can
Ross
see
is he's walking. He takes left, right, and then goes with his right foot and misses. And then you can see the foot kind of swipe to try to find footing of any kind. Like, no, you're not going to find it. You're already leaning to the right. You're going in the water, son. And there he goes.
So
The best part of this, outside of the fact that he fell, now I'm watching the reaction of the mascot.
Yes, they have mascot. They have a mascot, and don't they have a Dude Wipes
There's
mascot?
a Dude Wipes mascot.
It's almost unbelievable that they have a Dude Wipes mascot.
That's wearing sunglasses, making Dude Wipes cool. But the Browns mascot is like a bulldog, I guess,
Yeah.
for the dog pound type thing. It's a dog of some kind. And he ends up seeing him go in the water, and he immediately puts himself his back to the helmet. The giant helmet is like, whoa!
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's a whoa. What I'm disappointed is that I don't get to see the old lady who wearing the 99 jersey. I don't get to see her reaction to this because the camera from the distance goes away.
So the Browns had their helmet review on a small barge in the lake, and as they peeled off they unveiled it, they peeled the tarp off the top of it, and this giant inflatable helmet that's like 10 feet tall. One of the team personnel was taking video from the barge, and he steps off the side. He wasn't paying attention to what he's doing. And I can't. This happened last week, and Gator missed it. So this is why we wanted to do this on the air with the. I just sent you a link to a third video.
Oh, come on.
Yes, and I want you to. I've emailed it to you. Oh, it gets better.
Emailed it to me?
I emailed it to you, so it's it's as good as any of the rest of them.
All right. Well, I haven't received it just yet.
Oh, you haven't?
Did you just send it?
I just sent it.
Okay.
Sometimes I work.
Okay, here we go.
All right, yeah. Open it up and tell me what you're seeing now.
Another angle. Hang on. I want to put on pause because I want to go to the big screen. It's so much better on a big screen. Okay. All right. It's right. It's the kid's shot. It's so it's Ross who goes off and right into the water, into the river there, and that's no good for him.
I got to tell you, this is so Browns. It is so Browns.
Yeah.
And I can't get over the Dude Wipes mascot is part of this whole unveil. Obviously a sponsor of this event.
Fantastic.
Dude falls into the lake.
Fantastic.
I knew you'd love
it. Yeah, I assume it's the riverfront there. It could be Lake Erie. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yep.
Absolutely amazing.
I thought you'd appreciate it.
Yes, I do appreciate it. And there's there's two people from the Browns that are unveiling the helmet. One on either side is a woman on one side, and a dude on the other side is wearing a white shirt and khakis. The dude who's wearing a white shirt and khakis is on the side where the photographer falls into the water. He doesn't care. He's just continued to he's not paying a lick of attention.
Yep.
Didn't hear it, didn't see it, didn't know about it. It's great. It's great all around. The surreal image of seeing a Dude Wipes mascot, which thankfully, if you're going to choose a mascot to be for Dude Wipes, thankfully it's just the packaging that's the mascot. Yeah. Anything else would be maybe a little inappropriate.
Well, anyway, you just go to social media, and if you haven't seen it yet, Browns helmet reveal, and you will see all the different angles. Absolutely hysterical. All right, coming up next hour, John Morton, the new offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions, spoke this morning Does he feel pressure to take this offense to the next level? Does he have the trick plays in his bag like Ben Johnson? Also, Scotty Montgomery, a new assistant head coach and wide receiver coach, talks about life without Ben Johnson. That and more coming up today at 12:20. You're on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
If you're the photographer for the Browns,
yeah,
and you end up taking a header into the water or a back dive in the water,
Right.
On a day like I imagine it, Cleveland's not too different than Detroit when it comes to the weather. When did this happen? Was this on
It was last week. I don't know when it was last week.
So it may have been on one of these days where it was like 90 and humid as hell.
Yeah.
May not be all that upset.
No,
I mean, you
maybe
just
not.
ruined your camera probably, but
I just absolutely love everything about this story. The best part is, amongst our smart listeners, one of them sent this over. The Dude Wipes mascot was actually there for the new Browns pants reveal.
they better be like the most pristine white pants you've ever seen. Dude would say, see? Get Mark Schlereth out there. He's like, if I had these back in the day.
So great. All right, Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Mondays, champ and chump. Let's get some votes in, people. 248-539-9797. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stunk? Been doing it for years. Always get a lot of votes. 248-539-9797. Who do you have as champ and chump of the weekend? Brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. We have my champ of the weekend is Jack Flaherty. Last time he gave up 0 earned runs at a start was 8 starts ago. He did so yesterday. Jack Flaherty, my champ of the weekend.
Yeah, my champ was Nick Kurtz from the Athletics. I mean, what a game he had. 6 for 6 in the game, 4 home runs, scored 6 runs, drove in 8, and he's only a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
I remember watching, I think it was last year's draft when he was taken last year. And leading up to the draft, looking at different prospects, and if Nick Kurtz somehow, if he's available, the reason why was because this guy had a ridiculous on-base percentage. I believe he got hit by a bunch of pitches, and he just walked a ton and had power when they actually pitched to him. Like, this guy's going to be something, and here he is. He's something. Heck of a start to his career.
My chump of the weekend, and we may have to talk about this at some point, is the Siren's Curse roller coaster at Cedar Point. Video surfaced this weekend of people having to climb out of the roller coaster and back down the hill that starts it. It is the 4th time, according to people on social media, that has malfunctioned since it opened, which puts it even further into the oh hell no category for me. Siren's Curse, the roller coaster, 4th time it's malfunctioned. Scott, my chump of the weekend.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Thankfully, nobody's been hurt by any accounts.
Very fortunate that hasn't happened. For me, the chump is just the way things have gone for the Tigers in the later innings in particular. It's just been a collapse. So whether it's been the inability to score runs or it's more drastically, it's the pitching that's been horrible. I think they gave up 21 runs against Toronto after the 6th inning. Just really, really ruining a couple of great starts. Reese Olson had been on 5 shutout innings and then goes for the 6th, and everything unravels.
Get your champ and chump votes in, 248-539-9797. And again, we tally up the votes and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as the champ and chump of the weekend. By the way, we did get some feedback. We talked about how Kang's daughter has warmed up to him, and in fact now acknowledging that he said to her once, I love you. And she looked back at him and said, I love mommy. Now when he says, I love you, she says, I love mommy and daddy, which, as one of our listeners said, Kang is on the graphic. Yes, Dave and Romeo, Kang is on the graphic.
Here comes Kang.
Yep. Will writes in, Kang, it feels like yesterday you were skipping the championship game of your basketball league for your firstborn. Glad the second child is warming up.
Yeah, I didn't even threaten to leave that birth.
No, you didn't.
Come on, she should know that.
Regarding the Lions and our Twitter poll, which bothers you most out of these 4 things? Ben Johnson's departure, Aaron Glenn's departure, Frank Ragnall's retirement, or no major upgrades at edge rusher? From an unnamed texter, I have no concerns for the team. We'll be just fine. I'm just hoping that Frank comes back out of retirement after Game 9.
Do you guys think that that's an actual possibility?
I haven't given it any thought.
I know, me neither.
This is the first time I gave it thought. Do I think it's a possibility? I don't know, maybe.
I never gave it a single thought until you just said it.
And now you're thinking about it.
Now I got a smile on my face.
What percentage would you put it at, Gator?
15%.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad. That's north of zero.
Right? I mean, I have no idea. No idea. How is any of us supposed to know?
Doug, what do you think, man?
5%. But so I'm saying there's a chance. I hadn't thought of it. This is a fascinating possibility. The lack of a complimentary pass rusher, the whole D line is looking bad. Yeah, being without Levi Onwuzurike, that injury, coupled with Lee McNeil being out for probably half the season, there's reason to be concerned, and yet they're not acting desperate, are they? There's been no signing of Zadarius Smith yet.
Not yet.
What the hell's going on there?
I don't know if he's just waiting for, halfway through camp to see if any team suffers an injury at defensive end before he signs with somebody, or, if he just wants to skip training camp altogether because no veteran wants to go through training camp and sign late.
Is it possible the Lions just, I'm going to say this out loud here, but is it possible they just, between us, don't really like him as a player?
Oh.
Is it possible?
I suppose it's possible. Anything's possible.
Say very complimentary things. The two sides seem to get along. Had a little bit of production here.
Is it possible they have kind of this unspoken, or maybe they have a spoken agreement where it says, "Hey, look, we're gonna do this, right? Yeah, we can do this. But you understand, I don't want to take part in training camp. No, we get that. We get that.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, we're going to have you in by the end of training camp. Yeah, I got you. But I'm not coming in August, like early August. Certainly not coming in July. No, we're good with that. It's like that's what they're going with Taylor Decker.
Yeah,
he's not going to participate for a little bit here.
Yeah. I mean, that's
possible.
Yeah, it certainly is. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get your open line calls. We go to D in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, D?
DK, Gator, Kane, the crew is back together again.
Yes, we are.
Hey, bro, check this out. DK, you took the words right out my damn mouth. What's up with my boys, Zadarius Smith? And check this out, DK. You tell me Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell would rather roll the dice on injury-prone ass Marcus Davenport than roll with the Zadarius Smith, a guy that showed us last year that he still got gas in the tank. Bro, I'm still scratching my head over this Marcus Davenport stuff. My beef number 2, fellas.
I mean, the thing with Davenport is that if, which is the giant 2-letter word, the biggest 2-letter word in the world, if he can stay healthy, he's a productive player. And by all accounts, it's a week of practice, but apparently he's looked pretty good in practice.
Gator.
But I'm with you. I don't expect him to stay healthy, but at least the contract they gave him was such that it only benefits the Lions.
But Gator, Zadarius Smith and Hutch, this would have been a nice combo in my eyes. And I bet you a case of beer of your choice, Big Gator. I bet you a case of beer of your choice. Marcus Davenport don't play no more than 7 games. Mark it down, DK, on the calendar. And a bet a case of beer on your choice, bro, that he don't play no more than 7 games. And I play all my bets.
And you got me after Vegas?
hey, I'm so hyped up today. Check this out, bro. My beef number 2, Broderick Martin. I was watching NFL Network yesterday. I was like, who was this big guy, number 99? He took off the helmet. It was Broderick Martin, bro. You tell me this size, all this size, bro, and you can't get on the field. McNeil is hurt, bro. Now is your time to get out here and show you was worth that 4th-round pick, bro. If my man don't get out there and show us nothing in the preseason, bro, I'm going to be so disappointed because, bro, the size is there. He a giant, bro, and we need.
So a couple things here. First of all, I'll take your bet. I'll take the over on 7 games for Marcus Davenport. Eventually, this guy's going to get some good luck. Secondly the Broderick Martin, I mean, passes the look test, and so does Marcus Davenport. They both pass the look test. So, yes, it feels like that's a guy that should be able to make an impact. Just so people know, the folks on Twitch have a bro count when D calls.
Yeah.
Take a guess how many bros.
4.
Higher.
6.
Higher.
9.
Higher.
12?
Yep. He had 12 bros.
We got a dozen bros on a team?
It was a dozen bros. Out of D. 248-539-9797. All right, the
broke out.
The offensive coordinator, John Morton, spoke today. Is he feeling pressure? Does he have the trick plays? Scotty Montgomery spoke today. New wide receiver coach, and he was on the morning show. What is life like without Ben Johnson? All the things. We will get to that today at 12:20 here on Kirsch and Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking for new garage doors, I got one place for you to call. It's only one place. It's Precision Garage Door Service. I know this firsthand. I had to get new garage doors about 4 years ago, and I knew that this is the guys I called because I dealt with them prior when I had some problems with my garage doors. They told me, hey, you're going to put this off, but at some point you're going to need new garage doors, and I did. The great thing about dealing with Precision is that they've got a warehouse chock full of garage doors, so they can get it installed in some cases in as little as 24 hours. Also, you can schedule an appointment online at a time that works for your schedule. You're not just beholden to some 6-hour window from them. They're going to work with you. Give Precision a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit them at precisiondoormi.com. That's precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Lions training camp continues, and they play a game on Thursday. We'll get to offensive coordinator and assistant head coach, what they had to say about life without Ben Johnson in a few minutes. Anthony is next on 97 a ticket. What's up, Anthony? Anthony, you're there.
Yes, I'm here. How you guys doing?
We're great.
I just want to just touch on the Lions real quick. I believe that the Lions need to add some guys on that defensive front. I think they need to sign Ladarius Smith as well as Clowney. He's still out there. Sign them both. It's not going to cost you much to do it. And I'm tired of hearing about the culture. I'm tired of hearing about that crap. Sign these guys. You got the money. Sign the guys. Get these guys signed. Or we're going to have the same thing happen to us last year. It's going to happen this year, which is already happening. But we need depth up front. Thanks for taking my call.
Well, I mean, I don't disagree that they really should be strongly considering their options along the defensive line. I think Matthew Judon's still out there. You've got Christian Wilkins was cut last week by Vegas. That story's a little sketch, but I think
something weird with that story.
I think you can kick the tires. I mean, Vegas wasn't happy with his rehab, or did Vegas just want to get out over the guaranteed money that they owed him?
Apparently there's a story with him and a teammate, something weird going on.
So at the end of the day, if he's not, and like my man here just said, I don't care about the culture. I actually do care about the culture. I think it's helped because to me, culture is when things in the building and a general professionalism helps you win. When you have bad culture, stuff gets in the way of winning. And I think it's actually pretty important. Now, do you take some risks? I mean, New England famously had a great culture, and also they would take risks on players that might get in the way and get them to fall in line. So if the Christian Wilkins story, there is any merit to it, does he want to play for a team like Detroit and sign a 1-year deal and get himself back in the good graces in the league and make an impact on a Super Bowl caliber team? It's something to think about.
Well, when the caller says something, I'm tired of the character thing. I'm over it. Perhaps one of the reasons that they were 15-2 last year and that they've been on the uptick for the last few years is because of how they've done things.
Yep.
To say that you want to go in the other direction, I get it. We all want to see chances taken at some point. Hey, there's risk, but there's reward potential as well. I still feel confident letting Brad Holmes make those decisions if the time is right to bring in somebody that might be questionable. Now, as far as Ladarius Smith is concerned, I don't know why it hasn't been done.
Yeah.
And the part you said quietly out loud, like, is it maybe just the Lions don't like him? Is that possible? It's possible. It's quite possible. And the longer it goes on that he is not signed with any team and the Lions haven't signed him, the more probable it becomes. Now, I have no idea what his contract demands are. If he wants more than a 1-year deal, or if he just wants a 1-year deal, he wants to get paid $8-10 million. I have no idea. But I agree with a lot of people where we all say that having him opposite a healthy Hutch,
dude,
I want to see that.
I do too. I find it curious that Ladarius Smith is essentially publicly recruiting the Lions and nothing has happened yet. Although, as you guys have pointed out, it's also very possible that he doesn't want to participate in training camp, which a lot of guys don't. And, he's got the job of see quarterback, get quarterback, and will probably just be a pass rush specialist here in Detroit and, can get away with missing a few weeks. That is certainly within the realm of possibility. So, I'm not mad at the caller for saying he's worried about the defensive line. Here's the one thing I will say, though, is they have war-chested. They got some money to spend. I don't think there's any reason they won't spend it. They could be waiting for a big trade deadline move. They could be also wanting to make sure there are no other pressing needs. Like an asking price for a player is something that, we can afford to get that defensive lineman, but given their asking price, we have some other concerns, some people we want to pass tests before we're ready to roll with them. So we might need to get 2 players.
Or is any of this, they've reportedly have, last I checked, was like $48 million under the cap.
Yeah.
is any of it earmarked for a contract they're going to sign with Hutch in the next couple of weeks?
It's possible.
So that, okay, we're going to, give the extension to him, and some of that money is going to be eaten up in this year's cap. So that's why we need to save some of it. I don't know. I'm just asking out loud if that's possible.
Yeah. Now, Dave Burkett wrote about the possibility of Matthew Judon, and then who's the dude that splintered off? Justin Rogers does his own thing now, beat writer. He's written about it, so it could be. I mean, there could be something with Matthew Judon in the works. Another guy that can help along the defensive front. All right, Gator, we said we get to this. John Morton, Johnny Moe has taken over as the offensive coordinator and spoke today. And look, losing Ben Johnson has led to a lot of offseason angst. People loved Ben Johnson here in Detroit. And I got to tell you, I mean, I think eventually everybody takes a ton of criticism as a play caller. I don't remember a more beloved offensive coordinator in Detroit for maybe any team ever. People loved Ben Johnson's play calling, and he certainly did a good job with the group of players that he had here in Detroit. So the new guy, question was asked today, do you feel pressure with this offense to take it to the next level? Here's what Jay Mort said. So, look, this is a big storyline. You know, he's in the if everything he says is accurate, being in the good graces or basically in lockstep with the quarterback is a good thing. I think the quarterback is a big part of the offense in terms of his feedback and his skill set, and he helped shape what they were doing too. Dan Campbell had a big part of it. The one thing we can rest assured, they weren't going to bring in an offensive coordinator that wasn't going to fall in line with what they wanted to do. And they weren't going to make a guy fall in line. They just had to go find a guy that saw offensive football with this team through the same prism, and you got your hire, right? And it happened to be somebody who was here before that knows the people and the pieces they have in place.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge bonus to have a guy that started when was here when Dan Campbell started things in Detroit, and that has all this experience that he has. So, and that knows Jared Goff. It's all those things are, you check a lot of boxes with that. I don't know how many guys there are that are like that, but I think they got lucky that guy was there for them to take when they needed to replace Ben Johnson.
All right, Scotty Montgomery, the assistant coach and wide receiver coach, he spoke about life without Ben Johnson as well. And Jay Mort answers a question about trick plays, which was sort of the highlight of Ben Johnson's time in Detroit. Got a lot of attention. We'll play those two for you starting at 12:31 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Back to Lions discussion in a moment. Dan is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dan?
Hey, Doug, Scott, what's going on? Man, I was melting my seat yesterday at Comerica Park. That was brutal.
A little warm.
I can't believe whoever the Tigers mascot is, Paws was also Santa Claus. He was doing double duty as Santa Claus yesterday. So
yeah, it's bad enough to wear the Paws outfit, but hey, let's throw on a Santa Claus jacket too. Yes, please. Where do I sign up for that?
Brutal.
Yeah,
man. My encouraging, and I will say, my kids are good luck for the Tigers. The last game they went to was Scooble's near perfect game, so they went yesterday too. So they're I told them, and they got to run the bases afterwards, so they were good luck charms for sure.
Yeah, well, you got to go to more games.
Yeah, right. I'm encouraged to see Jack Flaherty kind of really bounce back and be, a really somebody that helped break this team out of that funk. In my experience, following Jack's career in St. Louis, because as you guys know, I'm from St. Louis. He kind of he can dwindle over the second half of a season. At least he did in St. Louis. That's why they kind of moved on from him. So it was great to see the performance he put in yesterday.
It is really, really needed, and he was my champ of the weekend, and it was 8 starts ago the last time he had a start where he didn't give up an earned run. I don't know. This is indicative. I think it's way too early to think that he's turned a corner or figured something out, or Fetter Industries helped him out, whatever it is. But it certainly is something, as we like to say, something to monitor and see what happens his next time out. Because if the Tigers are going to be the best version of themselves and make a World Series run, it's kind of hard to envision it without a really good Jack Flaherty to complement Scooble, or a really good Casey Mize to complement Scooble.
I don't think the trade market's going to bring him that starting pitcher. You're right, Doug. I think they need to sort of solve the problem with those 3 guys: Scooble, Mize, Flaherty.
Well, you got to figure, Dan, you'd love to address all your problems at the trade deadline, but the ones that you don't, which are the calculated risks that we think we can get more out of the current guys who are on the roster? And I think starting pitching would be high on the list to think, okay, Mize is healthy, Flaherty's the best version of himself. That's probably a safer bet than maybe rolling with the offense.
Well, right, but put yourself back in the shoes of Tigers fan in April, early April, when Casey Mize was the 5th starter on this team, the 4th or 5th starter between he and Jackson Jobe, and it's like, okay, we weren't really counting on him, and now we're saying he's a top 3 guy on this team because he's pitched really well for the most part. Now, he's had a couple of clunkers here, but still his overall numbers are pretty good. I don't think it knocks the Tigers out of looking at a starting pitcher. I just think the Tigers, if they're going to add a starting pitcher, it's going to have to be a really, really good Tiger-friendly deal. One of these steals that happens late on Thursday where a team has an expiring contract and we got to get something for him. What do you got for us? And the Tigers like, well, we'll give you this, but that's all we can do. And the other team's like, okay, we got to do it. It's like up against it like the Tigers were when they had the purge.
Okay. We said we get back to football. Let's do it now. You heard from John Morton, the new offensive coordinator, whether or not he feels pressure to take this offense to the next level. Scotty Montgomery, assistant head coach and wide receiver coach, was on with the morning show. He was asked about life without Ben Johnson on the offensive side, and here's what he had to say. Jimmy's and Joe's over X's and O's. They seem to have the Jimmy's and Joe's, but I don't think there's any like Ben Johnson in Detroit was perfect, and it feels like many in Detroit have reacted to Meanwhile, I wonder how much of Ben Johnson's success was predicated on the way he meshed with this quarterback and this offensive talent, which he now has a much different quarterback in Chicago.
Yeah, I think Jared Goff is a really, really smart guy. He's a cerebral guy.
Hell, yes.
And even John Gruden's at practice today, right? At Lions practice, and I guess he compared him to Joe Montana with that kind of mentality. That's awesome. But you can look, Jared Goff is not the fleetest of foot, but the guy is tough as nails, and he's got balls, and he's going to stay in the pocket, and he's going to wait, and then throw it, and he's going to throw it on time, and pretty accurately. And to have a quarterback like that makes a lot of the craziness that Ben Johnson will throw at you go easier because he can process it quickly, understand it, and then spit it out, regurgitate it to the rest of his team, and they're all on board with it. It was a really nice marriage, and there's no reason to think that won't work with Johnny Moe and Jared Goff.
Okay, so we're going to be able to audible here and get to exactly what John Gruden had to say. And here it is. This is from earlier today, John Gruden visiting Lions camp and what you just referenced.
That's big.
That is big. And look, Montana, Goff has to go win some Super Bowls before there's any validity to that. But
win Super Bowl would be nice.
Yeah, I think that doesn't get him compared to Montana. It'll be multiple Super Bowls, but his ability to go to the right place with the football. Everybody's got their things, their strengths and weaknesses. And I think one of the greatest strengths a quarterback can have is the ability to diagnose the defense, quickly process what the defense is showing you, and deliver the football to the right place. And that's what I think was the biggest strength of Tom Brady. I'm not saying Goff is Tom Brady, but I think it's Goff's biggest strength too.
Yeah, I agree. It's just the ability to know what the defense is and to be, it's about preparation. It's sitting in front of a screen and looking at film from other teams so that you can recognize what the defense is and then be able to process it quickly and say, okay, if we have this play against that defense, this guy should be open. And if he's not, this guy is. And to be able to do it like that.
Yep.
That's why it's the toughest position to play in all sports.
Okay, this is John Morton, the new offensive coordinator, asked about trick plays. Got a lot of attention here in Detroit out of Ben Johnson. Players loved it. Fans loved it even more. It was part of what made Ben Johnson what he was. Does John Morton have the same mad magician kind of stuff in his playbook? Here's what he had to say. He said that over and over again.
You know what I love about this aspect of it, and this is one of the things you can thank Ben Johnson for putting all that stuff in the playbook and the Lions using it, is that they don't have to, but when they do, it can be really impactful. Because if you don't throw one of those plays out there in the first few weeks of the season, teams don't have the film to look at unless they go to last year's film the year before to look at, which they will, of course, but if there's no trend of it working this year, that they're not running these crazy plays, all of a sudden it sneaks up on you. You're in week 7, and the Lions run this double reverse, and it goes for a touchdown because that's the first time this year that they've run some kind of crazy trick play.
I'm intrigued, but this is also proof will be in the pudding, right? I mean, all the right things are being said, but we really won't know till we can draw a definitive conclusion, which is probably Thursday night in the first preseason game. Then we can know if this guy's going to get it done. Game 1, preseason, all 4 quarters. What are you showing us? Actually, he's going to show us nothing in the preseason. 248-539-9797. All right, straight ahead. Gator, you mentioned a travel trend that's you're not sure you're happy about?
Yeah.
All right, well,
I'm torn about this one.
Gator's back from Vegas. We'll get to that today at 12:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. saw a story over the weekend. I couldn't. Well, I'll get to it coming up because we got other things to do. Let's get to feedback coming to the Carson Anderson inbox. There is a 0% chance that Frank Ragnow comes out of retirement. Shoot the boot, guarantee it. He's fishing and enjoying family time. Personal source.
I'm sure he is right now.
Yep.
But when you get to, late October, early November, it's too cold to bring the boat out onto the lake, and it's not cold enough yet we can go ice fishing.
Kids are back in school. You're not spending as much time with them.
Yeah.
You start lifting again. You get that itch.
Like, hey, my foot doesn't feel that bad.
Yeah. Maybe I can.
Maybe. There it is.
Chad at a truck says, I don't know if Frank ice fishes, but I hope he doesn't. I hope he gets bored this winter and comes back to the Lions. Ragnow, I got 75% he needs to heal. I think it happens. He comes back. Okay, let me be clear on this. This was one texter saying,
right?
Hey, Frank can come back. We had given it zero thought. Kang, is this some sort of irresponsible thing we're doing here, or is this real talk?
Is it irresponsible to have false hope?
Yeah.
When I asked Kenny his thoughts on the percentage, he said 10 to 5%. I said, what? He goes, I don't know why I said it that way.
I like it.
I said 10, I was thinking 10%, and then I was like, that's way too high. So I went 10 to 5.
Yeah, right.
Wait, let me go backwards.
It's just, it's your confidence waned as the sentence was coming out of your mouth.
That's correct. As I was saying the sentence out loud.
10 to 5%.
Between the time he made the thought and then the words started leaving his mouth.
That's about 10 to 5%.
You know, when my kids ask me if they can get ice cream, I'm gonna go 40 to 12%. I'm gonna go backwards.
Okay, hold on. We have some breaking news from the world of Major League Baseball. According to Jeff Passan of ESPN.
All right, ESPN, he's a pretty reputable guy.
Cleveland Guardians closer Emmanuel Clase has been placed on the non-disciplinary paid leave as part of MLB's sports betting investigation, sources tell ESPN.
Oh, no.
Clase is the second Guardians pitcher on leave tied to the investigation, joining right-hander Luis Ortiz.
Oh, my. I'm sorry. This happens 3 days before the trade deadline?
This is a whoa.
This is a whoa. This is a guy who everybody thought was going to be moved. Really nice bullpen arm to have. And, yeah, Cleveland, are they in the race? Are they not in the race? They have to make their mind up. A lot of people think they're going to sell. Big piece to sell, and now they can't really sell it.
So, look, it's obviously a very serious story.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to look at this, what does this mean for the Tigers? How does it impact us? I don't think the Tigers were getting Clase.
No.
But somebody else might. And now somebody else won't.
It's good and bad, right?
Yep.
It's good. Hey, nobody's going to get Class A. It's bad because that means the market
supply
is even
and demand.
tighter when it comes to supply.
But considering that the Tigers weren't a real bidder on Class A, he wasn't going to get traded most likely in division. I suppose that nothing is impossible. But there's a couple things about this. Obviously, it's what does it mean for the Guardians? It's what does it mean for the Tigers? And then, come on, man. Guys. If this is true, what are you doing? What are you doing? The kind of money that you can make with your skill set, the lifestyle you can lead, delete the app.
At the very least.
Doug, did I tell you? I told you this last week, Gator, or 2 weeks ago. My crazy over the top kind of hot take.
Yeah.
I didn't tell Doug yet, I don't think.
Probably not.
Doug?
Yeah.
I told Gator my crazy over the top hot take is that sports gambling is going to be illegal again one day. And I think it might have to take the government to get involved, which I don't want, by the way. Government get involved in any sports, but that's what happens a lot of times.
Yeah.
It's over the top because I just think there's too much money to take it away, involved, right, with all the apps and the casinos and whatnot. But you just said it. These guys, they can't control themselves, and these are the pros. We're not talking like the mid guys, right?
Yeah.
The lower end guys like Malik Beasley, okay? Terry Rozier is still under investigation, I believe, in the NBA. These guys have signed big contracts, huge contracts. They can't handle it, man. Something about the rush or whatever it is, or they get involved with just dumb decisions. And now Class A is under some kind of investigation, and the FBI's gotten involved in other ones. I don't know, man.
I mean, this is interesting. I just got a text message from a coach.
Okay.
This is the steroids of this era.
Gambling?
Yep.
Yeah. Right? I hope it's not, because I think steroids are widespread. I really hope the gambling isn't. Really hope the gambling isn't. I hope it's just a couple of bad apples there that they can come clean. If this is true, that they can come clean and just we can stop with the messing with the integrity of the game. But sports are going to have to take a real close look at how better to police this thing and come up with real deterrents to stop players. I think the deterrents are probably there, but we haven't heard yet what the actual penalties are for some of these players.
So wasn't it who was the NBA player? It was a lifetime ban, wasn't it?
But it's still under investigation, correct, King?
The Porter, Michael Porter Jr.'s brother?
Yeah.
Jonte Porter?
Yeah.
I forget who was the exact punishment, but I guess this is... I mean, if you follow Pablo S. Torres, he's been doing a lot of reporting on this stuff. Like, this doesn't stop. It gets deep into, people that know players, that know of players, things like that, and they bet on these dumb things, these prop bets. Maybe they just get rid of prop bets. I have no idea, but I feel like something's coming eventually. Maybe not, very soon, but...
So according to Zach Mizell, who is a writer with The Athletic, he says the Guardians closer at Class A has been placed on a non-disciplinary paid leave through August 31st. As part of the league's gambling investigation, Luis Ortiz is already under the same parameters. So he's on paid leave through August 31st. Does that mean, I would assume it means you can't trade him. Well, let alone the fact that you've got this giant, because there's a specter hovering around him, but I would imagine this removes him from the pool of players that could possibly be traded anyway.
Look, I'm at a point with sports that when I'm watching games, it doesn't cross my mind if anything is fixed ever. Like, it just doesn't. I at no point have that authentic feeling. I don't. But each story like this probably undermines the innocence that I have as regard to that when I'm watching games, even if just a little bit more. Of course, it's important to point out investigations, like these are just the initial stages of an investigation. And if you just flipped your radio on, Emmanuel Clase now has been suspended or paid leave, put on paid leave, the MLB's part of the MLB sports gambling investigation.
Thanks.
Yep.
So while that story is going on and developing, another story that's been headlines for a while that has Detroit interest might finally be coming to an end. According to JPA Football, which is over 300,000 followers that break NFL news, although it's not them breaking it, they're just repeating this. The Bengals and Trey Hendrickson have the framework of a deal in place, but are being held up by, quote, a big disagreement in guaranteed money. This is according to Adam Schefter.
Well, look, I mean, is a framework in place if you have a big disagreement?
Well, I mean, I suppose if you say, well, we're going to do a 3-year, $120 million deal, yep. 3-year, $120 million extension. Okay, I like that framework. How much is guaranteed? Well, we're going to guarantee half that. Wait a minute, what?
Yeah. It depends how big the disagreement is.
But with Cincinnati, they finally got their draft pick in camp where they guaranteed them like they should have from the get-go. they got problems giving guarantees apparently.
Yeah. So I think the that first Guardians pitcher that was suspended, it was literally over like 2 pitches.
Yeah, Luis Ortiz. This was why I was talking about the prop bet thing, guys.
Yeah.
They were flagged because there was some crazy activity on betting a first pitch strike or ball or whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
And if you go back and look at that date, he threw these balls comically, like they were balls, like outside by like 2 feet or whatever it was.
Yep.
And these things get flagged, by the betting integrity firm or whatever they have.
Yep.
And each league has one, or if they use the same one. These guys can't help themselves. They think they're going to get away with it.
I don't. It's got to be. Look, I don't have a gambling problem, right? I don't have an addiction, and so I can't relate to how tempting this must be, or how irresistible this might be for some people. But I just can't. I can't believe professional athletes would risk their careers over stuff like this. But maybe they get themselves in some sort of financial trouble, and this is the quick way out. I don't know. It might be nothing, of course. It's just an investigation, but it certainly impacts this season. Emmanuel Clase, placed on the closer for the Cleveland Guardians, whose name's been involved in a ton of trade rumors. He is the second Guardians pitcher, Luis Ortiz being the other, and paid leave under the ongoing investigation into gambling. 248-539-9797. Breaking news at this hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, some feedback coming in on YouTube. Huron Mark M says, my champ is Jack Flaherty. Had a little struggle in the first inning, but cruised. Christopher Tucker says, Thursday night should be a hooker game for half the game, sorry. Hendon Hooker for half the game.
Thank you for saying Hendon Hooker.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. I all accounts, it's early in camp, obviously, but people say he looks great. He looks like he's got a much better command of the offense, and things are processing quicker for him. They also say that the other quarterback they have is doing well. Kyle Allen?
Yeah. What's his name? Good old what's his face? From I Hate Usernames, how hard is it not to make a bet? Okay, so that is in regard to this Class A breaking story. I mean, how hard is it to, to when you have an addiction? Like, I don't know what it's like. I think we all have our various vices, but you know what you don't want to do? You don't want to take that kind of chance with your career. Man.
No.
God, this is so bad. And for people who missed it.
I mean, it's so easy. It's so easy to make money off of this.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
To make money
with a prop bets like this, hey, first pitch strike, it's so easy.
Yeah.
To just say, to let one of your friends know, hey, look, I'm going to throw a ball on this first pitch. Put down a couple $100 or whatever. But the moment you'd go ahead and do something like that, and then somebody's bet like $50,000 on it, and that's why the red flags go up.
Yeah.
Because nobody's betting that kind of money on some stupid prop bet like that. That's what's going to draw the attention. And look, I'm not trying to teach these guys how to bet cleanly. Just don't do it.
But it's easy, like you just said, and everyone likes free money. I don't care how much money you have. Millionaires, they want an extra million or whatever it is, right? There's a rush involved too, and I know you don't get it necessarily, Gate or Doug, because you don't gamble. But why does Dana White play $50,000 blackjack hands? That guy's filthy rich. Why does any millionaire go out and place all these crazy? But why does Michael Jordan do it? Why does Charles Barkley do it? Right?
Yeah.
There's something to it, man. There's something that they get out of it, and it doesn't matter how much money you have. So that applies to professional athletes too, current professional athletes.
It does. But to Doug's point about, but don't jeopardize your.
Of course not.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, can you get that? Can you hold off on that rush till the season's done?
I don't know. You want to bet on it? What odds are you giving me?
Yeah. It's awful. I mean, it's addiction.
Yeah.
If who knows what the Class A situation is? I'm just talking in generalities. This is not like an innocent. It doesn't sound like this. This is something like, I didn't know. I couldn't do that.
Something happened that raised a red flag enough that Major League Baseball has put him on a suspended list here.
Right. And while this is going on, there aren't enough messages out there for athletes to not do this. You go back to the Jamison Williams situation with the Lions from a couple of years ago.
Yep.
And how fortunate they were, and how fortunate he was, I guess, remember that it got reduced. The sentence got reduced to just a few games or whatever, instead of the 6 games or 8 games, whatever it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
Because it was like somewhat innocent with what he had done.
Well, it was where he did it, right?
Right.
What he did, I guess, wasn't illegal. It was where he did it.
Policies by the leagues are going to have to be strengthened and more restrictive, I would imagine, because they cannot afford to have the integrity of the sport compromised by this. What Kang said a couple weeks ago when he talked about the hot take was that sports gambling might go away.
Yeah.
He might be right at some point.
Well, it might become illegal again.
Yeah, because if you can't guarantee the integrity of the sport, you open yourself up to lawsuits. And while all these teams and all these leagues have gotten in bed with the gambling companies, you have to maintain them in the integrity.
Yeah, you should. You should be able to maintain it, but is it just going to be more education? Are these longer? Because I remember when the whole JMO thing came out, right? There was a lot of discussion at the time about how long and how much the league puts into emphasizing these things to the players before the season. But as somebody said at the time, I can't remember if it was a player, somebody said, look, when they start in these long symposiums, players are checking out. Because wasn't JMO's particular, what he was guilty of was he something, whatever he did was illegal, but he did it from on a team activity or on the
right in the locker room or somewhere that you're not supposed to be able to. And he wasn't gambling on football games. It was other stuff. But yeah, well, I wouldn't surprise me if the league comes out with, if all leagues, baseball, football, basketball, hockey, soccer, whatever it is, if they come out with more stringent policies, and bigger guardrails, and just enforcing and emphasizing how imperative it is that you do not do these things.
Well, they can keep doing it, right? They can keep emphasizing and keep it. But if the players won't comply, and we continue to see stories like this, if this investigation it turns out to be indicative of another player that broke the rules, then they're gonna have some issues, man. And they really, Kang, it is a hot take, and I think you're probably in the end going to be wrong because there's just too much money being made by everybody except probably people. At the end of the day, I'm not sure that it's not going to stop, but if this gets worse, then you might be right with the hot take. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Again, if you're just joining us, another professional athlete swept up in what might be a gambling scandal. A lot of texts coming in, but this time it's Emmanuel Clase, closer for the Cleveland Guardians, whose name has been rumored to be in trade rumors, and now that might be done. And supply-demand economics, it takes away from the supply. The Tigers were never in on him anyway, most likely, given that they're in division. And he's under contract, I think, for a couple more years, so Cleveland didn't want to face him. Nate writes in, guys, look no further than the large handful of Kansas City Chief games as to how gambling has affected integrity of the sports landscape. Wow.
There we go.
Think the Chiefs are getting a friendly flag, huh? These modern players of all sports do not deal with hypocrisy well. They see gambling involved in all sports, but they can't participate. Ads in all venues, teams in Vegas, etc. It's from Don in Detroit. Donna's right. Players see all this stuff, and they're told not to gamble, but there's gambling commercials all over the place. Gambling sponsors, all of that. It's everywhere. It's right in front of them. No sweat bets. The NFL is so sure you're not going to hit that they give you $10 of fake money back to play on the same way on Thursday night TBS NBA basketball. Remember a few weeks ago when Clase threw a wild pitch against the Tigers and McKinstry scored? Yikes. Yeah. Although that wasn't a particularly super wild pitch. But you know what I mean? It wasn't. You said that I can't remember who said it, whether you or Kang, the two pitches that Luis Ortiz was, with their suspicion regarding those were really wild pitches, really out of the strike zone. But he did throw a wild pitch, right? And McKinstry scored the tying run.
Everything's going to be scrutinized now. Every single pitch. And of course, those that are doing the investigation know exactly what they're looking for. None of us do, but you see something that looks out of the ordinary. Like, what about that? Well, okay, it may look bad, but what was being gambled on at that point? Was there any red flags that went up because a spike in betting or whatever?
Yeah. All right, well, that is obviously a big story today. We've got sidetracked some stuff to get caught up on. Last hour to get your champ and chump votes in. Do so now at 248-539-9797. Some encouraging news, by the way, breaking at this hour. Deion Sanders has announced what the medical issue that rumored been out there. He had bladder cancer. He had the tumor removed. His quote is, he is cured from cancer. Thanks to wonderful people like this, I wouldn't be sitting here today as he is with his doctors at the podium in Colorado. So hopefully he is
that's
nothing
great.
but good health.
Yeah, when I heard that he was going to have a press conference, I was like, I hope it's not going to be to announce that he's going to have to retire from coaching.
Right.
Because of health issues. I mean, he's had his foot removed, right?
It was a toe or It wasn't his whole foot, was it?
I forget what. Well, maybe I'm overstating it, but it was bad enough.
I'll Google her.
Yeah, I'll hopefully it's not that. But I was worried that was going to be something here, and I'm really, as a fan who loves Deion Sanders, I'm really curious to see what he does at Colorado now that his son isn't there and Travis Hunter isn't there. His sons aren't there and Travis Hunter isn't there.
Yeah, two toes were removed is what it was. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
And when it comes to your garage door, if you're having issues with it, like it's going really slowly, it's sluggish, it's just not working as well as it used to, or maybe it's not working at all, and you need to know who to call, it's simple. Precision Garage Door Service. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. You can schedule an appointment online at a time that works for you at precisiondoormi.com. I've done this. I had issues with my garage door many years ago. It wasn't working well at all. In fact, it was really slow. The guys came out right away, diagnosed the problem, and fixed it right there on the spot. Why? Well, they're experts. And the experts bring all the tools of the trade with them in their trucks. They know what they're doing. I trust them implicitly, and I think you should as well. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or again, go online at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. 248-539-9797. Get those champ and chump votes in. Manuel Clase has been placed on the non-disciplinary paid leave as part of MLB sports betting investigation. This is the second Cleveland Guardians pitcher to be placed on such leave. And, of course, his name was out there with as a trade possibility. Wow. Okay. Well, something to monitor, but this does have an impact on the trade deadline in Major League Baseball. All right, Gator, we promised this and we didn't get to it. You are back from Vegas. I went out to the Pacific Northwest with my wife for our 25th wedding anniversary. Last show I did, I think, was July 11th, and we were gone for 12 days. When I came back, you were in Vegas. Thanks to the guys for filling in for us. Thanks to the station, but we've never been able to take vacation at the same time, and I don't know if this is a new policy or they just let us do it this time.
I think things just kind of slipped through the cracks on this one.
Maybe. Anyway, we applaud the new policy.
Facts.
But we try to use our vacation time around Christmas and around in the summer because we don't want to do it during football season. And, the spring is the start of the baseball season. It just seems like these are good times to take vacation. Longer, extended vacation. So you are back and you noticed a travel trend that you're not sure about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little torn on this. But at the same, I think I'm leaning one way more than the other, and that is, and I saw this in two ways: one, on flights, and two, at the hotel. So, flying, getting to the airport, I noticed an abundance of dogs walking through the airport. People walking, they got the dogs. They're going to be their companion for the ride, or they're going to be their service animal, or whatever. I'm like, that's way more dogs than I've seen before. Being a dog lover, I'd love to see the dogs and, hey, how you doing? The flight out to Vegas, I don't remember seeing them, but the flight back, there were several dogs on the flight back.
On the plane.
And at one point, we're flying back, and the woman who had the dog with her got up to use the bathroom and left the dog. I think the dog was in a crate of some kind, a soft crate, if you will, like a carrying bag almost. Left it in her seat, and she got up, and she was gone for a few minutes. And I'm like, got my eyes shut. I'm trying to get a little bit of sleep, and then I just started hearing this barking, and I'm like, "Am I hearing barking?" Look at my friend, like, "Is that barking?" She's like, "Yeah, that's barking." I'm like, "Where?" And she points over there, and then the woman finally comes back and sits down, and the barking stopped immediately. The dog just had some separation anxiety. I'm like, well, this is getting strange. But this is something we didn't see before, right? You would see a service animal on a plane. Now it's like, the security blankets, they bring them on, and here you go. The other area I'm seeing it now is at hotels. Like I stayed at the Bellagio. It's a really nice hotel in Vegas. And I'm in the lobby. Thank you very much. And every day in the lobby, I'm seeing different dogs in the lobby on leashes. And most of them are small dogs. But I'm like, what is happening here? Like, I love dogs. But I think there are places that the dogs maybe don't belong. One is on a plane, and the other is at a hotel in Vegas. I'm not understanding this. Like, I know that there should be some dog-friendly hotels. I just didn't expect it to be this one. It was just strange, and I don't know if this is just because of, being more loose with rules now and people having and applying to have the service animal or whatever, but it just seems like it's a lot. And again, I love dogs, but I'm not sure I want to see them in either of these applications.
I got a lot of questions.
Yeah.
First is Lois on a plane.
Oh, no way. No, absolutely not. She can't sit still for that.
Gator's dog has a lot of energy.
Yeah. You're talking, it's a 4-hour flight. You'd be on the plane for 5 hours, close to it. Between getting onto the plane, boarding the plane, and then off-boarding the plane. You're there for roughly 5 hours, let alone the time in the air in between. No way my dog would be able to handle that. She's a medium-sized dog. She's like 45 pounds, but there's no way she'd be able to handle that. I just know this. So absolutely not. And if she were to fly, she would have to be heavily sedated.
Yeah.
Is the only way that would work. But I couldn't get that on board because the only way unless it's stowed away with other live animals, I guess, in the cargo hold or whatever. But I couldn't have her on the plane with me as a service animal.
Yeah.
Because she's not of that temperament.
Second part of this is dogs barking on a plane the new baby crying on a plane?
Oof. Fortunately, this only lasted for like a minute, which is different than when you hear a crying kid. And you may not believe this, I feel terrible for the parents that have the crying kid. I really do, because it's nothing they can help. It's this kid, right? And
you're trying really as a parent when your kid is that baby. And we had one incident one time where one of our kids, very small, was crying, but it was a very short period of time. We had one temper tantrum in Target too, but those were the times where I'm like, oh God, we're those people now.
It's easy to say, well, just don't have the kids fly. But I mean, there are circumstances where you're going to have to fly, right?
Yeah,
yep. There's no way around it. So I do feel bad when that happens. But I really hope this doesn't become the norm. Again, I love dogs. I don't need to see a plane full of dogs just because somebody doesn't want to, leave the dog at home or something. If they need it for mental reasons, I guess I understand it to a point. It just seems like it's way more pronounced now than what I ever saw before.
You saw a greater example than ever before.
Yes.
I mean, it might just be circumstance. It may be a one-off that you, in this particular time.
I don't know, man.
It could be a new trend. I'm
seeing them all throughout the airport.
I now that I think about it, yeah, there were quite a few in the airport. SeaTac in Seattle when we flew back. But 248-539-9797. Red Wing 2244 on Twitch says, had a dog bark almost the whole flight from Detroit to Phoenix a few years ago. So miserable.
That's 4 hours.
Yep. Let's go to Diane. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Diane.
Hi.
Hey.
I was just wanting to share. My brother in Seattle has a service dog, and that dog goes everywhere with him. Fortunately, it's a very well-behaved dog. But what people can do is just apply and get any animal to be a service dog or service animal. My son saves $50 a month by making his cat a service animal. As long as you have the paperwork, you can bring these animals anywhere along with you. So you're going to be seeing a lot more of this, and it won't just be dogs. It will be cats, and if they can do it, why not, right?
So how does he save $50 a month?
Oh, because since his cat is a registered service animal, if his cat was not a service animal, he has to pay $50 a month to have a cat in the apartment. But since the cat is a service animal, he doesn't have to pay that extra $50.
Is the cat a service animal?
Yes. Well, yes. I don't know, but it's.
Well, does your brother need a service animal?
Well, my brother, he had a bad knee there for a while. That the dog was helpful to him, but I'm not sure. It's just.
It doesn't sound like it.
Having a bad knee is.
So I have a service cat.
See what I'm saying? We got a little loose with the
definition.
Yeah.
If I register my kids, will they fly for free?
Service children.
Which gets to a whole other thing. Like, and King, you've got young kids, so I'm curious with you. If you're staying at a nicer hotel in, let's say, Vegas, what do you do with your kids?
What do I do with my kids at a hotel in Vegas?
Yeah. I mean, like, what are you?
I tell them to always double down on 11 is what I do. Jesus, man, always.
Yeah. No, but like you obviously there's pool time. You can spend a lot of time at a pool, but I mean, you're in Vegas. There's a lot of hustle and bustle. You're going to want to go places and walk places and dinner and whatnot. But what else do you do?
Earmuffs and blinders. Obviously they're not allowed onto the casino floor. Like they're literally not allowed to like even sit by a slot machine, right? So there's actually there's a lot of things to do in Vegas. There's like museums. There's stuff for kids. There's
like the mall. I remember taking the kids to the mall, like one of them, like Caesars,
Forum
shop. Yeah, and they that was cool. We weren't there very long.
Yeah, and if all else fails, craps.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Oh, there you go. We were always talking about Major League Baseball and can you keep up with the Joneses? Detroit can certainly spend more money. But here's another example. What makes it difficult? Who is it that signed?
So this is from Jim Callis, who writes for MLB.com.
Yeah.
It says non-drafted free agent Tommy Case signs with the Dodgers for $422,500. The largest non-drafted free agent bonus in 2025. New York prep right-handed pitcher. Fastball up to 94 miles an hour. Good feel for spin. St. John's recruit. But here's what has me upset. Is it I at some point in the draft, you stop giving away signing bonuses. You run out of a signing bonus pool or whatever.
Right.
$422,000 signing bonus. I believe that slots like in the top 3 picks, top 3 rounds. So my guess is that everyone who wanted Tommy Case was told, yeah, he's going to go to college unless he's drafted in the first round or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So they all pass on him. He goes undrafted, and then the Dodgers come in and say, you know what? I got $422,000. You want it?
Yeah, that feels like quite a workaround, huh?
Yeah, and apparently, according to this, it says $272,500 counts first the bonus pool. Why doesn't it all count? Probably because they don't have $422,000 in the bonus pool to do it.
Yeah.
So this is totally usurping, isn't it?
All right. Yeah, that sucks. We'll get back to some baseball stuff here in a minute. Gator, you said something earlier in the show that piqued my interest and the listeners. You said you might want to add somebody to the list. Actually, you said it off the air. And now I'm assuming it's not the service dog thing.
No, it's not.
Not people who take dogs on planes. What is it? And are they going on the list?
It's anybody who's been in Vegas knows there's a ton of walking involved, right? You want to check out all the different hotels and casinos, and there's lots of walking, lots of crossing bridges and going up escalators, and only half the escalators work. So going up lots of steps, you're walking through crowds all the time. When you're in a casino, you're always walking through a crowd. Lobbies of hotels, always walking through a crowd. You've been with me before when we've walked a distance.
Yep.
I like to walk at a pretty good clip.
He moves along, people.
And it gets on my nerves when people that are in the same situation, we're all walking, that some people just do not have any self-awareness about what they're doing. Like they'll just stop in the middle of a sidewalk or stop in the middle of a casino or whatever. They just stop to turn and look or say something, like rather than
they don't step to the side.
They don't step to the side. They just stop right where they're at. Or they're walking
right in the middle,
slow.
like in the middle of a major.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Or they're like there'd be 2 people and they're holding hands. Like, oh, it's so romantic. Get to the side. I gotta get past you. I got places to go, things to do. But yes, those people that are not self-aware when they are walking are absolutely on my list.
So are we calling these unaware slow walkers?
Yes.
Okay. And they're going on the list.
Love this, Gator.
Am I right or am I right?
I mean, you're right. You couldn't be more right.
Thank you.
This is the walking equivalent to somebody in the passing lane going 62 miles an hour.
Yes.
Where everybody is stuck behind them and has to pass on the right, or is just stuck because they're forming a roadblock with another car in the right lane. It is a passing lane, pass and get over.
I have some walk rage. I admit it. Because when I finally pass that person, I'll say something under my breath.
Is it a human horn?
It's a little louder than under my breath sometimes. No, go ahead, please. By all means, stay there. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get in your way? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
I don't think I've ever agreed with Gator more than I do at this very moment. Gator, I'm the exact same way. If you're going to walk slow, fine. Walk over there. Walk over there.
It's on the other side.
Why are you walking in the middle? Walk over there.
Get out of my way. You know, I'm working on my swim move to get past these people. So when I've got 2 other people with me on this trip and they know that I walk fast as well, and sometimes like, can you slow down a little bit? I'm like, all right. But when we see a big crowd and I turn back and I say to them, okay, get behind me. I'm lead blocking us through this. I'm getting out of this. I'm busting this wedge. Let's go.
Follow my block.
Yeah. And it's how it works. But it is infuriating to me when people are not self-aware of what's going on. They're just standing in the middle of a place they shouldn't be standing. You keep moving. And if you're going to move slower than others, move to the side for sure.
This is getting some reaction on Twitch and YouTube from Jim. Stoppers. Put them on the list. Yes. Settle down, Beavis. Beavis says, I agree with Gator. Oblivious walkers. Big Pank 65. It's really bad at festivals. FBG 25 says, hey, look, a squirrel. Vented on YouTube says there should be a weekly segment called Gator's Gripes, which is like Heather with the news, but the obscure pet peeves. Scott says on
really
YouTube,
grinds my gears.
This is one of my pet peeves, too. A big reason why I rarely go to sports events.
Yeah, at the concourse. Oh. Definitely. That's another spot.
Concourse.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Gator, preach. I feel like I'm at church. I want to hear exactly what you have to say about this because I agree with everything.
When I get to Ford Field and I walk into the building, and now I'm at the entrance of the building, and I need to get to the elevators so that I can get up to the press box. The oblivious walker they are en masse. 9 out of 10 people are completely oblivious in the concourse at Ford Field or any major. The same thing happens when I go to LCA or if I go to Comerica Park. And it's the same. And look, and I get it. I might be a little selfish about this because I got to get from point A to point B to get up to the press box. But your precious press box. I got it. Okay, I'm very fortunate, and I love this part of it. However, I still need to get through the sea of humanity, and half the people don't care. Or at least they don't care about what they're doing to affect anybody else. They'll stand there or they'll walk right. They don't take a look before they cross into traffic, which is the other thing that's annoying as hell. But my walk at Ford Field every Sunday I should probably film myself walking one of these days. I get so pissed off because people they don't care, and I'll have to move past people. And the amount of times that I say, I'm sorry or excuse me, because I'm bumping into them because it's their fault, but I'll make it seem like it's mine because that's the kind of person I am. Mm-hmm. I'm a people person. Well, it's incredible.
We need to update the list. The list of things and people Gator strongly dislikes.
This one I totally endorse.
Number 1, people who tell him what to do.
No, don't do that.
Bicycle guy on sidewalks are all cyclists. People who point. Wave starter guy. Ken Griffey Jr. Zach Brown beer guy. Visor with fake hair guy. Clowns, mimes, bacon craze guys. People claim they felt earthquakes in Michigan singing hot dog tool. People who use the term autumn. Current Tulane and former Georgia State basketball coach Ron Hunter. Mustard only on hot dog guy. Jim Belushi. Apple Bar Genius guy. People who use Apple products. Kids, all of them. Former closer Brian Wilson. Wrigley Field fans. People who brag about getting things done in the morning. Guys who work the aisles on flights. Vested facial hair hipsters. Striped overall guy. Callers who start by saying, let me give you a history lesson. Sympathetic Patriot fans. Pound the glass guy. All too giddy Negan fans. Lack of parking spot etiquette guy. 26.2 sticker guy. 13.1 sticker guy. M22 sticker guy. Stick figure family tools. Cubs fans who think America loves the Cubs. Former college football analyst Ed Cunningham. Giant canoe who parks in handicap spots. Gators overly aggressive personal training guy. Vapors. ESPN college basketball analyst Dan Dockett. Sports Illustrated cover caption writer. Bowtie guy, James Franklin, Roy Williams, Joel Klatt, Jimmy Powers for his onion policy, Greg Perfect Bragg, Nigel, people who back into parking spots, New Orleans attorney Frank D'Amico, family playing golf in front of Gator on August 23rd, 2019, Bloomin' Onion wannabe Jake Sievers, LA City Council, MLS teams with FC in their name, people who voted for Mule Block on October 21st, 2020, monoliths, Dr. Oz, condiment packets, especially on golf courses, get in the hole guy, jet ski riders, LA Rams coach Sean McVay, Chicago Bears coach Ben Johnson, softball guy, and oblivious slow walkers. The list is updated.
Robbie just pointed out in the parking lot. Look at how that jackass is parked.
Like crossing over the lines.
I mean, not even close.
Not even trying. Not even trying. So, Scott, there's the updated list. And
I agree with most of it. Not all of them.
We think they all belong. 248-539-9797. All right, a Tiger beat writer has come up with potential trades that could get done for a big name to Detroit. It's interesting. It's one of the beat writers that said, don't expect something big. This would be big. What the Tigers could give up to get him. We'll get to that today at 1:46 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh. Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. A lot of feedback coming in on a variety of topics.
Am I more surly or spicy today?
I think you're just a little surly.
Yeah, I think it's a little surly.
I don't think I don't think you've crossed any lines. I think it's okay to be irritated by unaware people that are getting in your way. But so we were talking earlier about the Emmanuel Clase story, and it's a big story in the world of sports with the closer for the Cleveland Guardians being placed on the paid non-disciplinary leave list until the end of August as part of an investigation into potential sports gambling right before the trade deadline. Look, we kind of went through this in Detroit. Same thing's going on with Malik Beasley right before the Pistons were about to sign him, and they had to change directions in free agency. But, this could affect the market here a little bit. Regarding feedback, wouldn't it be better to regulate the illegal gambling? Wouldn't it be better to regulate the illegal gambling, keeping it regulated and legal? If they make sports betting illegal, the betting would still happen with these players, just like Pete Rose in the past. You got to take away the under bets. That's from an unnamed texter. Absolutely shocking that players in leagues that shove gambling in your face nonstop end up gambling. Insane hypocrisy. Legalizing sports gambling was a mistake. I think the leagues might understand the hypocrisy. But anything for the almighty dollar, right? From Mark, I don't think it will become illegal for sports betting. It would be a Supreme Court issue as they allowed. I don't see it happening. From an unnamed texter, this was bound to happen as soon as sports leagues got in bed with gambling. There was a time when they wouldn't even have a team in Vegas because of gambling connections. Yep. Well, there you go. All right, so I mentioned it before the break, Scott Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
Evan Petzold's one of the ones who wrote about don't expect a big move, although he did say, Eugenio Suarez, they wouldn't completely close the door. And he linked the story of what he just wrote and posted at freep.com. And what he posted at this hour, Eugenio Suarez trade, what Detroit could give up to get him from Diamondbacks who are in town. Tigers are one of many teams interested in Suarez, including the Cubs, Reds, Astros, Brewers, Phillies, and Mariners, among others. Yankees, once viewed as the best fit in a likely landing spot, moved on from Suarez by trading Colorado Rockies third baseman Ryan McMahon, who the Tigers weren't interested in, just as they aren't interested in Pittsburgh Pirates third baseman Ke'Bryan Hayes. So he's 36 years old, and he's got 36 home runs. And could they get him? Here are the trade proposals.
It's also driven in like 85 this year.
Tigers acquire Eugenio Suarez. Diamondbacks acquire right-hand pitcher Troy Melton and catcher Enrique Jimenez.
So Troy Melton is 6th on the MLB.com list for the Tigers in terms of their top prospects. He's 6th, and Enriquez, the catcher, is ranked 14th. Enriquez is diminutive in stature, 5'9" as a catcher. And Troy Melton is now with the Tigers, right?
Yep.
Just brought him up.
All right, the next one is Tigers acquire Eugenio Suarez. Diamondbacks acquire second baseman Max Anderson and right-hand pitcher Jaden Ham.
All right, now we're starting to get something a little tougher here. Max Anderson's number 9 ranked prospect, but he's having one hell of a season at Double-A. He's got 40 extra base hits in 80 games this year. He's hitting .316. His OPS is well into the 800s. Who was the other one? Jaden Ham?
Yes. Jaden
Ham's a pitcher who has been hurt and missed a bunch of time so far this year, but he's their 10th rated prospect. So you're talking 9 and 10.
And the third one is Eugenio Suarez. Tigers acquire Eugenio Suarez, right-hand pitcher Merrill Kelly, and right-hand pitcher Shelby Miller, and the Diamondbacks get Jose Briseño. Whoa. That would be a whoa.
That would be a whoa. And
I endorse this.
It's two ways whoa, right? Because Briseño is the number 4 prospect, the catcher first baseman, who has only played 11 games at Double-A, but at Single A had an OPS, a high A ball at West Michigan, over 1,000 his time at West Michigan this year. A little slow out of the gate here to start his Double-A career, but it's like I said, it's 11 games. But if that's all you're giving up and you're getting Suarez, who's a free agent at the end of the year, but I would imagine he's also a candidate that you might be willing to give an extension to. You're talking about a starting pitcher was he also a free agent at the end of the year?
I believe so, yes.
And then Shelby Miller, who you're
huge
familiar with. What's that?
Whiff rate is through the roof.
Yeah. 3 guys for Briseño. Hard not to say that you do this, right? It's a prospect. He's 20 years old. He's got a ton of upside, 6'4", 200 pounds. You like the upside, but
you got to. I would do a hitter, a starter, and a bullpen arm.
Yes,
you have to do.
You would have to do it
if that's a possibility. Bob Nightingale just tweeted the following.
Okay.
The Detroit Tigers, one of the strong suitors for Diamondbacks All-Star third baseman Eugenio Suarez, would love to finalize a deal before Suarez leaves town Wednesday. The Diamondbacks are in Detroit for a 3-game series. Bold-ass prediction, Eugenio Suarez will have at-bats for both teams this week.
That is a bold-ass prediction. I don't think that would happen.
If they want to get a deal done before they leave town on Wednesday.
Go Boulder in the same game.
Interesting.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Very intriguing. Yeah. I mean, you and I are in lockstep with this. If you're going to make a big move, all right? And Suarez is up. I feel like you'd have to get more than just Suarez to part with one of the top 4. If you're going to give up Briseño, I like the trade offer they're talking about would be fantastic. Now, it's not going to be that, and then we're going to be disappointed because why didn't you get this? But you and I are in lockstep that if you're going to give up a piece that's a big piece, it's likely to be a catcher first baseman because your 4 and 5 prospects are the same thing. Briseño and Lorenzo, ranking-wise, if you look at MLB.com, I should say Baseball America, they're separated by, was it 6? The 69 and 75, something like that.
Yeah, they're considered same.
They're really
territory.
close there, and MLB.com I think has a very similar for the top 100 ranking. So yeah, but for me, I want to extend him. It's not just trading for him; it's then I want to extend him. Briseño was number 51 on the MLB.com list. I'm not sure if Lorenzo's still on this list or not. I don't think Lorenzo was still on the list.
Interesting that Nightingale tweets this out today.
Well, I said this is crazy because they're playing. The Arizona's in town. Is this something? Can they get Suarez while he's here?
Do you think he knows something? Do you think he's dialed in?
Bob Nightingale? Yeah. I think Bob Nightingale has probably some pretty good sources throughout the league.
Yep.
But again,
USA
nobody
Today
knows what
baseball
Scott
writer,
Harris.
I don't think I said that. He's a USA Today baseball writer.
I don't think anybody knows what Scott Harris wants to do. You can speculate.
I think some people might know.
Well, who knows what's being said to people. I just don't think that Scott Harris is going to spill the beans on what he's going to do.
No, it could be Arizona sources.
Well, that might be something else. I guess that's the other side of it. Okay, one side keep their mouths shut. The other side doesn't have to.
Yeah.
But there would have to be smoke. I don't know if there's fire here, but there's got to be smoke because who's in town? Arizona's in town.
Again, if you're just joining us, Detroit Tigers, this is according to Bob Nightingale, USA Today. The Detroit Tigers are one of the strong suitors for Diamondbacks All-Star third baseman Eugenio Suarez. Would love to finalize a deal before Suarez leaves town Wednesday. Diamondbacks are here for a 3-game series. Things might be afoot. I feel like this is how it starts. Like a report like that.
But do you feel how I do that if you're going to make a deal for Suarez, a trade for him, I want a chance to negotiate a contract with him before the end of the season, or at least have framework in place or an agreement. Well, yes, because if you're giving up a big prospect like that,
I care less about that.
Yeah, I know you do.
I don't. But I go get the guy and worry about that later. If you even want him next year, you're not cutting into your core, cutting into your future. Intriguing. Mike Stone is in today.
Hey, how are you?
We're good. How are you?
I am wonderful.
Yeah.
Great day to be alive.
Oh, good.
3 years from right now, we're going to be talking about how Miggy was in the best shape ever to give a Hall of Fame speech.
All right. I like it.
Yes.
Did you see this Bob Nightingale tweet?
Yeah, and it's weird. It's like knowing Tiger's luck.
Yeah.
He'll get hurt tonight or something like that. But I think if they're close, they should just get it done now.
Yeah.
Let them play a few games. I do have this message for the fans out there. Every time Suarez comes to the plate, we give him a standing ovation.
Right.
And tonight, Detroit, get off your butt and just boo the crap out of Eduardo Rodriguez. I have to edit myself.
Careful. Watch out.
It's still Scott Harris's responsibility for what happened.
Right.
But he was the one, I'm convinced, that turned it down at the last minute. And
Scott Harris didn't turn it down.
No, I know.
Yeah,
Eduardo Rodriguez screwed them, and
100%.
they weren't prepared to have what happened happen. So,
well, you got a lot to talk about with this this story by Petzold and the tweet by Nightingale. What else do you guys got planned?
Kenny Cott tried something very interesting at Saturday's game. We're going to find out how he did on that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Rico, you're donning a shirt, if you will, with a hood attached to it. Nothing on the front, just a color, solid color.
Solid color hoodie.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see some sort of logo. Obviously, it's color red. Is not Michigan State, so it's not. I mean, Stoney's wearing Spartan stuff, and you're not, which is. Stoney's wearing Spartan stuff.
I have a daughter who went there. I have clothes for all three institutions that my kids went to. Michigan and Georgia and Michigan State.
Right.
I'm open for endorsement deals, so.
Oh, that's it. There it is.
Rico's looking for an NIL deal.
You're smart.
Hey, have a great day, everyone. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Always wanted to do this. Yo, 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 yo.
Yeah. What's up, Rico? It is
Always wanted to do that.
the Valente and Rico show. Yes, I am here at Stoney all week while Mike is with the horses.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Make sure you say that and not what you said pre-show.
I almost had a heart attack when you said what you said pre-show.
Oh, it's a little inside joke, right? Yes. Exactly.
Yeah. Mike's horses.
Horses, yes. That's yes. We'll leave it at that. You don't need to know about why we're talking about that, do we?
No, we're good.
Yes. How you doing? You doing all right?
Yes, I am, Stoney.
Good.
You brought some levity to the pre-show.
Yeah, well, levity's my middle name. All right. We will react to the Bob Nightingale tweet where the Tigers are strongly, according to him, and he's pretty highly respectable as far as the baseball gurus, insiders, so to speak. They are heavily in the process getting an Eugenio Suarez deal done, hopefully, and they want to get it done before the Arizona Diamondbacks leave town, which is Wednesday, and they play tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good news. We'll also talk about where the Emmanuel Clase situation, where he's been suspended by Major League Baseball pending a gambling investigation, the second Guardians pitcher to have this happen to, how that affects the Tigers. And also, we'll get into some Lions stuff, all sorts of wonderful, fun stuff we have for you. However, we are going to start with some fun. At least I think it's fun. Kenny Cott, the wonderful human being that works on this program and the Carson Anderson program and other programs on this radio station, was at Comerica Park on Saturday, and he tried to accomplish a very outstanding sports feat, I would say. Now, John Jansen would argue with me and say it has nothing to do with being athletic, and he's probably right in this case. But Kenny started and tried to do the 999 challenge. And if you are not familiar with the 999 challenge, what it is 9 hot dogs, 9 beers within 9 innings. Doesn't sound that difficult.
No, it is actually, Stoney, it sounds like this is something right up Kenny's alley.
Yes. So, Kenny, do you have a gold medal and a time for the 999 challenge?
I do not have a gold medal. I do not have a silver medal. I do not have a bronze medal. In fact, I did not place.
Wow. So, like, if you were basically what you did, if you look at the Nathan's hot dog eating contest, you pulled a reversal?
I didn't pull a reversal, so to speak.
Okay.
But I got through 4 innings, and I was cruising through 3, and then the 4th inning hit. And by the way, very, very fast-moving game.
Well, yeah, I was going to bring that up, but we'll go ahead, keep going.
But yeah, so I got to the 4th inning, and by hot dog and beer number 4, it's not the beer that got to you. It's the hot dogs, because by hot dog number 4, you're like, I don't want to look at a hot dog ever. I don't want to smell a hot dog. I don't want to be in the vicinity of any hot dog ever again by the 4th inning. I was done. I was cooked.
Now, after 3, wouldn't the strategy be, this is not like that, Nathan's, we're not asking you to be Joey Chestnut. So you really don't have to eat the bun, do you? You could just, after half of a bun?
I wouldn't have felt good about it without eating the bun.
Okay.
I would have. You have to do the whole thing, I think. I wouldn't have felt good. I wouldn't have felt. I have some integrity here, Stoney. There's some integrity in the Kenny Cott hot dog eating program.
Okay.
Not a successful program, by the way. Right. We didn't make it to 5.
Okay. All right. So
that was also a downfall, by the way, is the condiments. Not the best. Like, you start, you're like, what do I like on my hot dog? I like ketchup, mustard, whatever. And then by hot dog number 3 or 4, you're like, I think I'm just gonna not put anything on it because this is making my stomach all kinds of sick.
Well, I know everybody's allowed to eat what they want on.
You
hot
eat
dog.
what you put what you want. I'm not a snob about it. You can put ketchup, relish, mustard, whatever you want.
I am, but for this competition, I would limit it to one condiment just because of the difficulty, and it would be mustard. But because ketchup on a hot dog to me makes me sick thinking about it, so I can imagine what
I
it
like
might
it.
do
So
to
that's the
your
difference,
stomach.
though. I enjoy that.
All right,
I would rather have had the possum stew by inning number 5 than I would have had another hot dog.
Let me just say this. I'm disappointed in you.
I'm disappointed in me.
Because there are certain things in life that people are just built for.
Yes.
You're built for this. This is one where, yes, if it's useless sports, college trivia, that's Mike's bag. For you, 9 beers, 9 hot dogs in 9 innings at a baseball game. Where was slick back hair Kenny? This is so disappointing.
Yeah, that goes together like peanut butter and jelly. You have no problem with it.
David, like ham and burger.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like right there.
I'll tell you this. Nobody can be more disappointed in myself than I am.
You know what? You've changed, man.
I have.
You've
I'm in my
changed.
30s now. I'm getting married soon. I don't think I can do this anymore.
Ever since you gotten engaged, you've changed, man.
I have.
I don't even know
cop
who you
to
are.
it. I understand.
Hey, Kenny, you want this? No, I'm good. I've had enough.
What? The next thing you know, he's going to show up one day without his beard.
Right. When did you learn discretion?
I would like to apologize, issue a formal apology to the listeners and the Valenti Show with Rico, and also you, Stoney, for filling in, obviously. I'd like to apologize to everyone here, David, yourself included.
Well, Kenny,
this has not been my proudest moment.
Kenny and Rico, I think there's a part here that you don't know, and he needs to tell you this because it's the part that makes me disappointed. He began to tell me of what he thought of his hot dog roller when he got home.
When I got home, I saw the hot dog roller, and I wanted to throw it in the garbage can.
See, that's the most disappointing part right there.
No. You know what this is?
It's blaming a blameless utensil or not a machine, I should say.
I'm not mad at the Bud Light that I was drinking. I'm more mad at the hot dog.
It had nothing to do with his challenge.
David, we lost Bachelor Kenny. We've lost Bachelor Kenny, who had no regard to his health. I mean, this man was warming up salsa in the hot dog maker. Remember?
You think it's over, huh? You think my fighting days are coming to an end?
Oh, no. Not coming. They've ended. They've ended. Son, you're done.
This was the test, and I failed it miserably.
Because right now, you're just be embarrassing yourself. You got to 3?
I got through 4.
I'm thinking, had you told me, okay, I got to 7, and then in the 8th inning, it was a struggle.
Right.
I get it. 4? You? Come on, man.
248-539-9797. I want to know if other people have tried and actually completed the 999 challenge, or if there's any similar activities that you've accomplished at a sporting event or even a concert or something like that.
It just seemed like the easiest thing to do for Kenny.
And if you have, I applaud you. My hat is off to you because I cannot imagine if I don't even think I could have. If I really pushed myself, I maybe could have gotten through 5.
Here's Kenny.
Did you do enough research to find out maybe there were some, I don't know.
What research do you need?
Maybe there's a
hot dog and a beer.
Listen to me.
You can either eat it or you can't. That's the research.
I'm looking for maybe there could have been one of the stands where the hot dogs were
that's actually
a little smaller.
That's a great question, though, Stoney.
A little smaller, a little thinner.
If anybody's completed it, please
I know
call
where
us
you're going
and
with
let us
this,
know.
Stoney, and we'll leave.
No, I wasn't doing. No, you're the one with the filthy mind now.
Really?
Not me.
Okay.
I wasn't even thinking that at all.
Okay.
I swear.
You know what, though? I will say this. I think he should have done some research because I think he made a fatal mistake on doing this in the day he tried to do this. I can get to that next.
All right. Also, I do want to bring up a very relevant item about this challenge that maybe 3-4 years ago he would have been much more successful. But the game has changed in the 999 challenge.
Don't even look at me, Kenny.
97 won the ticket.
You know what? If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Bet you they can finish the 999 challenge. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew and the sales staff,
They want to be your Chevy dealer, so whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, tough truck, spacious SUV, Hamilton has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the July Rico deal. Still a few days left. A 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for $279 a month for 24 months. You just walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Two 248-539-9797. That is the number to either text us or call us.
You know what, Stoney? Before we get to the callers, I need to ask a question of the listeners out there. for those who have done this, is this something difficult? Because right now I am so disappointed in Kenny Cott. I mean, I would have put money on Kenny to finish this thing in the 7th inning. I thought he would have been done. It was made for him, and he failed.
Or is there a strategy that I've missed? Because I just tried to do it.
I don't want to hear your voice right
I'm
now.
sorry.
I'll give you the strategy that you missed. This is what you missed, and I'll take it straight from the texter because I was thinking this. Doing the 999 challenge during a school start and an offensive slump is asking for failure.
That is a critical plan.
That's the research he should have done.
You're right.
The wrong day to do it.
Here's the other thing, as I mentioned before. The game of the 999 challenge has changed. If you would have tried this 4 or 5 years ago, before the pitch clock,
that's true too.
No problem.
That made it tough. And what the frustrating thing to me, the most frustrating thing to me was after I called it quits, after inning 5, when I said I'm tapping out, then all of a sudden the offense, everybody started getting hits. The game got longer.
That's why you don't quit.
If I would have just held on a little longer, maybe I could have done it.
Yes. Well, the public wants to speak. 248-539-9797. Let's say good afternoon to Matt. What's up, Matt?
Yo, what's up, guys? So I tried it before. It was hard for me only because I don't like beer, so that was the hardest part for me. The hot dogs was easy. But one of my friends, he goes to the Tigers game all the time. He suggested, 999, do 1 hot dog and 1 beer per inning. You don't have to cram it all in at once. Or, multiple hot dogs and beers in several, the same inning. Just pace yourself. But for me, I'm not a beer guy. I prefer straight liquor, whiskey. So that was the hardest part for me, just drinking the beer.
So I figure, and thanks for the call, Matt. Kenny, so the strategy is you have your hot dog with your beer completely, or do you say, all right, I'm going to have most of my hot dog in the top of the inning, and then the beer maybe in the bottom of the half? That way you don't have to have beer constantly filling you up.
So that's what I should have done. But my strategy at the beginning was, all right, let me front load this thing, eat 2 hot dogs and drink as much of a beer as I can, maybe 2. And then that's going to be, I'll have leeway at the end because I've already gotten the heavy lifting out of the way. But what I actually should have done and what I ended up doing at the end is after every at bat, I would eat 2-3 bites of the hot dog and take 2-3 sips of the beer, kind of spread it out each at bat.
Yeah.
That would have been way smarter. That's what I should have done.
Yeah, you should have nursed it a little bit.
I didn't. I went full send immediately and regretted it immediately.
You should have massaged the 999 challenge. Let's go to Ryan. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, Stoney. Hey, Rico.
Hey.
So my buddy Charlie and I have had this conversation during golf yesterday. He thinks he can do it. I told him there's not a chance. So the question to Kenny is, how big of the beers were you drinking?
I wasn't drinking the gigantic ones that you get. I was drinking, I think they were probably 12 ounces, like regular size.
Okay. Yeah, so that's he says he can do the 12-ounce beers with the hot dogs. I said no way. So we're trying this when the Atlanta Braves come to town, and I told him, I said, I'll put $100 on it, you don't finish it. So
great bet.
I mean, I don't think you can do it. If you can't do it, Kenny, I don't think I truly do. You're the hot dog king. I mean, you got to.
I agree. I was
Ryan,
the hot dog king.
Ryan, this isn't the same Kenny Cott anymore. He's changed.
I can't wait to hear what Mike says when he comes back.
I've lost my superpowers, man. It's gone.
I listen to you guys every day. It's just Mike's coming back from Saratoga going, Kenny can't finish a freaking 5 hot dogs? What the heck is this?
Ryan, it's right. That's if all of a sudden I'm just you know what? This is something that's just way too spicy for me. I can't eat this. Come on, Kenny.
It's not even about the amount. It's just the pure mass of it. The amount of things you're consuming with beers and with hot dogs. It makes you a balloon.
Let me ask you this. What hot dogs were you eating? Because there's different hot dogs at the ballpark, right?
Just the regular standard issue ballpark hot dog. Nothing, not one of the fancy artisan ones, not one of the crazy ones, just a regular, get it at a stand or a vendor.
So what you
No condiments?
I started with condiments. I eventually eased off the condiments because I felt like it was weighing me down a little bit.
So what you should do is either tonight or when you leave here, tomorrow, or the game Wednesday, do some research, and then Wednesday afternoon, you go to the game, and you come back and report.
Stoney, I also have a job here,
Oh, that's true.
I can't be drinking 9 beers and then showing up after a game.
Well,
hey, guys, welcome to 4 o'clock.
David, you know what I'm hearing?
I forgot.
What?
That's what
I'll cop to that, man. I am doing away right now.
I should have tried this.
You know, the hot dogs and the beers are too much for me. Oh, that's so disappointing. Dave, we got any ticket checks before we get back to the callers? 248-539-9797. Can you give Kenny some advice so that the next time he does this, he will complete it? Go ahead, David.
Wow, who is this Kenny Cott? Another bachelor for life, bites the dust, shaking my head. Now he can't even do the 999. That is Al in St. Clair Shores. Someone else says 4 is disappointing. I could see 7, but 4? Who is this guy?
If he would have told me he went 7 in a Scooble start, you know what, Kenny? I would have said, you know what? Job well done. Yeah. Scooble out there, quick game. Don't worry about it. Kenny, do you want another chance at this, or are you tapping out?
I'm not tapping out. I'm going to try it again, knowing what I know now. But I'll tell you this: you forget the amount of weight that beer has, because it is like drinking loaves of bread. I mean, look at the nutritional value of beer. All right, you don't want to hear. That's fine.
Well, maybe
I'm just saying it's tougher than you think.
Maybe next time you go with Mick Ultra. Doesn't fill you up as much.
Well,
this is Kenny and alcohol. Like, what are we doing here?
It's not about the alcohol. If it was, I'll tell you this, Rico, I'll tell you this. If it was 9 shots of your favorite liquor, that would be so much better because it wouldn't take up the real estate in your stomach.
Well, I totally agree with you, because that's the one thing. Beers, if I can, if I ever have more than 4 beers at a sitting, that's a lot. But I could do 8 vodka tonics and then those type of drinks easy.
Yeah, if it was a mixed drink, even if it was like a rum and coke or whatever, I could do that way easier.
What are we listening to, Rico? This guy is saying he can't. This is too much beer. What are we doing here?
You know what? Next thing tomorrow, David gives up being a pastor. 248-539-9797.
Just too much scripture, man. Can't do
too
it anymore.
Much reading. I gotta listen to people's He's gonna get up on say, guys, I don't care. Do what you want to do.
And then
makes you happy.
Opposites for me. I've accepted the Lord into my life.
Right. Kenny's like, Kenny, I can't do this anymore. Give me just 2 hot dogs and 1 beer, and I'm fine.
Kenny's gonna walk in one day, no beard, and a Leafs jersey on or something like that.
I guess, man.
Trying to accept a virtuous lifestyle into my home.
Right, with an Alabama hat or something.
That's
now you've gone too far.
That's called his wedding day.
By the way, David, you brought up something. I was going to ask you this off the air, but I went to buy my wife a birthday card the other day.
Yeah.
And I never realized that there was a special section. You know how they have, birthday wife, granddaughter, whatever, all them, pastor.
They sure do.
There was I never.
They do?
Yes.
I actually received a lot over the weekend. A lot of scriptures in it.
Pastor?
Yeah, happy birthday, pastor.
Sure do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. David, you know what my card for you would have said? I would have used one of your quotes.
Which one? It could have been anything, right?
I can't say it on the air. Kenny knows what I'm talking about.
I, in fact, know exactly what you're talking about.
So, Pastor David,
I would have got you a box of grits.
Pastor David, is there a liquid or a food that you could do the 999 challenge? You pray first, but then is there something you could do, you think?
I think I can actually do the 999 challenge, to be honest.
Stop. I don't know if you can. I know I can do more than you.
Stop it right here. Hold on. 248-539-9797. Guys, advice for Kenny. What did Kenny do wrong? Because he's going to do this again. Stoney, right here, right now. You can get a part of this, or you can just watch. David, Kenny, I'll pay for this. I want you guys. I'll foot the bill.
All right.
David won't make it past 2 innings.
I want to see who wins.
Oh, the FanDuel odds are out of control. Put it this way. Classe would even bet on that. And we'll explain what that means coming up, too, a little bit later. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. A little bit of breaking Tiger news. No trades, but no corresponding move. But they have recalled Andy Ibanez. He's taking fielding from Joey Cora right now.
About to say, you can't say that, Stoney. Everybody's ears perked up like, what is a trade? No.
That's why I said no trade.
You would have heard trade. You would have heard the breaking news.
Right.
So.
I didn't want to tease them that much by letting it linger.
Yeah.
Bad radio form. Doug would have done that.
We're talking about Kenny Cott failed in the 999 challenge.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's really no other way to put it. He disappointed you, the listener, us, part of the show, himself, his family. Like, honestly,
his country.
I need Kenny to actually get up to the podium and do one of those apologies just to everybody. Scripted. He hired a PR firm to tell us how he disappointed everybody and how sorry he is. Because this,
we do have a bit of breaking news.
Okay.
But it's Kenny Cott related.
Okay, David.
See, that's good because my heart skipped a beat.
Kenny Cott is trying it again tonight.
The animal lives.
Yes.
I got Tigers tickets. They're fresh. We're gonna do this. We're gonna right the wrong. All right, because we've been wronged. You've all been wronged by my selfishness. I will make it past 4 innings. I guaranteed you that this will happen.
Wow. Okay, Kenny. I don't think you can. You've disappointed me.
You
okay?
can. You have every right to believe that. By the way,
Kenny, let's give love a chance. You make it to 9. Send me the bill.
Right.
I will send everyone, if you want, update inning by inning as we go through hot dog and beer for verification so that nobody thinks that I'm lying.
But here's the thing. David, Stoney, is this fair? Kenny, if you finish this, I'll take care of you. If you can't finish this, you got to bring in your hot dog roller and I can destroy it in front of you.
Oh.
Woo! Stakes are high. Boys, I'm ready for this.
All right.
So is that a bet?
That's a bet.
So if you don't finish, you bring in the hot dog roller and we destroy it live on the show.
And if I do, I'm bringing the receipt.
You bring in the receipts. But if not, I will back my vehicle up over this thing multiple times.
So now we definitely need, Kenny's got to do some scouting. We need some advice for him for tonight's 999 challenge. And, maybe when we find out the results, he can somehow get them to Dan Dickerson. He can put it on the broadcast.
Yeah, why not?
So
we can get that done. We can get that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, 248-539-9797.
That's Rico backing up his truck.
Yeah, the Brinks truck for the bill that this is going to cost you.
No, that's me. This is Kenny when he has to come in tomorrow.
So let's figure that out for a second, by the way. So 9 dogs is probably what, $72, like $8 for a dog, probably.
It's Kenny. Okay, let's go with that.
Okay. Beer, we're doing the 12-ounce beers, probably $11-12 a beer. I don't even know. I would guess.
I believe when I was there last on Saturday, it was somewhere in the $8-9 range per beer.
For beer, probably. Okay, so let's go $10. All right.
Yeah,
sure.
sure.
So 9 dogs, $10, 10 beers
plus tip. Yeah, I usually give them a couple of bucks as a tip.
Okay, right. So that's 10 beers.
Safest bet.
$100, 900. Basically, we're talking about $200 counting tip.
Safest bet.
Okay.
He can't do it. He struggled.
I realized my mistake, though. I figured out. I think I have a strategy now.
No, I think you know what? I think he can do it, and I'll tell you why I think he can do it. Because he was so shamed in people calling him a small cat for not completing it earlier that he's going to go overboard and get it done.
Kenny's going to hit hot dog number 5 and regret life. I promise you. He's going to be like, I'm going to miss my hot dog roller.
What I also didn't account for, now that I think about this, the logistics of this, I believe last call is somewhere in the 7th or 8th inning. So this means I might have to front load a couple of beers now that I think about it.
Oh, that's even better.
Well,
you can have them sitting around waiting, right?
Right, yes, exactly.
Yeah, I could order a couple and then in advance. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm trying to figure out every which way that Rico could back over my hot dog roller, and I'm not trying to let that happen.
Because you don't want to front
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to avoid here.
You don't want to front load the beers just because they'll get warm.
I think the smart thing to do would be to front load the hot dogs.
Yes.
That's a sentence I'm never going to say on the air again.
Let's go to Aaron. You're 97 on the ticket. What's up, Aaron?
There we go.
So, hi, Kenny. So here's the thing. I have a couple of suggestions for Kenny, and I have a challenge that I did like 30 years ago.
I could use all the help I can get, Aaron.
Okay, so the first thing you're going to want to do, and I'm not even kidding, is order yourself a really big salad without a lot of stuff on it, because the water and the fiber is going to help expand your stomach, and you're going to use the restroom before you go to the game.
Okay,
now we're talking about something that can help me. This is
Aaron,
good.
Aaron.
Yes.
I'm going to let you finish. Let me let you know something. Kenny and salad is like oil and water.
That actually might make things, now that I think about it.
Long enough to know that I'm giving tough advice, Rico. I got to be honest. Okay.
I've seen Gilly after he ate a salad once and he turned green.
No, you say you've seen me. You didn't see me at all. I was in stall number 3 for about 30 to 45 minutes.
Oh, God. Oh, boy. Okay, I walked into that one. I give it a...
Oh, no, Aaron, I love it. Keep giving him advice.
Okay, so I did a challenge when I was in college called the 100-minute challenge, and it was one shot every minute for 100 minutes. Now, this is a shot of beer. Nobody panicked. Nobody was dying of alcohol poisoning, okay?
I was like, you're still alive?
Oh, yeah, no. But think about it. 100 shots of beer is about 9 beers. It's about what you're doing tonight.
Right. There's the power hour, too, that people do. Like it's 60 minutes, a shot of beer every minute. I've heard of that, too.
Yes. So a group of us that used to play poker together actually convinced each other that we could all do it. You can't. Everybody's telling you to front load this or front load that. Eat as much and drink as much in the first 3 innings as humanly possible, because there's a point at which your brain is going to tell your stomach that you're done. And the quicker you do all of the solids and liquids that you have to do, the more time it's going to take for your brain to give you that message.
I like how your advice is you can't. That's terrible.
No,
advice.
my
100 shots,
advice,
you can't.
3 of us at the table did, but I wasn't one of them. I shouldn't say us. 3 people at the table did. I was out at around minute 75. But for the hot dogs and beer, if you can do 8 hot dogs and 8 beers in 3.5 innings, you can chill for the rest of the night, bro.
8 beers in 3 innings. That's tough.
That is tough. I'm not going to front load it like that, but I get the idea of what he's saying.
First of all, Kenny, I want you to have...
Thanks, Aaron.
I want somebody else to drive.
Oh, yeah, obviously, yes. I'm not drinking 9 beers and then hitting the car.
I want you here safely to bring that hot dog roller.
No, there is a designated driver that has been appointed.
Yeah, we may do a ceremony. We may record this and put it online.
Of you handing me money from the receipts?
No.
I'm pretty confident, actually. The more I talk myself into this, I think I'm good. Don't laugh. It's not funny. I can do this.
I think that is pretty funny.
It's not funny.
Okay. So we're gonna have we need video too. Like every.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I need some proof, Kenny. I love you.
Oh yeah, no sweat.
I love you, but this isn't one where the fiance helps you out a little bit. No, right. None of that. No.
No, this is all me. I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, he's on hot dog 2 in the video. Then we skip to hot dog 9. We're like, whoa. We
or
got
it's the
nothing
same
in the
hot
middle.
dog 9 times. Like, wait a minute.
It's a good idea.
Why didn't the score change in the background?
Let me ask you a question: is he allowed to eat the dogs without 9 buns?
I'll save you. I'll save you the time. I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
I wouldn't feel good about it.
I can say you could put 2 hot dogs in 1 bun and do 2 dogs.
I hear that's how David's weekend goes a lot of times.
Oh. No. Wow.
I will be eating the same hot dog every time. Don't worry.
The same hot dog? You can eat the same hot dog 9 times?
The same place, the same stuff. Roberts. Talking hot dogs here, people. Clean it up.
All right. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Tim. What's up? Tim.
Yeah, hey, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Hey, Kenny, best of luck tonight. I don't think you can do it. I think a more reasonable idea would be set an over and under on this.
What would
Say
you realistically
7.5
put that at?
7.5 dogs.
Well, I could
So
easily
you're
prove
either
that.
at 7 or 8. There's no, right? 7.5, I think. What do you think?
7.5 is a good number.
Great number.
Because Tim, if he goes over, that means he's at 8, and all he needs is one more, and he can sweat, he can do whatever he wants to get that 9th one.
I like it.
Well, we have to change the parameter of the bet, Tim, if we do that.
Oh, that's a separate bet.
It's just something to think about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe something more to motivate Kenny.
Because if that's the case, then okay, Kenny, if you did over 7.5, I would give you half the bill, and if you miss, I just hold your hot dog machine hostage for 3 months.
For rent.
Right.
You're going to rent his hot dog.
Right.
David, I'm going to need you to pull that one.
97 won the ticket. That music means one thing and one thing only. It's time for Football Today.
Guys, we are getting closer. Do you realize that this past Saturday was the last Saturday without football until the middle of February? We are there, guys. And so, because
Are we, though? No, there's a game on Saturday. What kind of game is there on Saturday?
There'll be. Oh, you're right. The Hall of Fame game is on Thursday this year, not Saturday. I apologize.
It's okay.
We have one more Saturday without football.
This is probably the last.
But still, I don't count preseason. I see where you're going with this, David.
Immediate misinformation by you.
Well, let's
right
just
out
move
of the
on.
gate.
Let's just move on and get
Terrible
right.
job, Dave. Awful job.
Just worry about the 999. Go ahead, Dave.
Let's just get to this, guys, because I got to some of it last week. There are more guys I want to get to in the NFL that are under pressure. These are players, coaches, and possible GMs. Let's get to the first guy today, and that is quarterback Bryce Young. He had a good end of his year last year, improving. He was benched, but he improved. So how much pressure is he under for the Carolina Panthers?
David, I think he's under tremendous pressure. Now, good news for Bryce Young. He finished the season strong with the new head coach. Canales looks like he really is going to turn him into something. Mm-hmm. But right now, Carolina fans are holding their breath because if he bombs, you have to start all over again. This is it for him. Guys, if he screws this year up and he's bad, you have to replace him, and chances are you're drafting another QB at the top of the draft next season.
Arch Manning, how's he looking, Carolina Blue?
You know, I'm still wondering. I need to see what Arch Manning actually look like. Yes.
Or Nussmeier, maybe.
If his last name was anything other than Manning, I don't know if he would have this amount of hype, but I get what you're saying, Stoney. But David, immense pressure on that young man. High expectations. He floundered, but he turned it around. Can he match the last 6 games this upcoming season?
Next person on the list is a head coach. It is the head coach for the Arizona Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon. Sure, we always talk about Kyler Murray, how he looks, the connection between him and Marvin Harrison Jr., but how much pressure is Jonathan Gannon under for this year for the Arizona Cardinals?
This is what? This would be year 3?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
I think they have to at least come close to making the playoffs or at least show some improvement, because if not, yeah, he could be gone. He's another one of those guys that might say, hey, you know what, he's a really good coordinator, not much of a head coach. They've suffered some an injury, I forget exactly who, over the last week, and that could hurt them a lot.
Unfortunately, Stoney, I think Arizona is just one of those forgotten franchises that no one really cares, not even their own fan base. So, David, where he could go out there and just totally bomb, I don't think there's going to be a ton of pressure to get rid of him because they don't really have a fan base. They exist, but it's like some teams, the fire is always hot. There, you got to do something pretty bad. Now, yes, year 3, maybe you could crack the code on Kyler Murray and really turn him into something. We'll see. You got Marvin Harrison Jr., you got Will Johnson's going to be down there, but I don't think he has a ton of pressure.
Right. Starling Thomas, the 5th, is who I was referring to. He started quite a few games for them. He tore out his knee in practice the other day. So he's done for the year.
What's also interesting with them, and I know people up here talk about a curse and the Super Bowl thing, but with the Cardinals, they're dealing with a first-round pick type curse here for the last couple of years. Their first-round pick last year got hurt, missed most of the season. This year, Walter Nolan, their first-round pick, is now hurt and may miss part of the season. So they just can't seem to get anything right there in Arizona.
No, they can't. It seems like something is wrong with them, but, I mean, hopefully your other picks can step up. I mean, they were able to get Will Johnson in under contract, right, so maybe he could step in there. He was looked to be a first-round pick, so maybe he can show that he was worth the wait and getting in round 2.
Well, speaking of injuries, the next guy on this list with pressure, or maybe not, is Joey Bosa for the Buffalo Bills. Now, I think, and they talk about it here, they're putting him on this list because the Buffalo Bills are a Super Bowl contender. They need someone on their defensive line to step up. So can he be the guy? How much pressure is he under?
He's under a decent amount of pressure, not just to help the Bills, get over that hump, for his career. He's under pressure to stay healthy. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's just it, Stoney. He's one of those guys that can you just play an entire season? It's almost like you hold your breath and say, if you can give me 8 games, I'll consider that a win. Yeah, David, I think he has pressure, but the more pressure is, can you just finish the season? If I'm Buffalo, as silly as this sounds, I actually play him very little and try to hold off and save him for the playoffs.
Next guy on this list, we're back to a player here. Shedeur Sanders, quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. He fell in the draft. Is he under any pressure this year?
Realistically speaking, no. He's not, because I don't – he's a lot of hype, but I don't think on the field he's really going to amount to anything. I think that at some point the fans will demand it because Cleveland won't be that good. But, David, I don't think he starts to like week 10 or 11 when the season is officially over and they just say, all right, Shedeur, let me see what you got.
The only pressure he is to make sure that he's at least the third-string quarterback breaking camp, and he's better than Dylan Gabriel, for crying out loud, because you got Flacco and Pickett.
Right. So, yeah, that's his pressure. Can he make the team, or will he be on the practice squad?
Well, for those NFL fans that don't know, let me give you this. The last 5th-round selection to become a long-term starter at quarterback was Mark Brunell, who was drafted in 93, but it took him 2 years on the bench and an expansion team for him to get an opportunity. So Shedeur Sanders, you might be right, under no pressure.
And you know what? The funny thing about it, because of Shedeur Sanders, you know who really doesn't have any pressure? It's Cam Ward.
You're right.
Because nobody talks about him. You would have thought that Shedeur Sanders went number 1 overall. Cam Ward did, and he just kind of went, signed his contract, and he's just out there doing his thing. You don't hear anything about him, but I think because of Shedeur and all the cameras in Cleveland, he's just flying under the radar.
And this final one on the list here is an offensive coordinator. And, Stoney, you may know a lot here. There's a lot of pressure, or is it? He's the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles, Kevin Patula. They're coming off winning a Super Bowl. Brian Johnson was promoted and fired after 1 season. Then it was Kellen Moore. He's now a head coach. So is there pressure for the Eagles offensive coordinator?
Externally, yes, because in that town, if the offense isn't what it was last year, he'll get the blame. It's either him or Jalen Hurts. They're not going to blame Saquon Barkley. They're not going to blame A.J. Brown or Lane Johnson or anybody else. So, yes, he does have pressure, but it's from the fans, maybe some media, but I don't think inside that building, Sirianni's not going to put pressure on him, and I don't think Jeffrey Lurie, the owner, will either, or Howie Roseman, the GM. I think he's got at least a year, unlike his predecessor.
Yeah, I mean, looking at all the talent that they have, don't fall on your face, and yeah, go out there and do something. I mean, to me, it's you got too much talent. Like you should not fail. Stoney, is that asking too much?
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, now see, for me, David, I know you said that was it. Like I would look at a guy like John Morton, the Lions offensive coordinator. That's a lot of pressure because that was a well-oiled machine. We know what it can do. Your pressure is, can you keep this thing going? Because if it goes backwards, you already know what everybody's going to say. Well, basically it's going to be, you're not my real dad, that type of thing.
All right, and on that note, that is in football today.
Just don't eat 9 hot dogs and drink 9 beers before you go dancing with Rico. All right. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Earlier today, Bob Nightingale, one of the really good insiders that covers the sport, there's Ken Rosenthal, Jason Stark, Jeff Passan, and Nightingale's right up there. So there's usually some validity to what he says. And Bob Nightingale tweeted out that the Tigers are serious suitors for Eugenio Suarez, who we will see at Comerica Park the next 3 days. And he says the Tigers would like to get something done before he leaves town. So here's some scenarios that have been thrown out there by Evan Petzold as well. Tigers acquire Suarez. Diamondbacks acquire right-handed pitcher Troy Melton, who we saw make his debut the other day, and catcher
supposedly pitching tonight too, I believe.
Enrique Jimenez, their 14th prospect. Melton is their 6th prospect, but not ranked in Major League Baseball's top 100. Rico, would you make that trade?
Yeah, I would make that trade, Stoney. The only problem is it sounds too good to be true.
Okay.
But yes, if that's all it takes, you get to hold on to your prized possessions that Scott Harris loves his farm system.
Mm-hmm.
You bring in a bat that everybody's been clamoring for, that right-handed bat. Yeah, I would do that trade in a heartbeat. And he's here right here in town. You can just swap out dugouts. Here's your new Tiger hat. Welcome back. Let's go.
Yes. All right. Another option that Evan Petzold of the Free Press has pointed out. Tigers acquire Eugenio Suarez. Diamondbacks acquire Troy Melton. And, excuse me. That's the old one. Not Troy Melton. Right-handed pitcher Jaden Ham and second baseman Max Anderson, who's doing really well right now. Max Anderson is the Tigers' 9th prospect. Ham is their 10th prospect.
Yeah, once again, that just seems a little bit too good to be true. I know Arizona wants pitching, so it doesn't surprise me that they're looking at that. Reports were that they were, scouting the Tigers' AA organization last week in Erie. Yeah, I would make that move. Now, this is one that I would, like I said, I would love to be wrong. It looks like I would be wrong because I didn't think Scott Harris was going to make a deal. Now, the only problem I have with this, Stoney, I hate when things like this get leaked because normally when it does, it doesn't happen. But yes, I would say yes to either one. And I think every Tigers fan would, because I think similar to how everybody felt after the victory yesterday, you would feel as if the Tigers are trying to really push their chips in the middle of the table and say, yes, we are a serious contender. Because that's why I think a lot of people want to see the moves, because it's that mindset. You're a serious contender for the World Series this year, and you're not just happy about making the playoffs.
See, Rico, you just said it, because you're right. The report last week before, during the All-Star break, whatever it was that the Diamondbacks want pitching. But the assumption for us was that we didn't have enough in our farm system versus everyone else. But what's happening, hopefully, is that all it takes is for the Diamondbacks to like something that we have.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to necessarily be better than the Yankees, better than whomever, Seattle. It just has to be what they like. So if they like Jaden Ham or if they like Troy Melton, thank you for liking them because we want to make a trade.
Okay, here's the thing. If it's Melton, he ain't pitching. I'm not giving you a chance to reconsider. You know what? Yeah, we're just going to box him up and have him sitting right there on your porch. Matter of fact, we'll just go ahead and give us the jersey. He can go be on your side. He'll be on your bench. I'm not going to play him because I don't want him to go out there and get bombed. And then they say, yeah, I don't know. We're having second thoughts.
Yeah. And, well, there was look, the Mariners and the Diamondbacks already traded, obviously, Naylor. They also they traded, what's his name, Grichuk, to the Diamondbacks, who for two, pitching prospects, so to speak, I believe, okay?
Right.
So they've already gotten some pitching prospects back already, so maybe you're right. they might not need as many as you think. And here's the other one that will definitely make you say, You'd have to think harder about it, because the first two, I think we're all in agreement. If you're Scott Harris, you make it. How about 3-for-1 trade here?
Okay.
Where the Tigers give up their third or fourth ranked prospect, depending on who you believe, and that would be Josue Briseño, to the Diamondbacks for Suarez, right-handed pitcher, starter Merrill Kelly, and reliever, former Tiger Shelby Miller, who has an 80% whiff
So
rate.
the Tigers are getting 3.
Tigers are getting 3, giving up one prospect, but all 3 are rentals, and you're giving up
That's one where I think the Tigers would be hesitant, because Stoney, that it actually helps you right here this year. You don't have term on any of these guys.
Right.
They could all be gone next year, and it costs you one of your prized possessions. I would absolutely do this, because you're addressing all the needs. It's like one-stop shopping. You went to Walmart and you just got everything that you needed right here. That's one where I think they may be hesitant and say, I feel like we're giving too much. Giving up your 9th and 10th best prospect.
That's good.
I think Scott Harris would be okay with that.
Yes.
Giving up a 3rd or 4th best prospect is when he's going to be like, I don't know.
No.
It makes so much sense. If they did that deal,
right,
every Tigers fan would be happy, because Stoney, we've been saying for the longest, what do they need? I think David was like, they need a bat. Mike was like, they need help in the pen. I was like, they need a starting pitcher. Guess what? You just got it all.
You got all 3. So, yeah. The only problem with that is, like we mentioned, they're all 3 are rentals, number one. So you have to hopefully do some kind of massage job if you want to re-sign any of them. Hopefully.
Well, but here's the thing. You got the money.
Well, right. It has nothing to do with that. I don't think. Well, anyway, the downside of this is if, let's say, Briseño turns out, he's 20 years old, turns out to be a great player, and you don't win the World Series this year and you lose them all. That's the risk. It's okay to go all in if you have some term with one of these guys. I would do it because I'm starved. I'd take that chance. I would do it. I don't think they would do it for that. I think they need at least one of those guys to have term, and they don't.
Here's why I would do it, because by the time you find out that you lost this trade, it's going to be about 4 years from now. And at that point, hopefully you've rebuilt the team and you've done some things. I'm not worried about 2030. I'm not. I'm worried about right now. You're a contender. That 3-for-1 deal, you just got better. Okay? You saw what this team looks like when everything is not clicking for the last 14 games. Now you're adding. It's a check mark in every category that you're deficient in.
The question is, do you need to do better in Shelby Miller and even Merrill Kelly? Are there better options out there that you can make more than one trade? I don't know. I got a text from a friend of mine who says Shelby Miller stinks. Well, he wasn't great here. I remember at one point he was really, really good, that he completely lost it. I don't watch the Diamondbacks play enough. I just gave you some stats there.
No, I mean, here's the thing. It's an arm that, you know what, situationally you could put him in here, you put him in there, batter here, batter there. That's it. There's no defined roles in the pen for the Tigers.
Right.
There's not.
We saw what just an arm did yesterday in the 9th inning, Luke Jackson.
Fair.
I mean, so you need somebody, because to have another guy who's just as, I'll be nice, good as who you already have in the bullpen, what's that get you? It gives you another guy to take a chance and maybe gets hot.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, look, the Tigers play situational baseball. They play the money ball game.
I know.
So sometimes you gamble and you lose, but a lot of times, you saw the pitching chaos work for them for months, and they got all the way into the second round of the playoffs. So
True.
maybe they know what they're doing when it comes to that.
I'd rather have your guy take a chance on him having a bounce back.
Who's that?
I'll let you know coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket. By the way, be careful out there. At least here at Southfield, weather looks like it's going crazy. The tarp is on the field, by the way, at Comerica Park.
Well, looks like I'm getting out of the bed after all.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, it's not canceled. It could be postponed.
Jeez, Kenny. Wow.
And by the way, Tony Paul, the Detroit News, basically has said that the Diamondbacks have had scouts at the Erie games for the last week.
Yeah. Yeah, I read that earlier. Yeah, the Yankees were also there as well, so they were kind of looking at both teams.
Yes.
Just to put it, full perspective.
Right.
Tigers are one of the teams, so
Correct.
we don't know who the others, but we're assuming one of the other teams could be New York.
Right. And the Yankees, they got their third baseman in McMahon, but he's a left-handed third baseman. So we'll see what happens. All right. 248-539-9797. So what do you want most?
I still want another starting pitcher. I do. That's just me. Because I'm looking at the long term. If you have somebody now, if you get what you got this past weekend from Flaherty, then great.
Right.
If he can go back to that, you got a 1-2 punch.
Right.
I don't believe he's going to be that person for the rest of the year. And even if he is, now you have a 1-2-3. I'm looking at the playoffs. I'm looking at if you could go in, because Skubal is almost a guaranteed victory when he plays. If you have somebody else that is a strong number 2, you have a leg up on your competition.
The question is, where are you going to get that? Even like we mentioned the Arizona thing.
Well, who's the one that you said for the Braves? You teased it.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Iglesias, the reliever. He's the
reliever. Okay.
Yeah. He's had a tough year.
He has. But then again, the Braves have had a tough year. Like I said, they've lost. They've 22 one-run games they've lost.
Right.
So he ain't getting the job done, but he would be another arm in the bullpen, and he has potential. Maybe the change of scenery helps him out. But I would rather go for a starting pitcher.
I understand that. The question is, is there a starting pitcher out there who's good enough to be better than Olsen or Mize or even Flaherty? I don't know if that person exists. And because in most of the playoffs, you might have 4 starters, but most likely you can have 3. That's the difference, And this, the guy from Arizona that we mentioned, Kelly. I mean, he's okay, but he's not gonna be your second starter.
Yeah, but here's the thing, and I hear you. You're right. You're thinking about the playoffs, what we need, but a starter, we may need that to finish the season.
That's true. That's a great point.
We are kind of, going the wrong way right now, and you may need that starter to solidify some things and make it a little bit easier to,
Because I'm not trying to wait on Cobb to be that guy.
Look, you need one of each. There's no doubt about it, but we're talking of the 3 diseases, which one do you want cured? Basically, they all, you need help in so many areas. And for me, they need another bat more than even the bullpen.
So
you know what? A great philosopher once told me, and he reiterated this after the Skubal start the other day. You can't win if you can't score.
Okay.
You can still, as bad as the pitching could be, if you can hit, you could still win games.
248-539-9797. Of the 3, starting pitching, relief pitching, right-handed bat, what do the Tigers need to do? What do they need to focus on this week? Who do they need to bring in here? Starting pitching, relief pitching, or a bat? 248-539-9797. I say starting pitching because you have hitters. You've just gone through this horrific drought.
Do we?
Yeah, I'm with David.
You do, David. They had a bad 2 weeks.
Okay, but okay, well then I'm gonna give this stat here, okay, because I already felt that we needed a bat. I've always been on that train, but in this 13-game span, we were outscored by 50 or more, we're out hit by 50 or more, had fewer than 25 extra base hits, and struck out 125 or more times. That just told me, yeah, you're right, David. We still need a bat. We still need something else in this lineup. That's unacceptable.
And if you're relying on Jahmai Jones in the playoffs, I think there's a big problem here.
Right.
If you don't have another bat, I think that's a big problem.
Now, I granted, look, hey, Andy Ibanez is up with the team. He was taking fielding practice before the tarp came down. They need another bat. It's that simple. Look, the bullpen blows. There's no doubt about it. In fact, Rico, while, yes, it would be great to get another starting pitcher, that's probably at this time right now, and it could go down south, the least of the three ailments. Like, one will put you, in ICU, and for me, that's the bat. The bullpen will put you in intensive care, and the starting pitching will put you in, he'll be out in a few weeks.
No, see, you guys got me all choked up. Look, with the starting pitching, I'm looking at this team has enough to make the playoffs. With the when you get to the playoffs, Mike,
Yeah.
That's where you're going to see the 2-1 games, 3-1 games, where it's all about the defense. It's not about the bat. It's about, who can play the best. And if you have a 1-2 or a great 1-2-3 rotation, you're in command of that series.
I understand that.
You rarely do you see, a 10-8 playoff game. A lot of them, who can get the batters out?
I just don't think there's anybody out there that they're going to be able to get who would fill that role. I don't think, Boston's still in it, so they ain't trading Crochet, or you can just go on and on. Who is that person that's coming here? I don't see any really good pitchers out there in the last month, as David had some statistics. They have to be able to hit the ball.
But here's the thing.
But then the bullpen's even worse than the starters.
And that's why I say, if you can get a pitcher that can get you through 6 innings, Stoney, that's more reliable than the best hitter is going to go up to the plate and fail 7 out of 10 times.
I know.
Okay?
Yeah.
But if I got a pitcher who I know I can get a solid 6 innings, and maybe even in the playoffs, you can milk it to maybe, 6 2/3 or 7 innings, I think you're doing better with that. That's more consistent to me.
You're going to get that pitcher from the Pirates, Keller, or whatever his name is. I don't know.
Bednar.
Well, that's a reliever. I'm talking about a starter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I don't need a Skeens, but I just need somebody that I can throw into that rotation that I feel comfortable with, that can give me 100 pitches, and then we can move on. And then we can let the bullpen see if they can. Only because I'm thinking playoffs right now. I'm not thinking right now. Right now, yeah, you want bats, you want runs. They have a big enough lead. I don't think they'll choke it away. But when you get to the playoffs, it's all about those games. Everything shrinks. It's like, okay, your rotation gets down to 3 pitchers, as you say. Now you're kind of sticking with your main guys, and you're bringing in some people off the bench to hit. I need somebody that I know and count on that can get me to, 90 to 100 pitches in a playoff start.
248-539-9797.
Hey guys, Specs at LTU. You want that career in radio, or you want to go into television, or you're a graphic design artist? Specs at LTU is here to help you get started on your dreams, to turn your dreams into reality. Specs at LTU, located right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. And Specs at LTU is dedicated to inspiring and educating and equipping future leaders in media arts with the skills needed to succeed in the rapidly evolving industry. Rico, what does that mean? It means you're going to learn from day one in the lab from people who actually work in the industry like myself. You're going to learn from, like I said, from day one, what it takes to make it in your field. Why? Because it's a hands-on approach, not a ton of theory, but more hands-on. So you can learn and see all the skills that you need to make it in your field. So whether it's the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or graphic media arts program, Specs at LTU will have you prepared. Here's what you need to do. Call 1-800-CALL-LTU. That's 1-800-CALL-LTU. Call it today, make an appointment with an admissions counselor, and get started on your career path, because the fall semester is coming very soon.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. And we're discussing the Tigers. By the way, we should mention that they actually won a game yesterday.
They did.
Game
Nice much needed.
Yes, nice to stop the bleeding. And the trade deadline is Thursday. And I imagine during our program, I'm in all week for Mike. A lot of stuff could be happening and not happening. It's going to be crazy during the deadline. It's always a lot of fun to work deadline shows. Hopefully, and I think there'll be more activity than we saw out of the Red Wings at their deadline. That said, we're asking, what do you need the most? Now, you got 3 games left. Tonight, tomorrow, Wednesday. They're off Thursday, the trade deadline day. You've seen their bullpen implode a lot. You've seen their starting pitching, with the exception of Skubal, not look tremendous. And Fleury's been okay lately. Reed Olsen has been okay. He had a bad inning the other night against Toronto. Mize has had 2 bad starts in a row. He needs a good one in a hurry. And the hitting. And with the exception of a few people, the hitting has gotten just worse. Javi's starting, water finding its level. Same thing a little bit with McKinstry. Guys are basically performing to their baseball card. And I believe out of all those 3, they need all 3. So if they can only get 1 or 2 of the 3, depending who they are, I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, my God, they blew the trading deadline. But if I had to pick one, it's the bat, because as much as pitching is important, if you can't score runs, there's no way for you to win. You can't win 1-0 games when you have the 0. It's impossible. And they need hitting. 248-539-9797. Let's say good afternoon to Alex. What's up, Alex?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Oh, awesome, man. Just loving this rain. Loving the people driving around going 5 miles an hour because of rain.
Is it pouring, or is it storming, or is it just,
Oh, no, it's pretty bad. Oh, you mean where he's at?
Yeah.
It's coming down in areas pretty darn hard, and then areas where it's not coming down hard, and they're still driving just as bad.
Oh.
So it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
I got to say that I'm absolutely going to agree with Stoney on this one, and I can see what Rico was saying, but I believe that baseball is the only sport in professional sports that the best defense still will not win you any game. You might be able to slow down other teams, but there is nothing you can do in baseball defensively that's going to earn you runs. So you have to have a bat. I mean, I went to the game on Saturday, and, Skubal pitched good, and it just player after player after player, we're watching them just swing and miss, and nothing's happening. It turned into more frustration watching the game than enjoyment being at the park. And I think that is we've seen great pitching. We've seen, the best pitching staff in baseball get us to the series and then clunk out. But I've seen too many teams have big hits in big moments win them big games. And if we don't have a player, because I can't name a guy on our team right now that I'm like, yep, let's put him on the plate because we need that hit. And the best teams, the teams that are winning, always have that guy. I don't know if we have it.
You're right. I mean, as good as Riley Green is, and thank you for the call, he is on pace to set a Tiger record for most strikeouts. Now, I know there are people that believe that, well, strikeouts not as bad as a double play, but yes, true. However, when you hit ground outs with guys on base that aren't double plays, you can still move a runner over. Striking out does nothing. So, yeah, and he's your best hitter. I mean, Torres has had a good year. So he's the one guy that, in a clutch situation, I'd be okay with him up there. Nobody else, really.
And here's the thing. There's really no wrong answer to this.
Exactly.
It's a preference type of thing. It's like a Coke or Pepsi type of thing.
Right.
You'll take either one, but you know what? I'd prefer this instead of that.
Yes.
And that's what I'm saying. I would prefer the starting pitcher. I would prefer just the whole defense, because I know when it comes to the playoffs, if you can shorten the game you have a better chance of winning.
And you do have guys that we saw in the playoffs last year, whether it was Ibanez, whether it was McKinstry, somebody else, anybody getting a key hit at a key
Carpenter
time.
coming back.
Yeah. Now, look, that should help. I mean, his first game yesterday was over 3, but that should help them a little bit. Even if he doesn't produce, at least it gives you some more flexibility in the lineup that makes the other team might have to make a move that they don't want to make. So that should help, but should doesn't do anything for you. Jason, what's up?
How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, Jason.
Going good. Yeah, so just that idea when Rico brought up, honestly, haven't really thought about it, but in terms of getting a starting pitcher, I think that based off also what Scott Harris has said and what we've heard from Pat Salz and everyone, I can see them just doing a simple move, which my example, who I think that they will be getting, and mind you, if they do get a starting pitcher, I think that they could also move Kiter Montero, into that reliever role, hopefully, if someone were. But Haney from Pittsburgh, I can see them dealing. Keller,
yes.
I know that might be tougher. That might be tougher to get Keller
because he's got 3 more years. He's got 3 more years of control.
Exactly. So, just based off that, just on Rico's idea, that would be my top. That would be my top people to go after, and essentially, just because they are the worst team, or mainly these worst teams, I feel like will be giving up a little bit more.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah, appreciate it, Jason. Yeah, just you know what? You just try to go and get whatever you can from those teams at the bottom. You just need one extra guy. You shorten the game in the playoff because that's all I'm looking at right now, Stoney. I think you have enough that I think the Tigers are good enough that if they play 500 baseball from here on out,
they're going to win the division.
Right. So now get somebody to help you shorten those playoff games, and you take your chances and hope that one of these guys becomes that gym class hero.
And one of the reasons that, despite the records the last 2 weeks of the Tigers and Cleveland just lost a huge cog today.
Yeah.
When, I don't know if you know this, that the Major League Baseball has suspended Class A, their great closer, for gambling allegations or investigation. And it looks like it involves some prop bets because people are showing videos of.
Well, he's the second Guardian pitcher.
Right, same thing. 22 pitches on 0-0 counts that have been completely out of the zone.
And it's just kind of funny whenever you see the video and then it's like a certain former Piston player. You're like, oh, wow. Mm-hmm. Okay, now that may make sense of why that happened.
Yeah. Yes, we'll get into the whole prop bet thing coming up a little later. Nick, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Oh boy, so this crunch time right now. The biggest need is definitely starting pitch. I've heard that trade proposal that you did with Merrill Kelly, the former it's a reliever, Shelby Miller. I know he was so bad last year for the team.
Oh, Shelby Miller.
Yeah, Miller. Yeah, But obviously we get Suarez in that deal, right? If it was just Briceño.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Briceño is a weird. You know how some guys who get drafted don't have pedigree, and then all of a sudden they just jump onto the scene, and they're top 100 prospects now. There are certain guys who are like that who all of us they just come out of nowhere. They don't start in the top 100. They work their way in.
Right. He wasn't even drafted. He was a Dominican signing.
He was an international signing, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. So that.
And he came, and when you say come out of nowhere, he did it. The Arizona Fall League last year, he was unbelievable.
He won the Triple Crown in the Arizona Fall League.
Yeah.
I know all about him. But, that fixes a lot of – because, again, like the other caller, like you mentioned, like the other caller mentioned, obviously Mitch Keller's another guy who I want him so bad. He's my guy. Part of it's because he's on my fantasy team, and I want to get him out of Pittsburgh. God, it's just – he doesn't get any run support.
I know.
But I don't want to give stars to people like Tyler Montero and Troy Melton anymore, to guys who aren't stars because they don't have fastballs. You know, hey, Troy Melton, he throws it really hard. But, you know, I heard them mention this on the broadcast. He's got a very simple motion. His fastball's too readable. Ryan Weathers had the same problem. It's why a lot of the times Ryan Weathers would nibble around the strike zone with his fastball, even though he would touch 98. And he would do that because if he ever tried to throw it, you know, the pitcher who has the mark of a good fastball, you know, you can just throw it in the zone, be like, here, try and hit this, and they won't hit it. And a lot of times pitchers will do that to try and steal strike one. That's the mark of a good starter.
Right.
Montero, you know he can't throw it in the zone.
Correct. You are correct. All right. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. It's the Valenti and Rico show with me, Stoney, in for Rico. 97 won the ticket. Ladies and gentlemen, the wishes of Juanrico Beard have been granted.
Kinda.
Yes. We don't know what the Tigers gave up. We kind of know what they got, and it's but it's something.
You know what, Stoney?
It's something. Change of scenery, whatever. The Tigers have acquired right-handed pitcher Chris Paddock from the Minnesota Twins. No idea yet what the return is. You would think with his stats, which are not very good for this year, he might not even be a starter. He might be just a long relief type of guy who's got more in his arsenal than people we already have here.
And Chris Paddock, what you get are the two things that I said. Last week, you'll make a move. It'll be an arm, but it won't be an arm that you're like, oh, my God. And it was today I said you want a starting pitcher. He is a starter, not giving up a lot of earned runs. Okay, not the greatest pitcher. I think you're right. Middle reliever can, if you have to bring him in a bullpen type of game, I think he's an extra arm that you're looking at.
Right. It's depth more.
And can I say this? Because, let me say this first. Ken Rosenthal earlier did say that it was they were in discussions. It was for a minor leaguer. So
right.
It doesn't sound like a significant piece that we're giving up. But I may be thinking wrong here. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm thinking this leans in my direction of getting a bat. You talked about Evan Petzold's piece, and Troy Melton was in that piece as one of maybe a possible pitcher that goes to the Diamondbacks. So if you're losing an arm, you need something of depth, and you get this guy, Chris Paddock, and maybe my thing can come now, and we can get the bat.
Right.
I see what you're doing,
Look,
David.
he was really good in relief for the Twins in 2023. I mean, in the postseason, I'm looking, he had 6 strikeouts in 3 2/3 innings in the short postseason. But his 6.4 strikeouts per 9 is a career low this year. So this is not all right. We're sewing up the ALCS here.
No, this is that arm
depth piece.
Depth piece that I talked about last week that I could see the Tigers making a move, but I don't see them breaking the bank or busting up their farm system to go out and get that guy right now.
No.
This is depth.
Yes. It's not that big of a deal. So we're not going to say, oh, great move, Scott Harris, but it's okay.
It just feels like a move before maybe another move.
Yes.
So we got to see the complete, picture here later on in the week.
Yeah. And it's going to be for a minor leaguer is what John Heyman of the New York Post is saying, but they don't say which one. I'm sure we'll find out maybe a little bit. AJ.
I hope it's Akil Baddoo. Get him away from me.
Oh!
Wait, I thought you were saying bring him back.
You heard me last week, didn't you? Or with the Gator?
I did. I was with you.
Oh, my God. Yes.
Sick of seeing and hearing Akil Baddoo. He's not good.
I went a little too crazy about being anti-Akil Baddoo.
Gotcha. Okay.
248-539-9797. Somebody said this guy's worth either like Kreidler or Baddoo.
Probably, yeah. I mean, like I said, this is depth. This is an extra arm that you could bring out of the pen. It's a trade. It's not anything that you're like celebrating right now. You're not in the car pumping your fist like, yes, it's a trade.
Yeah. Chris Paddock, baby, we got him. No, it's nothing like that, but it's just
and
depth.
Maybe David is right. Maybe this is the move before the big move. We will see.
Yeah, and maybe maybe he becomes a starter. Melton goes to the bullpen. I mean, who knows? There's a lot
Melton's
of
move.
Melton to the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, that's possible too.
Give me Suarez tonight at third base for the Tigers.
Yes. David, we got any ticket text?
Yes, we do.
All right.
No rentals. I'm sure the Angels would love to get out of the contract with, it says with Trout, or even half of that, please. Let's go try to get him.
Wow.
Trout? Wow. Tigers need more than one bat, and and isn't Suarez a below-average fielder?
Yes, he is.
He is.
And he strikes out. Him and Riley Green, the strikeout compare, they got a race to who has more strikeouts.
All this talk about holding on to prospects so we are contenders 3 or 4 years from now is so stupid. We are in a position to win a World Series right now. Go get all the pieces we need to win this year. That is from Steve in Rochester Hills. We need a pitcher. If our pitcher is getting out of every inning while the offense can't score, it will frustrate the pitcher, no doubt. However, if a batter is scoring every time he is on bat, meanwhile the pitcher is giving him multiple runs an inning, it won't just frustrate the batter, it will do worse. So he's saying we need a pitcher?
I was about to say, I have no idea which way he was going
went back
with that.
and forth there.
Is that Stoney?
the old Stoney? Yeah. Look, they need everything. But if you're saying what do they need the most, even before the acquisition of Chris Paddock, I said a bat, and I stand by it. You can't win games if you can't score runs.
To give up a top 3 prospect, we need a core piece for the next few years.
Right.
It can't be a rental. We have a large window to win.
Exactly. I'm not giving up any of the top.
I would be okay. I'm sorry, Stoney, but I would be okay if you're bringing in 3 people who can help you right now because you're still holding on to 4 of the 5 of your top prospects.
Clark and McGonigal are not getting 3 rentals. There's no way I'm giving up them for that. Because even with those 3 guys, if it's the Arizona, you're not going to win the World Series, I don't think, anyway. So,
but knowing that the hit rate on minor league players is it's not as great as what people think it is.
I know.
Okay.
But I just don't think those 3 players, if you're giving me 3 players, I'm going to say, wow, we're going to the World Series. And I know you can never guarantee anything. Those 3 players make the Tigers better, but they're certainly not going to say, oh, boy, we're going to the World Series. Shelby Miller's up and down. The starting pitcher is And Suarez, as good as he is, if he gets in a slump, which is possible, as we've seen with home run hitters like Riley Green, then you're screwed, especially if you don't get a home field advantage for the first round of the playoffs, even if you have to actually participate in the first round of the playoffs. Because if you're home and you're in the first round, which they are right now, it's the best of 3. We saw what happened. The Tigers went into Houston last year and did it.
Yeah.
Somebody could do it to us.
That's true.
248-539-9797. Good afternoon, 4 o'clock, 97.1 The Ticket. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, it's time for the Blitz.
Oh, college football.
College football, and I think you guys will love this one.
Okay.
You both love college football. So what we're going to do here is a who wore it best. I'm going to give you a number in the history of college football, and you tell me who wore that number best. And I'm going to make it easy for you to start because I know you would easily get these first two. Rico, you know the number one. Who wore the number one the best?
Wow, the number one the best?
Come on, I'm asking you for a reason. You know this.
I mean, I always was partial to Anthony Carter.
There you go. That's why I asked you. Anthony Carter is, they say, the best person to wear number one.
But David, he was a Wolverine.
He was.
I'm supposed to hate all Wolverines.
So this is just in college football.
This is just college football.
Even though he wore number one as a Michigan Panther.
Correct. Too. So honorable mention for that number was Larry Fitzgerald at Pitt, Percy Harvin at Florida, Kyler Murray at Oklahoma.
What about Charles Rogers at Michigan State? Didn't he wear number one?
He did.
They did not put him in here for honorable mention there for that number. This next one here, Stoney, you'll get this one. I mean, number two.
Number two.
Who wore it best?
Deion Sanders. Didn't he wear number two in Florida State?
He did.
Yeah, they mentioned him as honorable mention.
Wait, he's honorable mention?
He's honorable mention.
You know, he was just in the news, David.
Number two? Oh, come on. Shea Patterson.
No.
No. Charles Woodson.
Okay. Yeah.
Charles Woodson. They also mentioned Cam Newton, Deion Sanders, Johnny Manziel.
Well, you know, that's an interesting debate. Charles Woodson or Deion in college? They were very similar. One won the Heisman Trophy.
So that's why I guess you would have to.
And he won a national championship. Well, Deion, I think,
so
won
is this the best college player who played at Michigan, David?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
No, because we can get to number three. See if you can guess who wore number three.
Joe Montana.
Yes.
He is honorable mention.
Wait.
Joe Montana.
Joe Montana's honorable mention. Wow.
Joey Harrington.
Okay, you're not even trying.
Now, I would disagree that this is not the best person because I think you just named the best person who was honorable mention, Joe Montana.
What position?
The position is wide receiver.
Wide receiver number three?
For USC, wide receiver
Keyshawn
Johnson, they say.
He was the number. Look, Montana was good. He had some big wins at Notre Dame. Keyshawn, he was the number one overall pick in the draft. He was great.
He was.
I forgot what number he was.
You have to now ask to wear that number 3 at Notre Dame.
You sure do.
You just can't walk in there. Joe has to give you the blessing.
Yeah.
Okay, let me give you this one. This is an easier one. I think you will get this one. The number 5.
Oh, Tate Fortier.
Okay, you know what? Get this
what
man
are we doing here, Stoney?
I'm making a joke.
Are you doing the 999 challenge right now?
How about did Vince Young wear? What number did Vince Young wear? No, he was 10, right?
Yes, he was 10.
Okay.
Oh.
Reggie
Bush.
Reggie Bush. Yes.
Reggie Bush.
You got number 5. He also just got number 10.
game.
When he named Vince Young, he got number 10 as well.
Young, okay. They were in the same game.
So either you USC or you at Michigan.
So number 5, yes, Reggie Bush, and then the honorable mention, Paul Hornick.
Paul Hornick, yes, Notre Dame.
Darren McFadden for Arkansas and Jameis Winston for Florida State.
Wow.
Oh, crab legs. Okay.
Let's see if you can guess this one. I don't know if you could. Number 9.
Number 9.
The number 9.
What number was Peter Warwick?
He's not mentioned on here, so I don't know if he wore number 9. I can't remember. I can give you the school.
What was Rand? No, I was about to say.
I can give you the position. The position is quarterback.
Okay.
Not Jim McMahon, no.
Conference is SEC.
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow, yes. Joe Burrow for LSU.
The greatest season ever.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. He finished the 2019 campaign, over 5,600 yards passing, 65 total touchdowns.
Okay.
Unreal. Honorable mention for that number, Steve McNair.
Okay. Oh, yes. I can make a case for him, David. He had a better body of work.
Let's see if you can get this one.
But he didn't have a good competition, though.
Correct.
Oh, come on, Stoney. Wow, Stoney hates black colleges. Let's go.
Number 13. No, number 13 is not Black Jobs.
Dan Marino.
Dan Marino, number 13.
Yeah.
Gino Torretta, honorable mention for that number.
No, that's
Tua.
not. No, that's actually not. Let's just stop it right there.
Caleb Williams.
You know what? Torretta won the Heisman Trophy and Dan Marino didn't.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, Caleb was 13.
Let's see if you – I think you can get this one, number 16.
Number 16 would be –
also an SEC
Peyton
school.
Manning.
Peyton Manning, yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Number 15. Also an SEC school.
Number 15.
Tim Tebow.
Yep, Tim Tebow.
Very good.
Yes.
You are correct.
I mean, he was Mr. College.
He was great. He was a great college football player.
He was imagine NIL with Tim Tebow. He would have been rich beyond. He would have stayed
He wouldn't have
for
taken
10
it.
years.
He wouldn't even take it or given it. He would have given it to a mission.
But he still would have gotten so much money
I know.
that eventually he would have said, okay,
Yes,
I'll take
I
a
know.
little bit of it.
So let's go back a little ways for the next three numbers. And let's start with number 19.
Number 19, and we're going back.
Going
you
back
say.
a little ways, yes.
So 19, quarterback?
This one is a running back.
Wow, running back number 19.
Let's just say death penalty.
What'd you say?
Death penalty.
Is it Eric Dickerson?
Yes.
It is Eric Dickerson, SMU, yes.
Okay. You were 19, wow.
He finished his
You don't
career with over 4,400 yards rushing, 790 carries, breaking the Southwest Conference record.
You don't see too many 19s anymore.
I'm not going to tell you whose record he broke because I'm going to give you number 20, the number 20.
Billy Sims?
No, he's on the honorable mention for that number.
Johnny Rogers?
Johnny Rogers is on the honorable mention for that number.
He broke the record.
So Eric Dickerson broke this guy's record.
OJ?
No, OJ was 32.
Jim Brown?
Earl Campbell.
Okay, wow.
For Texas.
Good one.
And then another running back.
Wait, he wore 20?
No,
Texas?
Earl Campbell wore number 20 at Texas.
At Texas.
Okay,
Right, he wore 34.
I'm thinking 34, yeah.
Right. So another running back here for the number 21.
Oh, it's Barry.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, that's
Barry.
I knew you would get that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barry Sanders. Yes. Honorable mention is Desmond Howard
Okay.
for that number
Yeah.
and Calvin Johnson.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. See, okay. All right. David, this is pretty good.
And then I'll give you another running back for number 22.
22.
Now, there really could be two running backs. I think they chose the wrong running back here. The other one is in the
22.
honorable mention. I'm going to give it to you.
Well, no.
Okay.
What conference?
This is the SEC.
Emmett?
Derrick Henry?
Emmett is the honorable mention for the number 22.
No, Derrick Henry wore 2.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So who they chose for the number 22 was Mark Ingram.
Oh, he did win a Heisman Trophy, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah,
he did.
But Emmitt Smith,
Emmitt Smith didn't win a Heisman
he
Trophy.
didn't. You're right, but come on now.
But who was better in college?
Yeah, probably Mark Ingram.
Emmett wasn't, because Ingram was taken high in the draft.
And then we're going to finish it off here with the number 17. It is a quarterback.
Number 17.
And if you want another hint, I can give you another hint.
It wasn't. Wait, was it Stafford wasn't 17?
No.
It is a quarterback and a point guard.
Charlie Ward.
Yes.
Charlie Ward.
Yes.
Who gave up football to play basketball.
Yeah.
And almost won a title.
Correct.
With
he
the
was
Knicks.
a first-round pick for the New York Knicks after having an amazing college football career. He played in the NBA for 10 years. The honorable mention for that number is Phillip Rivers for NC State and Bobby Dodd for Tennessee. So, just to go back a
That
little
was
ways
good.
with some of these.
That was good.
I mean,
did they have 8? We didn't do 8. Like, was it 8 like
Steve Young?
Or Steve Young, or I think Archie Manning might have been 8.
Well, Archie Manning was on the list. He did not wear number 8.
Oh.
Archie Manning is on the list for.
He was wait. Archie Manning was what, 15?
He was 18.
18.
Okay.
He was 18. The number 8 is on here, and they gave it to Davey O'Brien.
Oh, they named the quarterback award after him.
So the honorable mention was Lamar Jackson and Marcus Mariota. So I think the guy that got the award named after him,
no
deserves
Steve
it
Young?
over.
Okay.
No Steve Young. Correct.
Because he did win a Heisman.
Steve Young?
I thought he did.
I don't think
I don't
Steve
think
Young
so.
won
Ty
one.
Detmer.
Ty Detmer is also on this
No,
list.
Steve Young was the first $1 million player.
Oh, he went playing the with the
USFL.
USFL, the LA Express.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Ty Detmer is on this list. Do you remember what number he wore?
Ty Detmer was
2, wasn't he?
6.
14.
Okay.
I do remember Ty Detmer would have had 6 interceptions for the Lions against Cleveland
Oh,
the
I'll
first
never
game
forget
after
that.
9/11. Was it
Never
6?
forget that. Yeah, I believe
And he should
so.
have had 7, or 7 should have had 8 because one was called back by a penalty.
How bad was the backup? Just leave him in there. It's coach. He's thrown 4 already. I know. But
I'm gonna look up who the backup was.
just leave him in. Hidden hooker. What? Okay.
Just having a little fun with numbers. That is your college football blitz.
Hey, hey, change is always happening, just like this read. It's a part of life. When it comes to music, change is always around. The songs are rewritten, the classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, one thing will remain absolutely the same, and that's the price of your internet, folks. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. That means you get 5 years of your most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprise? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on the Open Signal Award USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
248-539-9797. In case you're just joining us, the Tigers did make a trade, a minor trade, where they picked up right-handed pitcher Chris Paddock from the Minnesota Twins. Still have gotten no word yet on the compensation, but everybody says it's going to be a minor leaguer. So we'll see who that is. That's number one. So, look, Chris Paddock is basically an arm.
Yeah, nothing to get excited about, but he's that arm. And, I figured they would make a move. And as of right now, it's not that blockbuster deal, but it's a move.
And it was more than Chris Paddock, we find out. They acquired right-handers Chris Paddock and Randy Dobnak from the Minnesota Twins. In exchange, the Tigers trade away catcher Enrique Jimenez, who was the Tigers' number 14 prospect. Okay. Now, he's a guy, I've heard about him. He's 19 years old. He's in 256 home runs in the Florida Complex League. So he's 19 years old. He's a long way off. And you already have Dingler, you got Lorenza, you got Braseu,
you got a surplus.
Tons of catchers. So it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Until this guy, when he's 25, becomes the best catcher. But it makes sense. Now, we told you
by
all
the time he's playing, it'll be 6 years from now.
Yeah. Okay, so we told you the stats on Chris Paddock. Let's check out Randy Dobnak. And if I'm not mistaken, I could be completely wrong. I think he actually played at Jimmy John's. Was he a member? Did he play in that league at all? Anyway, let's go. Let's check out his stats here, shall we? For the season, he's got an ER. I don't know how many games he's played out. Here we go. BaseballReference.com. Thank you very much, sirs. So far this season, he's pitched one game so far.
Okay, so.
And he finished the game 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, 1 strikeout, 2 walks.
So he's somebody that could just be sent down. Like you just got depth and you can just kind of, okay.
Right. Last year, he had 5 games in relief as well. And his ERA was 5.59. He started 6 games of his 14 in 2021. So he must have had surgery because he didn't play for 2 years. And he had an ERA of 7.64. So it's just he's probably going to Toledo.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. 248-539-9797. Now, there was some interesting news today where the Major League Baseball have suspended closer Emmanuel Clase of the Cleveland Guardians for an investigation into gambling. Now, this is the second Cleveland pitcher to suffer this fate. Right? Ortiz was let go earlier, right?
Yeah. Being investigated.
Earlier.
I think the same crime.
It looks like, and there's videos that are out, and so until they really get into details, it looks like it's prop bets on like his first pitch, so to speak.
Yeah.
Because there have been like 22 times where he was either entered the game or in situations with nobody on base, with the first pitch being a ball, and a lot of them are really, really bad pitches. Almost like somebody this good is throwing it that bad.
Yeah. It's almost like a victimless crime. I'll throw away the first pitch. I'll still come back, get it done. But if you just so happen to made a bet that first pitch is going to be a ball, well, congratulations. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. And you don't think you're ever going to get
allegedly
caught. Okay, so let me ask you this. 248-539-9797. We do talk about gambling a lot on this radio station. We have Cash the Ticket that Mike and Costa do. You guys do a lot of lines.
I do the prop bet casino every Friday.
Yes, exactly. Is it time, and I don't know how they would do it, for these, especially major leagues and college, banning prop bets. It's too easy to fix when it's the under. It's just too easy.
Stoney, you can't, because here's the thing. These guys are the minority. Most players go out there and they do their job. There's always going to be somebody who thinks that they could work the system, whether it's in sports, whether it's in business, whether it's in politics. You see it all the time that this person funneled things away from a charity organization and, to pay off this or take trips. So there's always a little bit of scumbaggery in any field.
Yes, that's true.
What you would have to do for sports is very simple. You have to make the punishment so punitive that I'm not doing this. You know what? If you get caught and we can prove it, you're going to be gone for a long time. So now you have to wonder, is the few dollars that I'm about to do worth my career? So, and here's the other thing. I said it before, and David, I don't know if you remember, these leagues, Stoney, may have to start doing credit checks to see if somebody is in debt, which means you're maybe more susceptible.
Like Malik Beasley.
Right, to do these types of things where you just kind of assume, well, you're in the NBA or you're in the Major League, you're making a lot of money. Let's make sure that this person, and not just this person, other family members aren't so deep in debt that they're tempted to do this. Because if they are, you're automatically on the red flag, kid. I know you haven't done anything, but just know we're watching you.
248-539-9797. When you hear about this stuff, you saw the NBA, not just Beasley, but Jonte Porter, Michael Porter Jr.'s brother, he got busted for going under on things. Like he would either fake an injury or miss shots or did not go for rebound, whatever the unders were. It just seems it's the easiest thing to fix. But you have to do, like you mentioned, Rico, you're right. You have to wonder how much money these guys are getting paid by whoever to do these bets so they can win money.
It's very short-term thinking because, you don't see your superstars doing these types of things, but the temptation's going to always be there.
Right.
I mean, it's why we have gambling hotlines, Stoney, because most people can go to the casino. Most people can make a bet, but there are a few that they have problems with this. Yeah. And I'm not trying to diminish the problems.
I know.
But what I'm saying, if you're one of these sports, you may have to start doing research in your people to see, and it's I hate to put it that, who's more likely that this may happen to. Or here's a penalty. Hey guys, I know nobody's paying attention, but you need to pay attention to this. If you get caught doing this, you're going to be banned for 3 years. Don't want to hear it.
Well, people just look at Pete Rose. He's not in the Hall of Fame because he gambled. As a manager, not even as a player, as a manager. 248-539-9797. Look, the fact that we have legal gambling actually makes catching people a lot easier because the alert in Vegas and these online people, when they see all of a sudden there's a huge amount of money on first pitch of the game or something like that.
Not the Super Bowl winner.
Right.
But first pitch of a game.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. 50 grand on first pitch of the game. Wow.
See, guys, what's going to happen here, and I've had this discussion with multiple people in this building. Kang is one of them, the producer of Carson Anderson. And what's going to happen, and people are not going to like this, there's going to be way more regulation on prop bets.
Yes.
And I think the government's going to get involved, and it's going to cause some issues for some people. They cannot allow some of this stuff to happen. You can manipulate this stuff easily, and they're going to have to start regulating this. It's not going to be as easy to just do this on your phone anymore. It's just not.
No, or David, I think maybe prop bets get capped, that you can only bet a certain amount. So therefore, all right, you could do it for fun. And you know what? A prop bet, you could bet $100 on the prop bet. And that's about it. You can't put thousands of dollars down because that'll take away the temptation. $100? Yeah, okay. It's probably not, the juice ain't worth the squeeze, especially if you're getting odds of plus 120. Okay, $100 got you an extra $20.
248-539-9797. In case you missed it, the Tigers have traded their 14th ranked prospect by MILB Pipeline, Enrique Jimenez, to the Minnesota Twins for right-handed pitchers Chris Paddock and also Randy Dobnik. And I was correct. Randy Dobnik in 2017. I believe he was the first player out of the USBL that plays those games at Jimmy John's Field in Utica to actually sign a major league contract. And he might even be the first one to actually play a major league game, where he has played in 39 major league games. But he certainly hasn't had a very good season this year. He was even in AAA, he was 1-7 with a 7.12 ERA. So I would assume, we'll find out later on, that he'll be sent to Toledo. Paddock is a decent pitcher. He's not great. He's had a tough year. But you're trading your number 14th prospect for a rental is what Paddock is. Dobnik still, I believe, has a club option or whatever for the next
Jimenez,
year.
number 21 prospect. You got a ton of catchers, so it's not like you're going to be like, oh, he was going to be next in line. He's like third or fourth in line.
Right. So,
and if Dingler works out to who you think he's going to be, he's never going to play here.
Right. And you also have Lorenzen.
Right. But if you have that guy at catcher.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We're talking about the Indians. Emmanuel Clase was suspended by Major League Baseball, furthering an investigation into gambling on games. And people seem to think it's prop bets. It's, purposely throwing balls out of the strike zone. Yes, you can bet on pitches on your phone. 248-539-9797. I just suggest, now I don't think it would happen because there's so much money involved in prop bets. There's so much money that these leagues and colleges are getting from the gambling companies for prop bets and other stuff that they wouldn't ban the prop bets, but I think they should because it's the easiest one to actually manipulate. It's the easiest thing to fix.
Yeah, but Stoney, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's always going to be some person who thinks that they can outdo the system.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to happen in life. Yeah. Doesn't mean you got to just ban everything. So, no, a lot of people, like I said, myself, I like the prop bet casino. What you may have to do is just cap it where, you know what? You can only bet a certain amount. And then therefore you won't see the $50,000 on the first pitch or $50,000 on the one that I always thought was the easiest one was the Gatorade.
Oh yeah.
The color Gatorade. Like the equipment manager knows because I put it in there. So guess what, Stoney? If we win, the color Gatorade is going to be orange. So bet the farm on that. That's the one that I was like, I'm surprised more people aren't getting, but it's because it's easy to know. Like, you know what? Look for whatever wristband I happen to be wearing that day.
Well, that's why I think those bets, if I'm not mistaken, like FanDuel and all the ones in Vegas at the casinos, you can't bet on them because they can be manipulated.
Correct.
Yes. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dan in Ipsy. What's up, Dan?
Hey, thanks for having me. I think as a consumer, prop bets are too risky to bet on because a person can so easily skew them. And it doesn't even need to be for nefarious purposes. Like, do you remember when Bob Sura threw a basketball at his own rim so he could get a triple-double? Like, there wasn't any money involved. That was just a guy chasing a number for fun. Guys do that stuff all the time, and as a consumer, you can't trust it.
You can't trust it, but once again, when it's still in the minority, when you can still point to certain people and only these people do it, it's not an everyday type of thing, Dan, which is why I don't think you can get rid of it because a couple of people think that they can circumvent the rules.
Well, you can't prove a negative, right? Like, let's say you're a relief pitcher and you see that the odds are really low for you to throw a ball. Maybe you get bored and say, hey, wouldn't it be funny if I did this just to show them? Right? Like, there's too many variables that nobody can control because you can't assume that people are going to behave rationally.
Now, I tend to agree with you. However, the one reason to keep them is, you're sitting there saying, well, okay, if there are going to be inside jobs where they fix anything, I'd rather it be something like this rather than something that actually affects the outcome of a game, which most of these prop bets don't.
Yeah, but it's significantly harder to affect the outcome of a game.
I know.
Whereas these prop bets, anybody can do it for any reason.
Yeah. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Steve, you're on 97 on the ticket.
How you doing?
Good.
Hey, Steve.
I was saying, why don't they just delay the prop bet information before it comes out before game time? Like right before game time, why can't you do a delay?
You know what, Steve? It's funny you say that because for college, it is delayed now where it's almost like an hour or 2 hours before the game. Then they'll issue a lot of the prop bets, for touchdown scores or things like that. So
exactly.
They're doing that for college. Because when I would do the stuff with cookies for cash a ticket, it was getting harder and harder on Friday to come up with prop bets, and we kind of figured, I wonder if this is the NCAA's way of saying we're going to limit the amount of people and the temptation of doing that. So you could see that for the pros.
I think that'll be a perfect blueprint because there's times where I've made prop bets. I'm not saying Chris Paul did any bold, but one time it was him to get 3 assists or 3 or 4 shots, 6 points in the first quarter. And he just was not he was not shooting the ball. My thing was the fix was in because he knew but at the second quarter he was shooting like he never shot before.
See, another reason to hate Chris Paul. You're exactly right.
I was about to say, no, you sound like Mike with Sadiq Bey, Steve. That's why he still hated him to this day because I gave out that prop bet and all we needed, David, was one more basket.
Yes.
In the third quarter, all we needed was one more basket and he didn't make another shot for the rest of the game.
By the way, Bob Nightingale of USA Today just added this little tweet. The Tigers, the acquisition of Chris Paddock, who was also being pursued by the New York Yankees.
Okay. I guess that makes you feel a little better, I guess.
I don't know. Well, look, I have no problem with getting him. The other part of the deal makes no sense. And I just hope, or a little, especially if he goes to the minors. The only thing that bothers me a little bit, and they probably had no chance, is there were other pitchers for the Twins that I would have liked a hell of a lot more than what they got. Kelly, Duran, and what was it? Lax is the other guy, the other reliever, I believe.
Yeah.
So,
well, maybe you'll love it a little bit more because Randy Dobnik, who is also in this trade headed to Detroit, tweeted out a picture of him and I'm guessing his brother as a kid, Little League, with a Tiger hat on.
Oh,
meant to be.
And of course. And he played for, the Utica, whatever they are at Jimmy John's Field.
Just meant to be. There we go. He's
I
going
know.
to provide greatness for us now.
Oh, absolutely. You know what?
My heart bleeds.
He's going to go right to Toledo, I would assume. But maybe
get used to 75, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Let's
to
down
Toledo.
75.
There's no prop bet on Kenny doing the 999 tonight successfully. Is there a prop bet? It was, what did we say, 7.5?
7.5 was what the caller said.
Yes,
earlier.
for those of you who missed it, Kenny Cott attempted the 999 challenge at Comerica Park, and he failed miserably by his own accord. He was very disappointed in himself, so he's going to try again. And
why do we got to keep talking about it?
I'm just bringing this up.
Why are we bringing it back?
I'm not bringing it up as a topic. I'm just, little Cliff's Notes version because I am going to throw you something else.
Felt like a
here in
jab
second.
a little bit. It felt like you were just going to.
Well, yeah, it was a little bit, but I think you can do it tonight. For those of you who don't know what it is, it's 9 beers, 9 hot dogs in 9 innings.
And Kenny,
child's play, my friends.
And by the way, this is another one. This will make Kenny really happy. There's actually odds that I just were sent within the last 2 hours by Bet Online. They actually have odds for the Jim Gregory Trophy in the National Hockey League, which for those of you who don't know is for the best general manager in the NHL.
Which also, hockey, get a hold of yourself and name your trophies after what the thing is. Nobody knows what the Vezina is unless you're a hockey fan. Nobody knows what the Hart is unless you're a hockey. That's the most valuable player, and people don't even know what it is.
Okay. More importantly, Kenny.
It's a gripe. I'm sorry.
Who do you think has the worst odds to be the general manager of the year next year?
Buffalo's guy.
Actually, no.
Really?
Yes. That's Kevin Adams.
Kevin Adams
at 50-1.
I would have guessed one of the West Coast teams, but I feel like they all got better.
Well, yeah, it is a West Coast team. There are 3 teams at 75-1.
Oh, maybe Utah?
Mike Greer of San Jose, Kyle Dubas of Pittsburgh, and Kyle Davidson of Chicago.
Those all surprise me a little bit.
Yes, they do. They do as well because, well, Dubas doesn't surprise me.
Dubas, no, yeah, I agree.
Greer, I mean, they got Celebrini last year. I mean, they're doing some things. They're trying to do some things.
They're getting better every year. They're not a great team or anything. They're not a playoff team yet, but they're improving. I don't know why that would
Correct.
be the last place.
So those 3 are at 75. You got about 5 guys at 50-1. You got Doug Armstrong of St. Louis at 40-1. And at 33-1, you got Barry Trotz of Nashville, Chris Patrick of Washington, Craig Conroy, Calgary, Don Waddell of Columbus, Kevin Cheveldayoff of Winnipeg, and Steve Yzerman of the Red Wings at 33-1.
Oh, jeez.
You want to bet $20 down on Steve Yzerman to be the general manager of the year? I don't think so.
Do you want to flush $20 down the drain?
Exactly.
Have fun.
You're going to be flushing your chances away tonight.
By the way, the favorite is Florida's Bill Zito at 7-2.
Yeah, he's a monster. He's a maniac.
Yeah, they hadn't won it so far, which to me is unbelievable. 97-1 the ticket.
Guys, we are getting closer. Do you realize that this past Saturday was the last Saturday without football until the middle of February? We are there, guys. And so, because
are we though? No, there's a game on Saturday. What kind of game is there on Saturday?
There'll be. Oh, you're right. The Hall of Fame game is on Thursday this year, not Saturday. I apologize.
It's okay.
We have one more Saturday without football.
This is probably the last.
But still, okay. I don't count preseason. I see where you're going with this, David.
Immediate misinformation by you.
Well, let's
right
just
out
move on. Let's just move on and get
terrible
right.
job, Dave. Awful job.
Just worry about the 999. Go ahead, Dave.
Let's just get to this, guys, because I got to some of it last week. There are more guys I want to get to in the NFL that are under pressure. These are players, coaches, and possible GMs. Let's get to the first guy today, and that is quarterback Bryce Young. He had a good end of his year last year, improving. He was benched, but he improved. So how much pressure is he under for the Carolina Panthers?
David, I think he's under tremendous pressure. Now, good news for Bryce Young. He finished the season strong with the new head coach. Canales looks like he really is going to turn him into something. Mm-hmm. But right now, Carolina fans are holding their breath because if he bombs, you have to start all over again. This is it for him. Guys, if he screws this year up and he's bad, you have to replace him, and chances are you're drafting another QB at the top of the draft next season.
Arch Manning, how's he looking, Carolina Blue?
You know, I'm still wondering. I need to see what Arch Manning actually look like. Yes.
Or Nussmeier. Maybe.
If his last name was anything other than Manning, I don't know if he would have this amount of hype, but I get what you're saying, Stoney. But David, immense pressure on that young man. High expectations. He floundered, but he turned it around. Can he match the last 6 games this upcoming season?
Next person on the list is a head coach. It is the head coach for the Arizona Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon. Sure, we always talk about Kyler Murray, how he looks, the connection between him and Marvin Harrison Jr., but how much pressure is Jonathan Gannon under for this year for the Arizona Cardinals?
This is what? This would be year 3?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
I think they have to at least come close to making the playoffs or at least show some improvement because if not, he could be gone. He's another one of those guys that might say, hey, you know what, he's a really good coordinator, not much of a head coach. They've suffered some an injury, I forget exactly who, over the last week, and that could hurt them a lot.
Unfortunately, Stoney, I think Arizona is just one of those forgotten franchises that no one really cares, not even their own fan base. So, David, where he could go out there and just totally bomb, I don't think there's going to be a ton of pressure to get rid of him because they don't really have a fan base. They exist, but it's like some teams, the fire is always hot. There, you got to do something pretty bad. Now, yes, year 3, maybe you could crack the code on Kyler Murray and really turn him into something. We'll see. You got Marvin Harrison Jr., you got Will Johnson's going to be down there, but I don't think he has a ton of pressure.
Right. Starling Thomas, the 5th, is who I was referring to. He started quite a few games for them. He tore out his knee in practice the other day. So he's done for the year.
What's also interesting with them, and I know people up here talk about a curse and the Super Bowl thing, but with the Cardinals, they're dealing with a first-round pick type curse here for the last couple years. Their first-round pick last year got hurt, missed most of the season. This year, Walter Nolan, their first-round pick, is now hurt and may miss part of the season. So they just can't seem to get anything right there in Arizona.
No, they can't. It seems like something is wrong with them, but, I mean, hopefully your other picks can step up. I mean, they were able to get Will Johnson in under contract, so maybe he could step in there. He was looked to be a first-round pick, so maybe, he can show that he was worth the wait in getting in round 2.
Well, speaking of injuries, the next guy on this list with pressure, or maybe not, is Joey Bosa for the Buffalo Bills. Now, I think, and they talk about it here, they're putting him on this list because the Buffalo Bills are a Super Bowl contender. They need someone on their defensive line to step up. So can he be the guy? How much pressure is he under?
He's under a decent amount of pressure, not just to help the Bills, get over that hump, for his career. to stay. He's under pressure to stay healthy. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's just it, Stoney. He's one of those guys that can you just play an entire season? It's almost like you hold your breath and say, if you can give me 8 games, I'll consider that a win. Yeah, David, I think he has pressure, but the more pressure is, can you just finish the season? If I'm Buffalo, as silly as this sounds, I actually play him very little and try to hold off and save him for the playoffs.
Next guy on this list, we're back to a player here. Shedeur Sanders, quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. He fell in the draft. Is he under any pressure this year?
Realistically speaking, no, he's not, because I don't. He's a lot of hype, but I don't think on the field he's really going to amount to anything. I think that at some point the fans will demand it because Cleveland won't be that good. But David, I don't think he starts to like week 10 or 11 when the season is officially over and they just say, all right, Shedeur, let me see what you got.
The only pressure he is to make sure that he's at least the third string quarterback breaking camp, and he's better than Dylan Gabriel, for crying out loud. Because you got Flacco and Pickett.
Right. So, yeah, that's his pressure. Can he make the team, or will he be on the practice squad?
Well, for those NFL fans that don't know, let me give you this. The last 5th-round selection to become a long-term starter at quarterback was Mark Brunell, who was drafted in 93, but it took him 2 years on the bench and an expansion team for him to get an opportunity. So, Shedeur Sanders, you might be right, under no pressure.
And you know what? The funny thing about it, because of Shedeur Sanders, you know who really doesn't have any pressure? It's Cam Ward.
You're right.
Because nobody talks about him. You would have thought that Shedeur Sanders went number 1 overall. Cam Ward did, and he just kind of went, signed his contract, and he's just out there doing his thing. You don't hear anything about him, but I think because of Shedeur and all the cameras in Cleveland, he's just flying under the radar.
And this final one on the list here is an offensive coordinator. And Stoney, you may know a lot here. There's a lot of pressure, or is it? He's the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles, Kevin Petula. They're coming off winning a Super Bowl. Brian Johnson was promoted and fired after 1 season. Then it was Kellen Moore. He's now a head coach. So is there pressure for the Eagles offensive coordinator?
Externally, yes, because in that town, if the offense isn't what it was last year, he'll get the blame. It's either him or Jalen Hurts. They're not going to blame Saquon Barkley. They're not going to blame A.J. Brown or Lane Johnson or anybody else. So, yes, he does have pressure, but it's from the fans, maybe some media, but I don't think inside that building, Sirianni's not going to put pressure on him, and I don't think Jeffrey Lurie, the owner, will either, or Howie Roseman, the GM. I think he's got at least a year, unlike his predecessor.
Yeah, I mean, looking at all the talent that they have, don't fall on your face, and yeah, go out there and do something. I mean, to me, it's you got too much talent. Like you should not fail. Stoney, is that asking too much?
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, now see, for me, David, I know you said that was it. Like, I would look at a guy like John Morton, the Lions offensive coordinator. That's a lot of pressure because that was a well-oiled machine. We know what it can do. Your pressure is, can you keep this thing going? Because if it goes backwards, you already know what everybody's going to say. Well, you know, basically it's going to be, you're not my real dad, that type of thing.
All right, and on that note, that is in football today.
248-539-9797. Oh, Kenny Cott, and they're talking hot dogs. He'll be attempting round 2 of the 999 challenge at Comerica Park this evening. All right.
Okay, nice try, David.
The Tigers made a trade today, and we have more information about why maybe that trade was made when they sent Enrique Jimenez their, depending on which service you subscribe in, basically some people say is the 15th, some people say like the 21st prospect that they have. He's a 19-year-old catcher. They signed for over $1 million from the Dominican Republic, but they're pretty stacked at catcher. They sent him to the Twins for starting pitcher Chris Paddock and pitcher Randy Dobnak. Dobnak, club option. You might remember him a little bit from playing at Jimmy John's Field with the United States Professional Baseball League with Utica. I don't remember if he was that's the whole problem with that league. You have the who do you root for? Do you root for the Bloomfield team? Do you root for the Utica team? The Woolly Mammoths? Anyway, whatever. And the reason they made that trade, besides, yes, they do need another arm, and Chris Paddock not having a great season. He's a major league pitcher, a legitimate major league pitcher. He can start, and he can do long relief. And we thought they needed depth anyway. But it was also announced today, moments ago, that Reese Olson is out for the remainder of the season with a quad strain. Oh, excuse me, with a shoulder strain. So he's done for the year.
Yeah. And
also,
there we go.
Parker Meadows. Actually, he had 2 hits yesterday, right? He's going on the IL as well with a quad strain. So both Ryan Kreidler and Andy Ibanez are active today. So right now, even with the trade, and I know you're going to sit there and say, well, Stoney, Parker Meadows wasn't playing very well. No, I know, but I kind of thought that he would, as the season progressed, get a little better. Now, he's not out for the season. It's just on the injured list. We don't know how long it'll be, 10 days, whatever. And Andy Ibanez was bad before they sent him to Toledo, and Kreidler has not been very productive as a major league player at all.
Right.
Right now, the Tigers are worse today than they were 12 hours ago. Because Reese Olson
is done for the year.
So, Rico, you're right. They need another starting pitcher. I wish they would have gone after or were able to acquire Joe Ryan from the Minnesota Twins. I understand it would have cost them a hell of a lot more than Enrique Jimenez. But like I said, I would have given up a minimum of the of Lorenzen because Joe Ryan is still under control for 2 more years.
So you think that Paddock may actually be in the starting rotation on the back end, I'm assuming?
Yeah. So right now you're
debuting on Wednesday.
What'd you say?
Paddock is debuting on Wednesday for us.
Okay. So right now your starting rotation is Skubal, Flaherty, Melton. No, Skubal, Flaherty, in no particular order. Skubal, Flaherty, Mize, Paddock and Melton, or Paddock and Montero, and if Paddock,
I got a feeling, Stoney, we're going to go back to pitching chaos. It seems like we're this close from just 2 starters pitching chaos, or 3 starters and pitching chaos.
Right, and also tonight, I want to hope that if you're going to the game tonight, because they're playing against the Arizona Diamondbacks, and when former Tiger and, according to Bob Nightingale and others, a guy that the Tigers want really badly right now, Eugenio Suarez, when he comes to the plate, no matter what he does, whether he hits a home run on his previous at-bat or whatever, you applaud him and you let him know we want you here. Not that it makes any difference because it's up to Arizona, but he is still a free agent next year. Maybe that would help him sign an extension if they made that trade. Doubtful, but whatever. But more importantly, I would like you to boo the hell out of Eduardo Rodriguez.
Really?
Yes.
You haven't let that go.
No, he effed the Tigers. He screwed the Tigers out of some prospect. Yeah, he did. It's Scott Harris's first deadline. He made a mistake because he didn't have Plan B. As I've been asking around baseball, most people don't have Plan Bs, but he's in charge, so it's his fault. I'm not absolving him, but he thought that deal was done. And they obviously had an agreement from his agent that and at the last minute, he said no. That's my guess. He will make a trade if.
Tony, I get what you're saying.
You don't agree to a trade.
I don't think it was in his control. I think it was outside parties who nixed that deal, and it wasn't him, and it wasn't his agent. So.
So you think it was more the Dodgers?
No, I think it was more in-house with him.
With Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay, fine, whatever. So
I think that it was certain family members who said, anybody but L.A., any place but L.A. So
whatever.
Yeah.
He let his wife determine where his livelihood for the last 2 months of a season where he had a chance to win a World Series. And allegedly he didn't want to go to the West Coast, and it's not the coast, but he ended up in Arizona.
Any city but L.A.
Whatever the reason, just like Scott Harris, it's his ball game, so he should get some blame for that because he's in charge. Eduardo Rodriguez should be the head of the household, or at least have say where he plays, and because of whatever rumors you want to believe about him or whatever.
Right. Allegedly, there's probably 30 other places he could have gone to, just not that city.
Okay, then they should have told him immediately.
And that's it. Yeah, maybe you should have had this conversation
my point. Don't even
with
think
the
of it.
wife.
Or not even with the wife or with the Tigers and say, look, here's the deal. Anywhere but L.A.
Right.
I'll go.
Right.
And he obviously didn't do that. I don't see Scott Harris being that arrogant where he's going to say, well, I'll show you. I'll trade you to L.A. There's no way you'll do this.
No, I think Scott Harris took Rodriguez at his word. Like, no, I'm good to go.
Right.
And you're right.
So
Rodriguez,
you boo the hell out of him tonight. You boo Eduardo Rodriguez. 248-539-9797. Who's with me? And maybe more important than that, are the Tigers worse today than they were 12 hours ago because of the injury situation to Olsen, even though they got Chris Paddock, who's going to pitch on Wednesday?
Yeah, I think they are worse. I guess maybe the next 2 days will kind of make you feel a little bit better with him and Milton on the mound. If they can go out there and you can start get to a 3-game winning streak, you'll feel a little bit better about this deal. But no, you're right. Right now, you're not feeling that great. This isn't what you wanted your trade deadline week to become.
Right.
Now, granted, we still got a few more days to go.
This better not be it.
But right now, if this was all the trading that you did, man, I think Tiger fans will feel very underwhelmed.
I have confidence something else will happen. But I will say this, 248-539-9797. If you're going down there tonight and you hear this, pitching for the Arizona Diamondbacks, Eduardo Rodriguez, you get off your chair. You get off your ass. Boo! 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 Wussy! Boo! 97 won the ticket.
That may or may not be Stoney tonight.
If I was going and sitting in the stands, I'd be booing his lefty ass. And of course, because I said this, now it's probably pitched like a 2-hit shutout against us.
I guess I didn't know that you were holding out to this long. I kind of forgotten about it.
Yeah, I never thought about it. Then I looked. I said, "Oh, Eduardo Rodriguez is pitching. God, he's the guy that kind of screwed us a couple years ago." I don't remember the exact. I don't think we ever found out which prospects from the Dodgers that they would have gotten, but it was certainly been better than what they got, which was nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, I'm with you, Rico. I completely forgot about this, to be honest.
Right.
I'm like, he's upset about this still.
I'm with Stoney. I'll side with Stoney on this one. I agree. I'm going to be booing if I see him.
Good.
Really?
Well, you're going to see him.
Well, yeah, you got better things to do, Kenny.
If this rain goes away.
Boo! I'm 8 beers in.
That already means I beat the over-under. That means we're in the 8th inning.
That's right. Actually, you should do the 9-9-9-9 challenge. 9 boos. That'll be the easy part.
Can I replace the booze, B-O-O-Z-E, with B-O-O-S?
No.
Then I'll be saying this to you.
Kenny, you gonna really do this tonight?
Yeah, man. What's stopping me?
Okay. Which do you want? The full or do you want the over/under? Because I know. Okay, little for those who are just joining us, Kenny failed at the 999 challenge over the weekend.
Why do I feel like you get so much joy saying that? Kenny has failed.
I don't, Kenny. I just, I'm not angry at you. I'm just disappointed.
It's odd that a disappointment for you is me not eating 9 hot dogs and chugging 9 beers. That's disappointing to me.
Because, Kenny, I thought
most
this
people
was
would be like, Kenny's making good health decisions, probably.
No, because I thought this was in your wheelhouse. I mean, you've shown that you like throwing your life away. So you know what? Let's do it for a purpose.
Again with the slander.
Let's do it for a purpose.
Turning my life around. I'm getting married. I'm going to, have a nice life.
Would it be more disappointing if he couldn't do like 9 Captain Morgans in there?
It would be disappointing.
Excuse me, Admiral Nelson.
I mean, it would be better in terms of I could do it easier because it's less liquid. I mean, beer is like actually eating bread. Like that's how much substance beer has in it.
I understand. I just figured when David told, I was like, wait, what do you mean he didn't make it? Then I'm thinking, okay, well, if he got to 7, I can't be mad. And then you're like, well, I got to 3. 3? Oh, my God.
So somebody did post an interesting question on the text. Let's say I finish 9 and 9. I do it.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a reversal of sorts. Does that not count anymore? Or is it the fact that I already did it?
You can do the reversal. That's fine.
No, I'm asking.
No, it doesn't count.
Hold on now. What are the rules for the hot dog eating contest on the 4th of July?
Doesn't count.
I think after a certain amount of time.
Exactly. Like if he goes home and pukes, that's okay.
If I leave the ballpark and make it home, I think that should count.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. If we can all agree on that.
Okay. But in the car, no.
Also, am I allowed to
outside
start
the ballpark? No.
Am I allowed to start before the game starts? Like first pitch is what, 6:40? Am I allowed to have one at 6:30?
It's not called the pregame 999.
I'm asking questions here. That's all.
First pitch, first bite.
I'm in the ballpark,
I would, I would say you could do the before the anthem. You could.
I think as long as you're in the ballpark.
I agree.
Yeah.
Wait, Kenny needs extra time now?
No, listen.
I'm just asking questions.
I don't
That's all
think
we're doing here.
Before the first pitch, I don't think he's getting a 2. So if he gets to I think he's just 1 if he starts.
You know what, Kenny? I'll start when they sing the national anthem. You can start.
How generous of you. Thank you so much.
Oh, say can you eat?
Right.
By the way, just to let everybody know, the Randy Dobnik has already been assigned to Toledo. So
kind of figured
that basically was a money deal. Instead of the Tigers sending like a couple $1 million to Minnesota, they basically took his contract that has like a 1.5 left.
Okay.
So,
no
big deal. So, it's Chris Paddock for, Jimenez, who's, a high teen, so to speak, prospect catcher where they're very deep at. But the bigger story is not that that Parker Meadows got hurt again and is on the IL. It's that Reese Olson might be out for the season. Now, originally they said now they're saying, well, there's a chance he could be back for the playoffs, which I think is a better chance of that than the Aiden Hutchinson news last year. But
or Cobb. We still waiting on him.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Do you feel like the Tigers are better or worse off than they were 12 hours ago?
Yeah.
And if you see Kennicott down at the ballpark, please take pictures and make sure he does the 999 challenge.
Yes. And if you are there, make sure you boo the hell out of Eduardo Rodriguez.
You're not alone, Stoney. Ticket Text here says, I've been waiting for Rodriguez to return to Comerica Park ever since he screwed us years ago. I hope he gets booed so loud he can't even pitch the ball. Someone else, Matt in Richmond, says, fans need to lustily boo Erod. He screwed us out of a player who might be key to winning this year. F him. Matt in Richmond.
Keep going.
Wow.
We're getting behind the movement.
Spite. Another one. Erod is a liar. Boo this man. Oh, my gosh. So you're not alone. You're not alone.
Maybe make signs and stuff. I don't know if you're allowed. I wish Paws could put up a sign. I wish you were still here. Not. Or something like that. I don't know. Obviously, that's never going to happen. But, just boo him. I mean, you know.
He had a choice to make, and he chose to. He had to disappoint somebody. He chose to disappoint the Tigers and the fans.
He chose to stay here and disappoint us. Usually we love when athletes want to stay here.
You know,
in that case, no.
Happy wife, happy life.
Yes, I understand that. There's no. Yes, I do. People don't understand. My wife, it was her birthday this weekend. I gave her the greatest gift of all.
You sure did, Stoney.
I was away from her. No, there was none of that. I said I stayed away from her. Yeah.
He said he gave her a good present. A
good present.
No. This is where he made the mistake, and we all thought we heard something different.
Let's just say it was close to horse.
Yeah,
horse.
Right. Yeah.
Horses.
Like a horse show.
Yeah.
Just kept stumbling over one part of that word, and it just didn't sound the best.
You guys have perverted ears.
Happy birthday.
Well, you know what? If we all stopped and looked like.
I know.
What just happened here?
I think I looked up at you, Rico, and I was like, what did he just say? What's he trying to say?
Right. I'm looking at the show. She's like, did I just. Let me rewind the tape. I missed something here. Is Stoney trying to tell us something?
All right.
Anyway.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797.
Some more ticket text here says, yes, definitely boo Erod. He screwed us over. I don't like this guy. Glad he's here so we can boo him. Another one says the Tigers traded for the dollar bin. Wow, that is from Jason. Another person says they are definitely worse. Why do they keep bringing up Kreitler? This is ridiculous. Robbie from Mackinac. Am I missing something here? Why are the Tigers trading for people to send to Toledo? Don't we need somebody now?
We do.
Well, Minnesota said, look, if you want Paddock, you're going to have to take this guy or give us his contract cash.
If this is the only move that the Tigers make, this move will be severely underwhelming. That's all I got.
If this is it,
yeah.
I mean, you talk about booing Eduardo Rodriguez. If this is the only move that is made by 4:00 on Thursday, and they say we're done, trading deadline's over, you're going to hear a little more than booing coming from this microphone, and I'm sure your microphone, and everybody out there on Thursday. They have to at least do something else.
They have to. That doesn't mean that they will, but we're all hoping that, okay, this is the setup move, and the major move is coming within the next 72 hours.
You hope so.
We're hoping.
All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797.
All right, guys, let me tell you about Matrix Basement. They are finishing my basement, and these guys are working hard. They've been working, it seems like around the clock, but they're putting in 12-hour days to get me prepared for football season. As a matter of fact, Nate was out there, and we did a videotape, and you're going to be able to see that on YouTube soon to see the progress of what's going on and how they are doing the various stages. I love it. They came up with the plan. We looked at the plan. We tweaked the plan. And now the plan is going into action. And I'm telling you, this thing is going to be great. And if you're looking to add a bathroom, if you're looking at a bar, or you're looking to do like me and just totally finish off your unfinished basement, you need to give Matrix Basement the opportunity to make your basement dreams become a reality. It's very simple. Check out matrixbasement.com. That's matrixbasement.com. You'll see a ton of ideas, some great before and after pics. Pretty soon, mine will be up on their website. Give them a call. Reach out to them. They'll come up with the plan, free consultation. Matrix Basements, it'll make it easy to turn your basement dreams into a reality.
97.1 The Ticket, the Valenti Show with Rico, Stoney in for Mike. And the Tigers with the trades that they made today are, I wouldn't say insignificant, the trade, but it's not that huge of a deal because they're worse now than they were 12 hours ago because we found out that Reese Olson's basically done for the season.
Yeah.
So you pick up hopefully the first of a few guys today with Chris Paddock, who's had a rough season. He wasn't even great last year. He'll be starting Wednesday for the Tigers. Sometimes change of sceneries help, but
what you're hoping for the Tigers, this isn't the one and only move.
Right. They still need a bat, and they still need a reliever.
Well, see, at this point, what's interesting is while I say bat, and I still say bat, Rico, you may be more right now. With Reese Olson being gone for the year, and I get it, you're getting Paddock, but this starting rotation, man, it's getting thin. And I don't have the confidence in it right now.
And look, I know everybody wants a bat. Everybody wants the offense. Everybody wants the home run. Everybody wants that guy to come off the bench and just knock the cover off the ball and drive in a run. But when it comes to playoff baseball, it is about defense. It's about who has the better, the rotation out there, who can get the most outs, who can shorten the game. That's why I said starting pitching is more important. And David, just looking at – look, and this is before I knew Olsen was going to be done for the year, but it was rather thin. It's really, it's schoolboy and then, kind of take your chances. Now, Flaherty went out there and gave a schoolboy-like performance over the weekend. Can he keep this up? Well, so far, that was the anomaly this past weekend, not the norm. So that's why I'm saying, yeah, you need guys to go out there or we're going to end up in pitching chaos again. And it worked last year. But that's something that I'm not trying to bank on because I think this team is better than they were last year.
I totally agree with you. As far as what they need, they need everything though. And if I'm going to pick one, I'm going to take the bat. And do they have the artillery to get Sanchez or to, put the Arizona Diamondbacks general manager in a sealed room at Comerica Park and basically make demands and make him give the Tigers Sanchez today. 248-539-9797. Let's talk to Brad. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for taking my call, fellas.
Thank you.
Hey, I just wanted to reach out as a multi-999 champion. I have some rules here that most people may not be aware of, and so I just wanted to reach out. I get asked this question all the time. Are you allowed to put ketchup on a hot dog? And my answer to that is automatic disqualification, -2 hot dogs.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
You just hate ketchup that much, or you just hate ketchup that much, or it should never be on a hot dog?
I'm with you.
I'm a mustard man.
Okay.
I'm a spicy garlic guy.
Yes.
Second, this is a game of consistency and discipline. So you need to go ahead and crack the beverage at the top of every inning. You're not allowed to double down multi-innings. It's not the way that the game is.
See, this has been hotly debated, I've seen. Is some people think that you can just, if you're hungry enough where you can have 2 dogs or 2 beers in the first inning, then that lessens the load on you later on. But some people say that's not allowed. That's against the rules.
It's about being strategic on when you go up to the stand. It's all about timing. And chili dogs count as 1.5 hot dogs.
Oh, Caddy!
I would never do that. That's just more stress on the digestive system. Plus, like, you're adding more risk of a bathroom break being necessary, which you don't want to. In these circumstances, this is war circumstances. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, the chili dog is definitely an at-home game. That's not a ballpark food right there.
Oh yeah, I was going to say if you're doing this at home, that rule might actually help. But at a ballpark, no. Just give me mustard or ketchup. I'm fine with ketchup. I'm not a snob like you people.
Anyways, fellas, go Tigers. Thanks for taking the call.
Thank you. 248-539-9797.
And in case you're wondering why Brad was talking about the 999 challenge, and he's somebody who has done it, Kenny Cott failed.
Again with this. You just love saying it, don't you?
I'm sorry. What's the more PC way to say it?
No, it's not what you're saying, Rico. It's how you say it sometimes. You know how you always say that to Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah. You have failed.
Kenny.
It feels like a should be following after.
Kenny was not successul in
There
doing
we
the
go.
999 challenge.
Kenny
He
came
was
up.
very underwhelming.
Kenny came up
Short,
but he was more than just a little short. He
Or
was a
you
lot.
can make this more succinct. Kenny failed at the 999 challenge.
There we are.
He's going to try this again tonight. So, Kenny, once again, are you going for the over-under, or are you just going to complete the challenge?
We're going to complete the challenge. I want to ask you guys, though. After seeing my performance or hearing of my performance in the last time I attempted this on Saturday, what would you put the over-under at? I want to go around the room here, just so I can gauge the confidence level of everybody here.
I would put your over-under at 5.5.
Bingo.
Yep. 7.5.
Nope.
See, Stoney's got it, man. He knows. He
I
has confidence.
5.5, Kenny, because you've changed, man. You know, maybe it was everything changed on your 30th birthday. You're just not that guy anymore.
I think
a switch was flipped.
Right, and it happens, Kenny. It really does, where you're like, wait, I used to be able to do this. And your body's just like, yeah, we've entered into a new decade now.
See,
I think this might be the last hurrah, though. I mean, pre-wedding. I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once.
See, I think Kenny is suffering from the humiliation that you in particular, Rico, have given him, and that he feels himself. I think that is going to propel him to a really good performance tonight.
Well, here's the thing. If Kenny fails, Kenny has a hot dog roller that we all know that he loves.
Mm-hmm.
That thing will be destroyed. I will back up over that. Yep. And we will record it and put it out there for the people to watch as it gets crushed over. Either that or maybe, David, I'll just take a bat to it. How about that? We'll go full Office Space.
So you're going to be paying me in 20s, in 5s and 10s, or just a $100 bill? What are we talking about? That backing up sound was the Brinks truck. That was not your car.
Okay. The look on Kenny's face when he knows he's going to have to throw in the white flag and just say, I can't do this.
Yeah. This is why I suspect you have joy coming from this, is you want that to happen, and that hurts my feelings, Rico.
It doesn't.
I thought we were boys. I thought we were friends. You were my one black friend, I thought. Wasn't that the bit?
It was, but, you know.
It's not something a friend would do to another friend.
That's also something a friend wouldn't say.
Right. Or the fact that you are my one black friend. Okay.
Hey, you guys put that on me. Don't even pretend like that was a me thing.
Mm-hmm. 248-539-9797. I know a lot of people want the Tigers to go all in. I think it's going to be very difficult because I don't think they have that much artillery. You say, well, how can you say that? They got the best farm system. First of all, if you're all in means getting Suarez, no, you're not going to give up Clark, McGonigal, Lorenzen, or Bereso, right? You're not going to give up any of those.
No, you're not
four.
giving up your top. You're not going to give up your top 5.
Okay. And most teams would feel the same way. But it's weird because I saw at the break a discussion between John Heyman of the New York Post and another New York writer. I think it was Joel Sherman. And the Yankees need pitching badly. And Joe Ryan is available from Minnesota, allegedly. And they're debating saying, should the Yankees give up Spencer Jones, who is one of Baseball America's, he's their 93rd prospect, not the Yankees, in all of baseball. So he's one of their top 3. That's 93rd overall. For a guy who's a pitcher who you have 2 more years of control with, he's not a rental.
Right.
And Heyman says, no, you can't do that. Even though the fact of the matter is, a lot of the prospects, as we know, don't come to fruition.
And you know what, Tony? Here's where I differ from, I guess, a lot of major league people. I don't care. I really don't. Okay, if I end up with egg on my face in 3, 4, 5 years from now, fine, I'll own it. But right now, there's a window. And I think a lot of Tigers fans see the window and they want them to just not just go through it, but they want them to take a chair and break it and break through. You want them to go all in. But this whole, the prospects, Chances are, I think it was Mark Ryan was like, it's like a 38% chance that you make it in the league, which means there's a better chance that you don't. There's a better chance that you just whiff on these guys, and they are the can't miss guys that missed.
But you can't give up one of those guys for a rental. That's my point. If Suarez,
it better be a hell of a rental.
Excuse me, if Sanchez had more years left, yeah.
I'm just saying it better be a hell of a, like if you're telling me they're going after Marcell Ozuna, then yes, I would actually, maybe the fourth or fifth best player you got, I would go all in for him because that's the bat that you need. He'll produce for you. He's got playoff experience. Yeah. Yes, I would do it for him, but not for a lot of people.
Right.
Not for a rental. But if you get somebody for term, it comes at a cost. So you got to be willing to pay.
Yes, if you can find somebody you can have, absolutely. Look, Suarez is a really good player, but he's not perfect. I mean, even the year he had 49 home runs for Cincinnati in 2019, and yes, he struck out 189 times. This year, in his 36 home runs, he only has 115 strikeouts, so he's doing better in that. He's got 87 RBIs. He leads the National League right now with 87 RBIs. He's a terrific hitter that they desperately need, but you can't give up a top 4. I'd give up the 5th prospect for him, possibly, if you think you're that close. Maybe Scott Harris believes that they're not that close.
And that goes into what I said last week, is that I think you need so many different pieces. If you just needed one, maybe you go all in for that move. We said you need a bat, you need relief pitching, you need starting pitching.
Yep.
And or we just stand pat and roll the dice and see what happens.
Well, now you definitely need another starting pitcher, and Chris Paddock's not it now that Reese Olson is out for this season. 97 won the ticket.
That's right. It is
97-1 the ticket.
The big finish, guys. It is the big finish. And I'll start with what we just finished with, which was some fun here with numbers. And we got to some of the best who wore it here. We started with number 1. Anthony Carter was considered the best one in college football to wear the number 1. Charles Woodson was the best to wear the number 2. We went over the number 5, which was Reggie Bush. You disagreed with a couple of them. They had, what do we go over? Number 13. No, you didn't disagree with this one. That was Dan Marino. You disagreed with the number.
I disagree with number 3.
Number 3. That's what you disagree with, yes.
I thought it was Joe Montana.
And number 3 they had as Keyshawn Johnson.
Yeah, I mean.
He was the number 1 overall pick.
He was. And you know what? Sometimes you have to differentiate between what they did in college and what they did in the pros. But the fact that Notre Dame makes you get permission to wear number 3 should tell you how special number 3 is to Notre Dame.
I get it. By the way, number 21 on that list, Barry Sanders. Today's the anniversary of his faxing the Lions, saying see you later.
Oh, it is the 28th. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting with that number 21 on the best who wore it is that's a good list here. For the 3 that they had mentioned, they had Barry Sanders as, of course, the best.
Give us the college of the next one.
Honorable mention, the college was Michigan.
Oh, Desmond.
It was Desmond. And then you have Georgia Tech.
Calvin Johnson.
That's a good 3 there.
All 3 played with the Lions.
Sure did. Hey,
right.
You're right.
Didn't
even think about that. You're right.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what? I think had Calvin not gone, I don't think anybody could have made a worse college choice than Calvin Johnson because you went to a team that ran the ball.
I know.
But you're one of the best wide receivers of all time. Imagine if he went to any team in the Big 12.
Yeah.
You know why he did that.
Because he's from Atlanta.
Reasons he's from Atlanta, wanted the family to see him play.
I got it. They got a car. Couldn't they go to Georgia?
Well, you know what?
Or Florida.
And as I like to say, in all seriousness, any high-level wide receiver that decided to go to Michigan the last 7 years or whatever, they don't throw the ball very much.
Wasn't it the whole debate with Nico Collins and Tariq Hill? Was like, why are they here?
And Donovan Peoples-Jones. You had all 3 receivers all over, 6'2", 6'3".
Yeah.
And, I'm with you. But, but Georgia Tech was known for that running that little wishbone. It's like, and you really?
Yeah.
That's it. Okay. All right. Seems like a waste of talent, but I guess it worked. He still got drafted.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, it was basically a show full of baseball. We did talk about Class A. Class A for the Guardians is suspended right now due to a gambling investigation, which is the second pitcher on their roster to get investigated for gambling, which is believed to be prop bets as well. And we talked about it. How do you fix this? Do you get rid of prop bets? How do you regulate this?
I think you have to get rid of prop bets. But I don't think it'll ever happen.
I don't think you can.
There's too much money involved.
Yeah, I don't think you can get rid of prop bets because you're right. That's Stoney, prop bets and parlays, the online gambling stuff makes all of their money. And what you have to do is you have to make it either you cap the amount of money you can spend on it, and you have to also let the athletes know, hey, look, you get caught, and there's serious consequences. And you know, maybe you start running credit checks on some of these athletes. And every athlete coming in, you want to see, you know what, who's more than likely to need the extra money that, you know what, we're about to give them game-changing money, but they are already coming into the league or they got family members deeply in debt. Maybe we have a watch over these people.
And then we got to some Tiger news where we started off with this. There was a report from Bob Nightingale saying the Detroit Tigers are one of the strong suitors for Diamondbacks All-Star Suarez, who would love to finalize a deal before he leaves town Wednesday. The Tigers start the series with the Diamondbacks tonight, and we talked about that, and then moves began to happen. And the Tigers made a move. The full trade here from Jeff Passan. Detroit receives right-handed pitcher Chris Paddock and Randy Dobnak, and they sent over the catcher first baseman Enrique Jimenez. So that was the one deal they did today. Your thoughts on the deal, and does this lead to other deals?
Well, we didn't know at the time when the trade happened that Reese Olson was out for the season.
That is also big news today. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's actually the biggest news.
Right.
Paddock.
The trade.
We kind of thought it was just like basically bullpen, long reliever depth and that type of thing. Who cares? But now, if he's got to be a starter, he's not. His track record the last couple of seasons have not been that good. So, yes, this team is not as good now as they were 12 hours ago. So they need to go get themselves some bullpen help, along with a bat.
Yeah,
and along with maybe a starting pitcher.
That drop is fitting, Rico, because you're right. What is this? It's not really much. It's not much.
Yeah. It's like, as the kids would say, it's mid. Yeah.
Meh.
Mid, whatever.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens the rest of this week. Maybe it leads us. I'll ask you this. Is Suarez, does he become a Tiger before Wednesday?
No.
David, the more they talk about him becoming a Tiger, the more I'm saying no.
No, I don't. Unless Arizona can't get what they want for him, then the Tigers may be in the ballpark. That's about it.
All I'm hoping for is that Scott Harris is in a room right now with the GM for the Diamondbacks. Do not let him leave that room until a trade is made. And he's in your lineup tomorrow. That's what I want.
Yes. And by the way,
wishful thinking.
We also want Kenny Cott is on his way down there to successfully complete the 999 challenge. And we want you, if you're on your way, boo the hell out of Eduardo Rodriguez. He screwed the Tigers. And if you want to blame Scott Harris, that's fine. I don't care. But Eduardo Rodriguez was the one.